Chapter 1. Tara Singleton paused in the hallway, the tile cool on her feet, as she admired the huge spray of flowers from her husband. She pushed the vase to the center of the table, her throat closing up as she looked at the antique ring in the shape of a rose. It had been her mom's favorite ring. If only she could have been here to celebrate the passing of another year. The edges of the rose were worn smooth from rubbing it countless times over the years. "Hello, 55. Thank you for the good genes, Mom." The only time Tara ever thought about her age was on her birthday. She firmly believed you were only as old as you felt. When she turned 25, she had a mini crisis. After that, her age never bothered her again. She crossed her fingers. Let's hope none of the biggies, like 70 or 80, bother me either. It seemed like only yesterday she'd been walking across campus, arms full of books, tripped, and fell into the arms of her now husband. He'd been a guest speaker for a finance class, so mature compared to other guys her age. 35 years together. They dated for 2 years and married for 33. A lifetime. And if lately there had been more downs than ups, that was to be expected as they entered a new phase in their lives. New beginnings always brought change and growing pains. The bright red sports car parked in front of the fountain caught her eye. Talk about a midlife crisis car. Harry's friends teased him about the flashy car, saying he was reliving his youth, driving around with the top down even when it was cold outside. The first day of spring and her birthday were on the same day. A good omen. Tara jogged up the stairs, feet slapping on the marble as she made her way to the bedroom to finish getting ready for the party. Throughout the day, the kids called to wish her a happy birthday. Since Harry was taking her to California at the end of the week, the kids planned to celebrate her birthday as a family in a few weeks at the beach house Harry's parents owned. They'd all cook out and swim in the pool and relax. The ocean was still too cold for her, though they'd see tourists from the cold weather states taking the plunge into the chilly waves. There were always tourists out and about here in Miami, Florida, no matter what time of year. The outfit she planned to wear was laid out on the bed. Tara showered and applied lotion to her skin. Wrapped in a terry cloth robe, she sat in front of the mirror and finished blow-drying her shoulder-length light brown hair. Not a single gray hair. Hopefully she took after her grandmother, who didn't turn gray until she turned 70. Harry strode out of the bathroom. The scent of the new cologne he'd recently started wearing wafted through the large master bedroom. "Aren't you ready yet? Our guests will be here any minute." "I was just thinking about change." She opened the drawer on the vanity, pulling out her makeup. "I'll pour the wine and you can tell me these deep thoughts you're having," he teased as he opened the bottle of white wine, pouring each of them a glass. "Harry." He paused, turning in the arched doorway to the walk-in closet, a questioning look on his face. Even after all these years, she could still see the boyish face of the man she'd fallen in love with so many years ago. They were so fortunate. Not only was his job secure, but it paid more money than she'd ever imagined anyone could make. Something to do with finance. Nothing she understood. While she could easily manage a budget, the numbers and formulas he dealt with daily were nothing more than gibberish to her. Over the years they'd been careful to put away plenty of money, so Harry could retire in his 50s, and then they could travel the world enjoying the rest of their lives together. In time, Tara hoped she'd be a grandmother. If only she could get her adult children to settle down and have lots of babies. Several of their friends were new grandparents. She had an acute case of grandbaby fever. Remember at the Lawrences last week, everyone was sharing the stories of how they met? You never shared our story. When was the moment you fell in love with me? He strode into the walk-in closet to pick out a tie, his steps hurried. "That was a long time ago," he called, his voice muffled. She'd finished her makeup and had dressed while he was still in the closet. By the time he came out, a pink tie in hand, Tara was sitting on the bed buckling the dainty straps on her heels. "Would you zip me up?" She stood and turned, noticing the new cufflinks in the light pink shirt. As he zipped her up, she looked over the rest of his outfit, from the pale pink socks with watermelon slices on them to his face. Several months ago, her husband had started getting facials and massages. He'd upped his fashion game over the past months as well, watching what he ate and working out more. "There you go." He patted her on the shoulder. She watched as he looked in the mirror, carefully combing his hair to cover the thin spot in the back. He'd taken to coloring it a few months ago, saying he needed to look younger to fit in at work. "Do you remember? The moment you fell for me?" She waited, curious to hear what he'd say. "This is real life. Not another one of your silly happily ever after movies on TV. No one remembers the moment they fell in love." Her throat closed up. "But surely you remember when you knew I was the one." Tara blinked so she wouldn't ruin her makeup. "I remember the day we met at college. The dress I was wearing, the scent of the ocean on the breeze, and the smell of the books I was carrying." He let out a long-suffering sigh. "Most of our friends either couldn't remember or made up stories. We all laughed about it afterwards. No one remembers the exact moment, that's fantasy. I live in the real world." He kissed her on the forehead. "We don't have time for this, I hear the doorbell." As Tara slid her favorite aquamarine ring on her right hand, she looked at her left, the small round diamond and simple gold band. Over the years, Harry had offered to upgrade the ring, said all their friends' wives had diamonds at least 4 carats or more, but Tara didn't care. She loved the ring he'd scrimped and saved for all those years ago. No way would she ever trade it in for a newer, flashier ring. Harry called over his shoulder as he jogged down the steps. "Tara, come on." She spun the band with the stones from her children's birth months around on her middle finger, and made a wish that her children would find happiness, no matter what path they followed in life. "I'm coming." She tucked the manila envelope she'd stuffed under the pillows on the bed into a drawer. After the party, that was when she'd tell Harry the news. It was so exciting, an unexpected belated present. Pushing the niggling worry about her husband away, Tara pasted on a smile and went downstairs to greet their guests. Even though it wasn't a surprise party, someone had dimmed the lights. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, the lights flashed on and all their friends cheered. They sang happy birthday, teasing her about her age as she laughed at the jokes. Patty wheeled out an enormous chocolate cake with chocolate frosting, and enough candles to burn down the house as her friends cheered, pointing out their favorites amongst the assortment of cupcakes, pies, and cheesecake offerings scattered around the cake. The first year of college, Patty had been climbing out of a dorm window and almost fell on Tara as she escaped from a bad date. They'd been best friends ever since. Where was Harry? Tara scanned the kitchen and great room, as everyone crowded close, urging her to blow out the candles and make a wish. As she leaned down, tucking her hair behind her ears, Harry came to stand beside her, his face pale and drawn. Her breath whooshed out, and the candles went out, much to the delight of everyone. Tara kept her voice low and smiled as she cut slices of cake and handed out desserts. "Harry. Honey, what's wrong?" When she'd finished serving everyone, Harry touched her arm, his hand cold through the sleeve of her silk dress. "I need to talk to you." Tara took a bite of cake and groaned. The recipe was her mom's. Everyone raved about the chocolate icing, which was Tara's all-time favorite ever since she turned 5. "Now, what about our guests?" He half dragged her to the laundry room off the kitchen, shutting the door behind them as a few of his colleagues from work whooped and hollered. Her husband paced back and forth across the pretty room, wallpapered in giant flowers. It made Tara feel like she was an ant, walking through an enormous garden every time she stepped into the room to do laundry. "Harry, you're scaring me. Has something happened to one of the kids?" Tara set the half-eaten slice of cake on top of the dryer, rubbing her hands up and down the silk sleeves of her dress, trying to warm herself. They lived in Florida, and he kept the house cold as a freezer all year round. "The kids are fine." Relief washed over her as she put a hand on top of the washer to steady herself. Harry slumped against the wall, sweat running down the side of his face. Tara squinted at him. Was he wearing makeup? I have to tell you something. The trip to California? It's canceled. He rubbed his hands up and down his dark navy pants, leaving wet streaks. There were circles under his eyes, his tie was loose, his shirt wrinkled. The words came out in a rush, a dam breaking, destroying everything in its path. You know, things have been difficult at the firm this past year. I took risks. She held up a hand, eyes narrowed. What did you do? The worry flared up again as she thought about the odd phone calls and late nights over the past several months, the distance between them. When she'd asked him what was wrong, Harry had brushed off her concerns, telling her she worried too much. He'd bought the sports car a few days later. Snippets of conversations, guilty looks, and times when he'd said he was playing golf, but she'd found out later his friends hadn't played with him. The montage of evasions and half-truths played out in front of her eyes. It's all gone. He waved a hand around, oblivious to the music and laughter coming from the living room, where their guests were celebrating her birthday. What do you mean all gone? There's plenty of money in the household account. I didn't want you to worry. I thought I could get it back. Make back the money. A horrible sinking sensation started in her stomach and spread through her body as the sordid details spilled out about financial transactions, fake documents, big losses, and investigations. We're dead broke. I stopped the auto draft on the mortgage quite a while ago. The house is in foreclosure, our retirement accounts are dry, and I'm being investigated. Harry reached for her hand. Even our life insurance? He nodded. She took a step away, needing the distance to think. What else? Right until this very second, Tara would have said she knew her husband better than she knew herself. But now, all she knew was he was lying, or leaving out something important. Harry lifted his head and met her gaze. She saw the moment he decided to come all the way clean. They're saying I embezzled. There's talk about insider trading. He held up his hands. It's all a big misunderstanding. Sure, I lost money, but I'm not a crook. I just needed time to cover the losses and make it all back. The sounds of the party faded away. Tara leaned against the laundry room wall, absently rubbing the wallpaper as she narrowed her eyes at him. I know there's more. Tell me the rest. Now. His shoulders slumped. The personal trainer I've been working out with, I'm going to work for her father's tech firm. It's the biggest in the state, very prestigious. Once this minor blip at work is cleared up, of course. That little girl? Mandy? Tara looked at the man she realized she didn't know at all, wondered if she'd ever known him. Since when do you care about working out and fitness? Your idea of working up a sweat is riding around the course in a golf cart, drinking beer. She squinted at him. The cologne, dyeing his hair, the makeup, getting a trendy haircut, the facials and manicures. The trendy expensive clothes. Not to mention the sports car and sudden interest in pop music. Saliva pooled in her throat as she pressed a fist to her mouth, smothering the cry as all the bits and pieces tumbled into place. I'm in love with Mandy. Tara flinched when Harry reached out for her. She's pregnant. We're having a boy. Harry went to the door, his manicured hand on the doorknob. I want a divorce so I can marry her before the baby is born. Her voice came out cold, imperious, sounding more like Harry's mother than herself. And when exactly might that be? At least he had the grace to look ashamed. She's due in 3 months. I checked with my lawyer. As long as you and I agree to terms, we can file for a simplified dissolution of marriage and have this behind us in a month tops. As if their entire life together had been some kind of passing fad? It wasn't fair men could make babies well into their 70s if they so desired. Here he was at 55, ready to be a father again. What about our children? Do they know? Harry fidgeted. He'd always let her be the bad guy while he was the fun parent. You haven't told them. He shook his head, a sheepish look on his face. Tara wasn't sure if she wanted to scream or throw something or both. Please tell everyone I have a migraine and ask them to leave. Tara, he pleaded. Do it now or they can all hear what I think of you and your mistress. How old is she anyway? She comes from an excellent family. Very wealthy. How old is she? He ducked his head. 23. The same age as Christina. Maybe our daughter is friends with your soon-to-be wife. Harry rolled his eyes. That isn't fair. Tara narrowed her eyes and pointed at the door. She held herself rigid until he left, shutting the door softly behind him. Only then did she slide down the wall, wrap her arms around her knees, and cry quietly into the sleeves of her dress. What am I going to do now? She picked up one of Harry's custom-tailored shirts from the laundry basket and blew her nose, then wiped the mascara from her cheeks, leaving dark streaks down the pale blue fabric. Let Mandy wash his clothes from now on. Chapter 2. Evan strode into Stan's office, pausing a moment to admire the view of the Space Needle from the floor-to-ceiling windows. I finished those redundancy reports you wanted. You should have them in your email. Stan was the vice president of the large food conglomerate that Evan had worked for since graduating college 9 years ago. Have a seat. He picked up the phone. Could you bring in a couple of coffees? Evan relaxed in the plush chair in the sitting area of the spacious office. When he got the promotion he'd been working so hard for the past 2 years, he'd decorate his office in deep green, navy, and maroon. Old-world elegance. Stan sat across from him, a big man who radiated power, taking command of a room as soon as he entered it. How's Emily? My wife mentioned seeing her at some charity event last week. She's good. We'll be at the dinner tonight for the golf event. Evan waited, hoping he'd find out if the promotion he'd been all but promised was still going through. Stan's assistant came in bearing a tray laden with coffee, sugar, cream, and an assortment of the cookies he knew they liked. You've got a meeting in 30. Thanks, Mitch. Stan nodded to the guy. Shut the door on your way out. Evan added a spoonful of sugar to the black coffee and took 2 of the chocolate marshmallow cookies. He wondered if Mitch kept a file on everyone to remember their preferences. Over the years, Evan had moved up the ranks, culminating with his promotion 2 years ago to director. With the merger, he hoped he'd finally get promoted to vice president. Seattle was expensive. He wanted to give Emily the best of everything, send their kids when they had them to the best schools. Things are moving fast. We'll be sending out the voluntary layoff announcement in the morning. Once those numbers come back, we can see where everyone fits. I know Phil in R&D is taking early retirement, which means a VP slot will open up. That's splendid news. Any idea on numbers at the executive levels? He knew the lower ranks would take a big hit, but he hadn't been tasked with working on the upper management numbers. If only one VP slot was available, Evan knew competition would be cutthroat. His boss pursed his lips. Between you and me, there will be significant layoffs and a flattening of levels. With this economy, there's no other choice. Stan sipped his coffee. I'll look out for you, Evan. You've been a valuable part of the team. I expect good things to come out of this merger for both of us. Evan straightened his cufflinks. I'm ready to move into a new role, take on more responsibility. They talked for another 10 minutes before Stan had to leave for a meeting. The rest of the day passed quickly. Evan couldn't wait to get home to tell Emily. He'd been working so hard for so many hours. When he finally made VP, his life would change. Work would get easier, not nearly as many hours. He ran a hand through his light brown hair. He'd have to up his golf game, learn to play racquetball. If he had his way, he'd take meetings while jogging or hiking, not playing racquetball. But at the company, you played golf and racquetball if you wanted to move into upper management. He was humming as he left for the day, not caring he had an hour-and-a-half commute to get home. From everything Stan had said and intimated, it wouldn't be long until Evan had everything he ever wanted. It was heartbreaking how quickly a life built together over 35 years could be dissolved. Tara sat back on her heels in the garden and looked at the surrounding carnage. Red spots dotted her arms and hands through the long-sleeved shirt she'd put on. Full of anger, she'd torn out the roses he'd given her for their anniversary, the ones she'd planted only days before at the far end of the pool. The thorns had pierced her anger, allowing a portion of it to drain into the soil, leaving behind sadness and bitterness. She wiped her face against her shoulder as she sat in the dirt, the sun shining down, the palm trees swaying in the breeze. The sun sparkled across the blue water of the pool. The scent of chlorine and freshly turned dirt filled the air. By the time she dusted herself off to go inside, she was stiff from sitting for so long. Inside the empty house, she poured a large glass of limeade to take upstairs. Their house had been so full of promise and possibility. A home. She looked around the empty spaces. Now it was just a house, waiting for someone else to move in and give the house new life. Instead of looking forward to traveling and reconnecting with her husband when he retired, Tara was starting over. Harry left the night of her birthday. After the guests departed, he went upstairs, packed a bag, and went rumbling off in his obnoxious sports car to the welcoming arms of his 23-year-old pregnant mistress. Afraid of what she might do, Harry told Tara he'd come back to pack the rest of his things after she moved out. The coward. He wanted Mandy to come with him, to pick and choose what she wanted of their furniture before they sold it. A vicious kick sent one of the garbage bags full of clothes flying into the wall. She'd cleaned out all the closets and dresser drawers throughout the house. What he could sell, or she thought he'd want Tara put in the formal living room, along with their wedding china. It was a turquoise pattern by Royal Albert that she could no longer look at without feeling sick. Feeling better with each kick, she kicked the remaining bags of stuff down the stairs and into the grand foyer. The china gleamed on the dark wood table. She walked around the table idly picking up a plate. A surge of anger flooded her, and before she knew what she was doing, Tara cocked her arm back and threw the plate at the wall as hard as she could. It shattered, pieces skittering across the tile floors and bouncing on the Persian rug. One plate was enough. The china was beautiful. It didn't deserve to be broken. The dishes would find a new home, maybe with a couple just starting out, or perhaps Mandy would want them. It no longer mattered. Instead of cleaning up the mess, she went room by room, gathering up any remaining bags she'd set aside for donation and piling them in the great room. She left a note saying this pile was for donation, and the stuff in the dining room was his to do with as he pleased. Exhausted, she poured the last of the limeade into her glass, and went outside to sit on the edge of the pool, feet in the water. When they met in college, Tara surprised her friends when she told them she and Harry rarely fought. Maybe that had been their problem. There wasn't enough passion for screaming, tears, and making up. Maybe this was some type of punishment for feeling a little smug all the times her friends told her about their drama-filled breakups, knowing she didn't have those problems. After the scene in the laundry room on her birthday, they didn't fight or scream. Tara didn't have the energy. Why should she when her soon-to-be ex-husband had already made his choice? Fighting was for when you thought you had a chance of winning. Quite frankly, she didn't want a man who didn't want her. So many betrayals. But the ring. That hurt cut deep. On his way out of their home, Harry had taken her hand, running his finger over the ring, and confessed. Several years ago, when he'd said he was having the ring cleaned, he'd actually sold the diamond and had it replaced with a fake. Just like their lives together. As she'd gathered up the bags, she'd looked at the photos on the walls, the furniture they'd picked out together, and decided she didn't want any of it, just like she hadn't wanted most of her clothes and linens. They represented too many reminders of a life that was based on lies. Harry admitted there had been other indiscretions over the years, told her how he'd tried to be discreet so as not to embarrass her. As if that was supposed to comfort her. If she was honest with herself, There had been times during their marriage when she'd wondered, but she'd brushed it off, thinking he'd never cheat on her. With one final splash of her feet in the water, she went into the house to grab her keys. Tara didn't even bother to change clothes before she went to the grocery to pick up a few things. Before, she'd always made sure she looked nice in case she ran into one of their friends. Now, she no longer cared. Beauty had nothing to do with holding on to a man. Just look at all the gorgeous celebrities who cheated on each other. Tara. It was the wife of one of Harry's partners. She was the man's third wife. Tara could never remember her name. She smiled weakly at the woman. Nice day today, isn't it? I was out gardening all morning. The blonde woman looked her up and down. It is. And I can see that you were. I'd think you'd let the gardener take care of that sort of thing. Her eyes turned sad, her voice filled with a mixture of pity and relief that she wasn't the one going through this mess. How are you holding up? I heard you and Harry are splitting up. Tara plastered a bright smile on her face. I'm good. Moving forward. The woman pursed her lips. Don't worry about that little snafu at the firm. Milton assured me it's all a big misunderstanding. It will all be cleared up soon. Yeah, right. Somehow Tara refrained from snorting out loud. That's good to know. No one really wanted to know how she felt. Women wanted her to be furious, angry. But all she felt inside was a great yawning emptiness. Her body felt scrubbed raw from the inside out. Adrift and lost in the ocean. When someone died, people expected you to grieve. But with this kind of ending, they wanted details. Wanted to reassure themselves their own marriages weren't in any danger. Tara had become a cautionary tale. Well, it's good to see you. You take care of yourself? I can't imagine what it must be like. Pardon? Tara didn't want to hear another word, but knew if she didn't let Miss Arm Candy finish, that she'd follow her around the store until she said whatever was on her tiny little mind. You know, if I found out my husband had been cheating on me since we were dating, I think I would have pushed him in the water and let the gators eat him. The woman leaned across her overflowing grocery cart. Milton told me how Harry fooled around on you with one of the bridesmaids at your wedding. And with that blonde bombshell secretary he had for a while. The woman looked around and lowered her voice, the anger making her sound like one of those singers with the smoky voices. Milton told me about the grocery store clerk in Seattle. Apparently she worked at the grocery store across from the hotel he liked to stay at when he went to the office there. I'll be keeping a close eye on Milton from now on, just to be safe. The woman's eyes gleamed. Take that cheating bastard for all he's worth. Tara snorted. I will. How did you take what was already gone? Allie hefted the oversized bright red tote bag onto her shoulder and leaned in the open window of the car. Thanks again for the ride. I know it was short notice. Her friend hesitated. I know you're worried about Jason, but this isn't the first time he's borrowed your car and not returned it in time for you to leave for work. He usually calls. I hope he's okay. I'm sure he'd call if there'd been an accident. Allie buttoned up the black wool coat and shivered. It was supposed to rain all day, not a good day to be without a car. Luckily Ruth worked a few blocks away and had been willing to give her a lift. The guy is using you for your car and your kind nature. I'm not going to say anything else. He's your boyfriend. Ruth smiled to ease the sting of the words. Jason is a good guy, he's just forgetful. Allie stepped back and waved. I have to run. Literally. Grateful the sidewalks were dry and she'd worn boots today, Allie ran the last 2 blocks to the office, the wind making her eyes water. The elevator was slow, stopping several times on the way up. The office was on the top floor of the high-rise. By the time she stepped off the elevator, she'd combed and pulled her dark brown hair into a bun and texted Jason. It was 9:30, she was half an hour late and the dragon lady was nowhere to be seen. Blowing out a breath, Allie detoured to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Still no response from Jason. If she didn't hear from him by lunchtime, she'd start calling his friends, then hospitals. The door swung open, and her boss, otherwise known as the Dragon Lady by everyone on the floor, sauntered in. She was in her late 40s and mean as a crocodile. "You're late. Again." "I'm sorry. My car wouldn't start." Allie dropped the lipstick in her purse and turned to leave. "My office. 5 minutes." With a sigh, Allie nodded. An hour later, security was escorting her to the lobby of the building. Allie's boss was done with her tardiness. She'd been late 10 times in the past month. The worst part? Each time was because of Jason. As if thinking about him conjured him, her phone rang. "Hey babe. I'm so sorry. The guys and I were up late working on our app, and I must have fallen asleep." She wasn't doing this here, where anyone could hear. "I thought you'd been in an accident, or something awful had happened." He laughed, actually laughed. "Not me. I'm invincible." Somehow Allie managed not to lose it right there in the lobby. "Bring my car and pick me up from work. Now." He yawned as he spoke. "I need coffee. I'll be there in an hour." "An hour? You've got to be kidding me." "Gotta shower first, babe." Her shoulders slumped. "Pick me up at the cafe across the street." She hung up without waiting for a response. At 29 years old, Allie was exhausted. Tired of jobs that went nowhere. Tired of men who couldn't or didn't want to make a relationship work, and most of all, tired of trying to get ahead. The cafe was warm. The background conversations and music washed over her as she sat at the narrow counter in front of the window watching people hurrying off to lunch appointments so they could get back to the grind. Everything in the city was a rush. Why couldn't people slow down? Maybe it was time to leave Milwaukee. Deep in thought, she didn't notice Jason until he cleared his throat. "Sorry, did you say something?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I said I was sorry." Though he sure didn't look sorry. Leaning down, he kissed her on the cheek. "Let's not fight." Too tired to argue, Allie stood, letting him help her into her coat. Without saying a word, he picked up the 2 tote bags containing her belongings. On the way home, she let him drive, half listening as he went on and on about the app he was developing with his friends. The app worked with a tiny camera that attached to a pet's collar, so the owner could see what they saw and where the pet went if they went outside. The camera was small enough to fit on a cat's collar as well, though Allie was skeptical a cat would wear the collar. All the cats her friends had growing up would have had the collar off in under a minute. When Allie was little, she and her siblings had always wanted a dog or cat, but their dad was allergic, so they'd made do with getting their fix from their friends' pets. Jason swore, hitting the steering wheel with his palms as traffic came to a standstill. "Why can't you drive your own car? You've borrowed mine 6 times in the past 2 weeks." He shifted in the seat to look at her. "Shelley needs mine. Her car broke down and she's waiting for the parts to come in." "For 2 weeks?" He ran a hand through his hair. "I'm tired from staying up late working. I don't want to fight with you." Allie pressed her lips together. "You're separated. You have been for over a year. Don't you think it's time for her to stand on her own 2 feet, instead of calling you every time she needs something? Last week you went over there to fix a leaky toilet. The week before it was something with the garage door." She shook her head. "I'm starting to wonder if she'll ever sign the divorce papers." Jason reached for her hand, but Allie snatched it away before he could touch her. When he held her hand or stroked her hair, she found it hard to say no to him. "She needs me. This has been hard on her. I was the one who left. It's going to take time for her to get over me." They pulled into the parking lot of her apartment complex. There were dirty piles of snow in the corners of the parking spots and around the walkways. Allie arched a brow. You were only married for a year. Shelley said she'll sign the papers soon. Right. She'd heard that before. You're putting her and this app ahead of me. I got fired today, thanks to you. Inside the ground floor apartment, Allie dropped the tote bags on the floor along with her coat and boots. Jason pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry, babe. It won't happen again. I'll set my alarm. I won't oversleep or be late again. Shelley will have her car soon, and then I won't have to borrow yours. He kissed her softly, then more insistently. Once I sell this app, I'll be rich. Then we can move into that condo on the Riverwalk you've been salivating over. Together. And you'll get her to sign the divorce papers? Allie didn't want to still be single when she turned 30 next year. Together, babe. Everything will work out. I promise. She'd heard that before. But maybe this time he'd really do it. Chapter 3. Not wanting the kids to be angry with him, Harry left it to Tara to tell them about the divorce. There was no rush to tell her children, the world as they knew it had irrevocably changed. A few days after he'd left, she'd considered not telling Harry about the forgotten inheritance, but after she'd slept on it, Tara told him so he couldn't accuse her of trying to hide it from him. When she told him about the cottage Aunt Frida left her, he'd scoffed and said it was such a small town the land couldn't possibly be worth much. Not to mention he hated the cold, hated the mountains, and despised small towns where everyone knew everyone else's business. She refrained from mentioning he probably didn't care for small towns because he'd run through all the available women in a matter of months, and they'd all end up finding out about each other. Tara knew it was snarky, but she figured she was entitled to a bit of snark. The cottage was in her name alone, so it was protected anyway thanks to Aunt Frida. She'd put the house in Tara's name the year before Tara married Harry, somehow sensing Tara would have need of it someday. Or at least that's what Tara chose to believe. Over the next week, she ran into friends from various committees she'd served on over the years. The people she and Harry used to call friends now only wanted to hear the sordid details of the scandal. The questions were all very polite, masked under the guise of caring, but Tara knew the truth. The women wanted to distance themselves from her. None of them had been genuine friends. They were nothing more than acquaintances. All these years, and Patty was the only one Tara could count on. People treated her differently now, talking to her as if she were a wild animal, unpredictable and likely to bite. They asked how she was holding up, pity in their eyes, but they didn't really want to know. I knocked, but when no one answered, I thought I might find you out here. Patty dropped her purse onto a table and stretched out in the chaise lounge next to Tara. I needed the sun and the breeze. The empty house feels claustrophobic. Tara turned to her friend. Don't laugh. I know the house is huge, but it feels like the walls are closing in on me. Patty rummaged in the oversized bag she carried everywhere. I'm not laughing. She slid a pair of red oversized sunglasses on her face, and this time Patty smiled. Want me to throw you a going-away/divorce party? Tara shook her head. I appreciate it, but no. I want to be left alone, so I can figure out how to pick up the pieces and move on. Most importantly, she had to figure out how she was going to make a living. Tara looked over her sunglasses at her friend. They'd spent countless hours out here by the pool, soaking up the sun, and talking about whatever was going on in their lives, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm so sick of people asking me how I am in that fake cheery voice they use with little kids and old people. Like this. Patty cleared her throat. How are you holding up? She opened her eyes wide and dramatically slapped a hand over her chest. What have you been doing with yourself? Patty rolled her eyes, getting into character. Nice weather we're having. Do you have a good lawyer? I have a real shark on retainer. I can give you his name. Patty arched a brow. Does that about sum it up? You sound just like all those women at Harry's firm. A ghost of a smile crept across her face. "Thank you for cheering me up." Patty snorted into her glass of wine. "Those vapid women are afraid your divorce is contagious." She lit a cigarette. "I know, I need to quit. I'm working on it." I didn't say anything. Who am I to judge? My life is a mess. Patty blew out a plume of smoke. "I hate that you're leaving. Have you told the kids?" Tara turned over on her stomach to get a bit of sun on the back of her legs. She hadn't been sleeping well, waking at 4:30 every morning like clockwork. Tossing and turning. How did someone dismantle a life? "I'll tell them this week. I needed time to make sure I wouldn't trash their father or break down crying." She tilted her head left and right, working out the kinks in her neck. "It's time to get on with my life. For the past few weeks I felt like I was lost, adrift in the ocean during a storm. When everyone you know is part of a couple, it's hard being half. I'm exhausted from being angry and sad. The cottage will be good for me. Somewhere I can go to be alone, to work through the loss and figure out what's next." Tara took her sunglasses off to get a bit of sun on her face, savoring the warmth. "I went by the gym to cancel my membership and ran into Ken and Barb." Tara's voice rose. Barb gripped her husband's arm. Like she was afraid I might steal her husband. Patty rolled her eyes. "You couldn't pay me to steal Ken. He has the worst breath ever. Like something died in his mouth. I don't think I've ever been close enough to notice." A small laugh escaped. "Thank you for making me laugh. I needed that. That's what friends are for, to make you laugh, and to bury the bodies under endangered plants so it's a crime to dig them up." They both laughed at the meme they'd seen on social media. Tara leaned up on her elbows to look at her friend. Patty had pulled up her shirt to get some sun on her stomach. As early as it was in the year, they both had nice tans. "It's time to find out who Tara Bedford really is." Tara Bedford. Patty dropped the cigarette into an almost empty bottle of water. "Haven't heard that name since college. Much better than Tara Singleton." Her dearest friend raised her glass. "To new beginnings." Tara clinked her glass with Patty's. "And second chances." When Christina called to wish her mom a happy birthday, the call ended in an argument, as it usually did. Her mom had to ruin a friendly chat by asking about Enrique. She tried to explain to her mom how much Enrique worked. Running a nightclub took a tremendous amount of effort. Her boyfriend of 3 months, Enrique, was determined that his nightclub would be the hot new place to see and be seen in Miami. With her honey blonde hair and blue eyes, Enrique called her his curvy Barbie. She'd asked him to hire her as a server at his club, but he said he didn't want her around all those men. So instead she worked 3 jobs: dog sitting, house sitting, and working part-time at the museum. At least she had plenty of time to work on her tan. The apartment complex where she lived had a large pool and 2 hot tubs. The residents were mostly people in their 20s, so there was always something fun happening. Everything from cocktail hours to cookouts to book clubs. With a groan, Christina sat up in bed, hot and sticky. The air conditioning had been on the fritz for the past several days. The manager ordered a replacement that was due to be installed tomorrow. She padded down the hall in a t-shirt and sleep shorts to the small kitchen for a glass of water. Unable to go back to sleep, Christina turned on her phone. It was 5 in the morning. Where was Enrique? He'd said he was coming over after work. This wasn't the first time he'd failed to show up. Her finger hovered over his name on the screen of the phone. Sometimes he got angry if she called, accusing her of checking up on him. He was 5 years older than her, so worldly and good-looking. All those scantily clad model types that showed up at the club brought out the green-eyed monster in her. With a sigh, she put the phone away. Might as well swim a few laps and then go walk the dogs. She had a new client with 3 labs, 1 chocolate, 1 black, and 1 golden. They loved to run in and out of the waves. The beach halfway between her apartment and the client's house allowed dogs on the beach. It just so happened she'd pass by Enrique's condo if she took the long way around. After she walked the dogs, she'd stop in, bring him the coffee from that little place on the corner he liked so much. Then maybe they could talk about her moving in with him. It was time for them to take the next step in their relationship. Christina wanted to keep moving forward, eventually getting married and having at least 2 kids, maybe 3. If only Enrique would sell the club to his friend and open the restaurant he'd always talked about, then she wouldn't have to worry about all those beautiful women hitting on him all the time. At the end of the week, Tara met with the lawyer. After finding out Mandy spent time in her home, her bed, and used her everyday and wedding dishes, Tara didn't want any of it. Harry's lawyer drew up the agreement quickly and quietly. They sold most of the furnishings to help with her soon-to-be ex-husband's upcoming legal troubles. Tara kept the cottage and her personal effects. Some of the artwork was valuable. They would sell the paintings at auction, along with the home where she'd raised their children, built a life. When she'd packed up her cocktail dresses to donate to the local women's shelter, Tara found a small notepad in the pocket of a long silk skirt. It was full of ideas for trips they'd planned to take once Harry retired. "Won't be taking any of those trips now. I'll be lucky if I can afford a meal out once a month." She flipped through it one last time before tossing the notepad in the trash. A week before the divorce was final, men came and repossessed her car. It was beyond humiliating. The house seemed to hold its breath, waiting for new owners as Tara sat on a folding chair, looking around the place she once thought she'd live until she died. Harry had wanted to start a family as soon as they were married. He was making good money in finance and didn't want Tara to work. Happy to be a mom, she'd gladly put her college degree away and got pregnant at 23. She snorted. The same age as Mandy. As the children grew up, Tara went from being involved with the PTA and other functions at school to serving on various committees and charities. Fat lot of good, all that volunteering was going to do her now. She'd never had a paying job. Who on earth would hire a woman in her mid-50s with no real-world job experience? Tara, wait. Patty pulled up in front of the house as Tara was dragging her meager belongings out the front door. She'd planned to have a car take her to the train station to catch the train leaving at noon. It would take several changes and a few days to get to North Carolina, but then again it wasn't like she was in a hurry. "What are you doing here? I thought you had Pilates this morning." Tara shaded her eyes as another vehicle pulled into the driveway. "Who's that?" "The kids came with me." Patty pulled her into a hug. Surprise. Happy divorce present. Her friend handed her a set of car keys. "It's 5 years old, but the SUV runs great. I had it washed and detailed yesterday. Matt got a big bonus and wants one of those electric cars, so instead of selling it or trading it in, it's all yours. A tote bag or a set of towels is a nice gift. I can't accept a car." Tara held the keys out to her friend, her vision blurring as she tried not to cry. Patty rolled her eyes. "It isn't a car, it's an SUV. Perfect for driving through the snowy mountains this winter, a cup of cocoa in the cup holder. Anyway, it's all done. You just have to sign the paperwork." Patty had super short auburn hair that showed off her high cheekbones. She was dressed for Pilates in a bright purple outfit that matched her sneakers. "This is for you as well. A little something to get settled." Tara took the envelope, saw the bills inside. "I can't. It's too much." Patty closed Tara's hands around the keys and envelope. "Nonsense. I'm your best friend, so I say you have to accept my gift." She looked into Tara's eyes. "Do you remember when we were in college, and that woman helped me pay for school after my dad lost his job? She helped me when I needed it. Let me pay it forward." Her friend hugged her again, so tight Tara could barely breathe. "One day you'll be back on your feet and in the position to help someone. That's all I ask. Well, that and I'm coming to visit. Soon as you're settled in and ready for company. Wiping tears from her face, relief flooded Tara's veins. I can never thank you enough for all this. Patty bounced up and down on the balls of her feet. Come on, let's get your SUV loaded up so you can be on your way. Patty and her sons carried Tara's belongings to the SUV. Over the years, Tara had hidden money in an old camping backpack. Harry never knew she did it. She was embarrassed to admit the compulsion to anyone. Her mother had put aside money for emergencies or little luxuries when they were growing up, otherwise there wouldn't have been money for birthdays or holidays. So from the day she'd gotten married, Tara had done the same thing. Every time she got cash from the bank or cash back at the grocery, Tara would throw a handful of cash into the backpack she had bought during a road trip out west, a year after she'd gotten married. She and Patty thought it would be fun to take a girls' trip and camp out in Sedona. Not fun at all. They lasted one night before checking into a hotel. As they were taking down the tent, two guys in their 20s had ambled by and said they were backpacking their way across the U.S., but they'd lost their tent and belongings in a storm. Tara and Patty gave them their stuff, all except the one backpack which they needed to carry their clothes to the hotel. The backpack had sat on the floor in the deepest recesses of the closet ever since. Thank goodness she had hidden the money, because Harry would have spent it on his mistress or poor investments. It wasn't until she'd stopped for the night at a hotel off the interstate that she'd realized the extent of the windfall. When Tara went to grab her travel bag, she had to move the backpack. It was heavy. Really heavy. The kids had loaded her things into the SUV, so she hadn't noticed the weight. She unzipped the bag, her mouth falling open as she took in the sight of all that cash. The door locked and curtains drawn, Tara dumped the backpack onto the bed. After she counted it all, she called Patty. I have to pay you for the car. Hello to you too. No, you don't. It's a gift. Tara told her about hiding the money. How she'd grown up loved. Her parents never talked about money, not until her dad had passed away and Tara was getting married. Then her mom had confessed how she'd been able to save extra money. She'd never told Patty, afraid her friend would judge her for being odd. So that's why I have to pay you for the car. I can easily afford to. We don't need the money. Matt makes plenty. Keep the SUV. Consider it a going-away present. Patty inhaled. Harry would have spent every cent if he'd found your stash. That money is your new beginning, don't waste any of it on me. She laughed. Now I don't have to worry about you. Call me when you get to the cottage. Once you're settled, I'm coming to visit. Patty offered to skip the trip to the Bahamas with her family and help Tara get settled in, but she wouldn't let her friend do it. She'd done too much already. You better come visit. You know how I get around strangers. Have fun on your trip. Tara's voice broke. Thank you. For standing by me, and for the car and the money. One tiny sob escaped. For everything. There was almost $200,000 in the backpack. She'd been hiding money away for over 30 years, 100 here, a few hundred there every week without fail, never checking how much, just adding to the rainy day fund. It wasn't just raining, it was pouring. Thanks to her mom's quirk, Tara would be okay. More than okay. With the cottage and the unexpected windfall, she had plenty of time to figure out what to do with her life. Time to settle in at the cottage, find a job, and in time to heal. A fresh start. Now she just had to call the kids and tell them the news. Chapter 4. The next morning, after a complimentary motel breakfast of a bagel and banana, Tara stopped at a big box store on her way out of town. A small cooler, a bag of ice, soft drinks, snacks, fruit, and easy-to-eat foods like hummus and pita bread all went into the cart. Fast food made her feel queasy. There was something about the bun on the hamburgers that made her throat close up. With the provisions stowed in the cooler, she could stop at a rest area for lunch instead of trying to find fast food that didn't smell revolting like old grease. Whenever she stopped for the night, she could go out to eat or pick up a sandwich from whatever grocery store was near the motel. The grocery around the corner from her old house had the best subs. The roast beef with pepper jack cheese, spicy mustard and horseradish was her favorite. 3 hours of driving was about all Tara could stand before she had to stop so she could get out of the vehicle and walk around. She pulled into a rest area with picnic tables, and after using the facilities, walked around the buildings to work the kinks out of her back. It was warm with the sun shining on her face as she sat at one of the picnic tables. While she ate lunch, Tara watched people coming and going, wondering if they were on vacation, or if, like her, they were traveling to a new home. A puppy with enormous feet tripped and rolled in the grass, making her smile. He was light brown with floppy ears and a quizzical look on his face as he sniffed a butterfly, barking when it flew away. Once she was back on the highway, Tara put the windows up before calling her son, Evan. "Hi, Mom. I was just finishing lunch. How's Emily? We're trying to get pregnant." The joyous news made Tara smile. "I'm so happy for you both. You know how much I'd love a grandbaby to spoil." "I know. You told us at Christmas." He laughed, and she knew he was thinking about Tara pulling out their baby books to pore over the old pictures. Patty had set up Tara's phone to connect hands-free through the SUV before she'd left for North Carolina. If she broke up the drive into 2 segments, 2.5 hours each time, and built in time to stop whenever she saw something that caught her interest, or to eat and use the facilities, Tara figured it would take her 3 or 4 days to get to Blueberry Hill. Yesterday she'd stopped to see the world's largest collection of paperclips. Stopping and getting out of the vehicle helped break up the monotony of driving on the highway. Occasionally, she took back roads to give herself a break from the interstate. Invariably, she'd find some cute shop or town, stop and meander around before finding her way back to the highway. It was nice not having to ask Harry if they could stop, or hurry through a shop knowing he was waiting. Her time was her own, and she could spend it however she pleased. The joy in Evan's voice came through the phone as he talked about what it might be like to add a baby to their family. "With the restructuring of the company, we've put off our trip to Spain. Stan assured me I'll be fine, but until the dust settles, I don't want to take any trips or make any expensive purchases, especially now that we're trying to have a baby. How was the trip to California? Did you and Dad get to see the redwoods?" Tara watched a pickup truck, the bed full of furniture, merge onto the highway. "Your father and I didn't go on our trip." She gripped the steering wheel, her knuckles turning white. "Why not? Is he sick?" Suddenly hot, she adjusted the vent so cold air would blow on her bare arms. It was warm today, so she dressed in shorts she'd made herself, a plain red t-shirt and a pair of red sandals. The leather seats were set on cool, keeping her thighs from sticking to the seats. "I didn't want to tell you while you were at work, but then I remembered you and Emily had plans almost every night this week. I'm calling your sisters next." "Mom, just tell me. Did you leave Dad? Was he cheating?" Tara sucked in a breath. "Why would you ask me such a thing?" There was silence on the other end for so long, Tara thought the call had dropped. An old friend from home was in town one weekend last year. He was out to dinner and thought he saw Dad and some woman. Said they looked awfully cozy. Evan blew out a breath. "When I asked Dad about it, he said she was a co-worker in the office here who found out her kid was really sick. He said he was consoling her. It wasn't what it looked like. Since I wasn't there and didn't know for sure, I never said anything." Evan's voice shook with anger. "I should have known he was lying. All those business trips and times you couldn't reach him. Like the time he overslept and missed his flight. We spent Easter without him." Tara ran a palm down her shirt, then did the same with the other hand. "I never knew what was going on, until recently." She took a sip of root beer. The insulated tumbler full of ice kept the drink cold all day. Your father told me at my birthday party. He what? Evan ranted about his father missing his baseball games when he was growing up, missing his sister's dance recitals. All the childhood hurts came spewing out. When he wound down, she spoke quietly, her voice full of love for her son. This is between your father and I. Never doubt the love your father has for you and your sisters. Evan snorted. If he loved us so much, he would have made more of an effort to be part of our family, instead of running off to spend time with some strange woman. He paused. Wait a minute. I know I've been busy at work, but your birthday was a month and a half ago. How come you waited so long to tell me? There was no sense lying about it. Tara wouldn't say anything ugly about her ex-husband, but she wouldn't sugarcoat the situation either. Succinctly and quickly she told him about the affair, their financial situation, how his father had made mistakes at work, the insider trading and subsequent legal troubles. There was so much to do in such a short time. I needed time to think about what to say. Your dad said he felt like he never had the chance to be wild in his 20s. Her son made a disgusted noise in the back of his throat. So he took stupid risks with other people's money at work, and then knocked up his trainer? He snickered. Maybe changing diapers is considered partying it up when you're in your mid-50s. A small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. At the end of June or early July, you'll have a half-brother. Don't hold the baby responsible for your father's choices. Tara took a breath. I'll video call you and your sisters tonight. Wait. There's more? Evan sounded like a little boy again. She remembered him running into the kitchen to tell her he'd lost the championship baseball game. He'd thought his world had ended. Tara saw a sign proclaiming the world's largest hockey stick, and deciding it was time to stop and stretch her legs, she took the exit ramp. Yes, there's more. What time will you and Emily be home tonight? Evan hummed as he checked his calendar. He always hummed when he was looking something up or concentrating. It drove his sisters crazy. We'll be home by 10. I'll call around 10:30. Tara used a palm tree background for the video call. She didn't want the kids to see the motel room and start asking questions before she told them the news. After Tara told them what she'd already shared with Evan, Christina burst into tears. My parents can't get a divorce. How could this happen? She swiped at the tears running down her face. Allie snorted. Seriously, sis? I could see being this upset if we were kids, but come on, we're adults, and they've been miserable for years. I wish I could say I was surprised, but Dad's been having a midlife crisis for a while now. What did you do, Mom? Christina usually sided with her dad. Evan and Allie exploded as the three of them argued about who was at fault. While they did, Tara poured a glass of juice and waited until they wound down. Why didn't you tell us when it happened? Allie blew her nose. I've been furious with your father, and full of sadness that he threw away the life we built. I needed time to process everything. Tara bit the inside of her cheek. I want all of you to listen to me. Your father loves you, never doubt that. Allie rolled her eyes. Maybe Christina and Mandy can hang out since they're the same age. She made a face. I'm disgusted with Dad. He's acting like a kid. I can't believe he's having a baby with a woman younger than me. Gross. Christina sat cross-legged on the floor of her apartment. A little brother. It might be fun to have a baby around. Her brother and sister groaned. Before her children started arguing with each other again, Tara took a breath and told them the rest. There's more. She saw Evan stiffen on the screen. He'd been patiently waiting to hear what else she had to tell them. I'm moving. What? Allie blinked. Evan looked curious. Away from Miami, or out of Florida. Where are you going? When? Christina howled, scrunching up her face. Tara had argued with Harry countless times over how much he spoiled their youngest daughter. She blew her nose. None of you would remember my Aunt Frida. You might, Evan, but you were only 10 when she died. Christina wiped her face, removing the mascara that had smudged under her eyes. Wasn't I really sick when I was little? Tara nodded at the screen. You almost died. Your dad and I went through a rough patch back then. He still doesn't handle sickness well. I was so overwhelmed that when Aunt Frida died, I went to the funeral and met with the lawyer before I left. But I put the papers about the house away and forgot about it. I was so worried about you, honey. Allie laughed. How do you forget about a house? Tara agreed. It sounds silly, doesn't it? Christina was in the hospital. Evan was fighting and getting into trouble at school on a weekly basis, and you ran away to your best friend's house. That's right. Emma and I hid in their pool house for 3 days. Allie smiled. Sorry, Mom. It was a long time ago. Tara looked at her children, the pain and anger written across their faces. Your dad was working 80 hours a week, traveling all over the country to find investors for the firm. I had a hard time holding everything together. By the time things returned to normal, I'd forgotten about the cottage. Evan leaned back in the chair in his home office. Moving is a big decision. Where are you thinking about moving? Life-changing. Tara nodded. It's a small town in the mountains of North Carolina. North Carolina? Christina looked horrified. Didn't we go to the mountains when I was little? Evan idly tapped a pen on a notepad. We did. To see Aunt Frida. She lived in a cottage on the lake. Her son smiled. I remember jumping off the dock into the cold water, but I can't picture her. I'm surprised you remember anything, you were so young. Are you going to sell the house? Or are you going to live in the cottage all by yourself? Evan looked concerned, as if Tara couldn't cope on her own. In some ways he was just like his father. Then again, no one was perfect, especially not her. No, I'm not selling it. I'm going to live in the cottage. Allie cleared her throat. She was curled up in a chair. Tara could see the rain-misted windows behind her daughter. North Carolina is a big change from Miami. What's the name of the town? Allie was loyal, at times to her detriment. She hoped her daughter would find a good man and settle down. Blueberry Hill. Her middle daughter smiled. What a cute name. Do they grow blueberries? Wild ones. There's a big festival every year. Christina pressed her lips together. I can't believe you're leaving me. Tara sighed. I have to. I have nowhere to live. She blew her nose. I need a fresh start. Away from your father and his soon-to-be wife. You're not angry? I'd burn all his clothes and throw his golf clubs in the pool. Allie looked like she wanted to say more. Tara made a mental note to find out what was going on with her daughter. She wondered if it had something to do with her boyfriend. He'd been separated for years from his wife and still hadn't divorced her. Of course I'm angry and hurt. Being angry isn't going to change the situation. Quite frankly, I don't want it rubbed in my face every day. They talked for a bit longer, her children catching her up on their lives. Evan was doing well. But her daughters were struggling with their jobs and their relationships. It made her heart ache for them. She told them she'd call when she got to the cottage. For the first night in weeks, Tara slept soundly. Evan hung up the phone after confronting his dad about the infidelity and divorcing his mom. How's your dad? Emily kissed him on the cheek. He acts like this is no big deal. When Emily arched a brow, Evan clarified. The work stuff. He basically stole from accounts to cover losses on other accounts. 20 million. And he's all easy breezy, it will work out fine. His wife went to the kitchen and made a cup of coffee. It was Saturday, They planned to spend the day sailing with friends, then going out to dinner. Dad is going to work for Mandy's father. He owns some kind of tech firm, doesn't seem to care what Dad did, or maybe he wants to make sure he can support Mandy. He shook his head. He's the same age as her father. When I pointed it out, he laughed. Said age was just a number. Evan huffed out a breath. He said Mom was frumpy and boring. Your mom? She's one of the most vibrant women I know. His wife seemed distracted this morning, going to the cabinet and opening it, then closing it without getting anything out. I offered to help Mom, but she said she had some money put away that Dad didn't know about. He ran a hand through his hair, his ring caught on a knot, and he winced. You're not drinking your coffee. Evan took a sip of the dark brew. Nope. I think I'll give up caffeine for a while. His brows rose. You? I think you have coffee in place of blood. Be right back. Evan nodded, lost in thought, worried about his mom. She'd put on a brave face, but he could see she was hurting. Moving to a new place, and starting over without knowing anyone, had to be hard. One of his friends said his dad had done something similar, and ended up moving back. He'd said it was too difficult to start over at his age. He'd rather see his ex-wife with her new husband than try to meet new people and learn a new city. A pastel bag landed on the table in front of Evan. He eyed the bag, hoping they weren't on the hook for one of those couples' baby showers. Aren't we going sailing today? This looks like one of those baby gift bags. Eyes shining, she took his hand, placed it gently on her flat stomach and grinned. We're having a baby. Evan looked up at his wife in wonder. We're having a baby. He slid off the chair, wrapping his arms around his wife, kissing her stomach. Hey, little one. Emily laughed. I'm 2 weeks late. The test was positive. I've got an appointment scheduled this week. He stood and swept his wife up into his arms. This is the best news in the entire world. She wrapped her arms around his neck. No telling anyone yet. Not even our parents. Emily shook her head. No. Not after what happened last time. The doctor said these things happen. This time everything will be fine. He kissed her cheek. Still. Remember my friend Brenda? She lost her baby a few weeks after they'd told everyone. She hugged him tight. I want to wait until the first trimester. Then we'll tell everyone the news. She touched his cheek, her fingers soft against his stubble. You'll just have to keep the secret. For 3 months? That's a lifetime. Evan brushed his lips across hers. Joy filled his heart at the thought of his child. Emily would be a great mom, and he would never miss a game. By the time the baby arrived, Evan would be a VP and life would be smooth sailing. Let's cancel our day of sailing and go look at baby stuff. She shook her head. It's too early. Come on. It will be fun. You love to decorate? Emily tapped her lip. Fine. You win. Then she blinked innocently at him. I might have saved a few ideas on my phone. They were going to be parents. Everything would change. Chapter 5. 3 solid days of wallowing. If she spent one more day doing nothing, Allie was convinced she might never leave the house again. It was time to stop worrying about yet another job lost. It was early, barely 7, the perfect time for a jog. A long, hard run would clear her head so she could get on with finding a new job. At the last moment, she decided to switch up her normal route and run by the Riverwalk on her way home. The air smelled of coffee, and that particular smell the water emitted, a mix of fish and fertilizer. If you weren't a local, it was hard to describe the scent, but Allie liked the pungent smell. This time her job search would be different. Only a job that made her want to jump out of bed in the morning would be acceptable. Most of her friends hated their jobs, agreeing it was perfectly normal to hate what they did for a living. Allie vehemently disagreed. Why couldn't she find a job she actually liked? It was ridiculous to spend so much of your life doing something you despised or were ambivalent about. After her run, she'd take a long hot shower, then work on her resume. Once she figured out what she wanted to do with her life, she could tailor the resume to the jobs she was applying for. Something to do with plants and flowers would be her dream job. Jason was always complaining about the number of plants scattered around her apartment and out on the patio. There were orchids and fiddle-leaf figs in the bathroom, a vast variety of plants in the living room, including a lemon and a lime tree she'd positioned in front of the sliding glass door to the patio. She had a planter full of tiny succulents in the kitchen and a rubber tree plant in the bedroom. There were pots of miniature roses scattered throughout the apartment. In the spring, she kept pots of hyacinth and other bulbs on the tables and windowsills. Someday she'd have an enormous yard where she could garden and plant every type of flower she'd ever wanted. Perhaps she could find work at a nursery or florist here in town. When she turned onto the street that would take her back to the apartment, Allie stumbled. The man coming out of the diner looked an awful lot like Jason. She jogged in place on the corner, watching the couple, wondering if Jason's brother was in town for the week. The woman laughed at something the man said, leaned in and kissed him, one foot raised straight out of a rom-com movie. When the guy turned to face the street, Allie stopped, frozen in place, her mouth hanging open. There was no mistake. Jason was kissing his supposed estranged wife. Not only were they kissing, but they were having breakfast early in the morning on a weekday, when she knew they lived an hour away from each other. As she stared, a ringing noise filled her ears, drowning out the traffic whizzing down the busy street. Oblivious to her presence, Jason opened the car door for his wife, kissing her passionately before he went around to the driver's side door, climbed in and roared off into traffic. Guess the parts had come in for Shelley's car. A sound bubbled up, something between a snort and a sob. Please no. She had to hold it together until she was safely inside her apartment. A businessman on the corner shot her a wary glance, then moved several steps away. Guess Jason wasn't getting divorced after all. Christina spent her day off at the beach playing volleyball, soaking up the sun and swimming in the ocean. When she arrived home, 5 enormous bouquets of flowers made a semicircle in front of the door to her apartment. They were all from Enrique. There was a voicemail on her phone from him apologizing for not showing up the other night. He said the meeting with a potential partner had gone through the night. Exhausted, he'd gone straight home to bed. He ended the message by inviting her to dinner later that week at the hot new restaurant everyone was talking about, promising to make things up to her. The flowers smelled wonderful. She placed a bouquet in each room, singing to herself as she went from room to room. Every couple had ups and downs. He would get through this busy time at the club, then things would go back to normal. When she drove over to see her dad, she was in a great mood. Well, until Mandy answered the door. The house Christina had grown up in was in foreclosure with the bank, so her dad had moved in with the woman he planned to marry. It was her mom's fault for not paying the mortgage. Her dad said her mom hadn't kept up with the bills, and by the time he found out it was too late. Her mom said it was her dad that hadn't paid the bills. It was all so confusing. Why couldn't everything go back to normal? Your dad's out by the pool. Mandy led the way, needle-thin heels clicking across the marble floors. She wore a gold bikini with a hot pink cover-up. The cover-up was open, so Christina could see the baby bump. For the rest of the afternoon, Christina did her best to get to know Mandy. They had the same taste in clothes, music, and movies, but absolutely not in men because that would be disgusting. Her mom left Miami without a backward glance, all for some tiny town in the middle of nowhere. Why couldn't her mom at least try to be civil to everyone? No, her mom didn't care about anyone but herself, and she certainly didn't care how Christina felt about the whole rotten situation. Mandy would be a fun stepmom, unlike some stepmothers her friends had to deal with. Since her dad moved in with Mandy, he seemed happier than she'd seen him in a long time. When she walked through the patio doors, her dad was relaxing in the water, a drink on the ledge of the pool. After dinner, Christina left her dad's and went home to shower and change clothes before meeting up with Enrique at his club. He'd invited her to spend the evening in the VIP area with his friends. It was a perfect night filled with dancing, laughter, and the man she was crazy about by her side. By the time she saw the sign for Boone, Tara knew she was getting closer to Blueberry Hill. One more hour and she'd be there, in her new home. As she wound through the mountains and narrow roads, she gripped the steering wheel tighter and tighter. What if there weren't any grocery stores? Or a hospital? When a half hour passed and she hadn't seen a single town, Tara was ready to give up and turn back. Call the lawyer, tell him to sell the cottage sight unseen, and she'd go find a nice crowded city. She'd never been brave. No, Tara had gone straight from graduating college with her master's degree to living with Harry, to getting married and having kids. This move was hands down the scariest thing she'd ever done. What had she been thinking, to move to a town where she didn't know a soul? Oh right, that she would have a house free and clear. It had been so long since she'd spent time at the lake, no one from the past would remember her or care who she was. Tara was utterly alone, starting over, when she should have been on a safari or wandering through ancient ruins. By the time she spotted the turnoff for Blueberry Hill, she was at least an hour from any semblance of civilization. If she hadn't had satellite radio in the SUV, Tara would have been stuck listening to country songs about going home again. But the songs were wrong. You couldn't go home again, not when there was nothing to go home to. Whether or not you wanted to, was a whole different story. As she came around a narrow curve, she unclenched her hands one at a time, shaking each one to get the feeling back in her fingers. By the time she'd driven into town, she'd finally relaxed. Blueberry Hill was quaint, like something out of a magazine or one of those towns featured on one of those travel shows. Of course, the main road into town was named Main Street. The shops looked like something out of a Christmas movie, all cute names, pretty muted colors, and flowers blooming in pots outside the shops and along the street. The parking spots were all angled. There were wide sidewalks and plenty of benches to encourage dawdling, or serve as a spot for weary husbands to rest while their wives shopped. There was only one stoplight. While she waited for the light to turn green, she looked to her left and right, spotting a post office, a community center, and a few other shops. On the corner was a florist called Sweet Magnolia. A riot of color in the window made her long to dig in the dirt, plant thousands of bulbs, a garden in bloom for every season. The light turned green, and she passed Hear Me Out. She could see retro pink chairs through the plate glass window. Next to the hair salon was the lonely pen bookstore. The eye-catching window was full of the latest bestsellers, along with an assortment of paper and planner supplies. She couldn't wait to wander up and down the aisles. The street jogged right around a large square containing a park, the courthouse, fire and police departments. There was the lawyer's office, right next to the courthouse. The buildings were made of light-colored stone with ornate columns, reminding her of the buildings in Washington, D.C. The week before she left Miami, Tara called the law office listed on the paperwork for the cottage. The man who answered had taken over the firm from his grandfather. He needed a bit of time to look over the paperwork and familiarize himself with the details, but assured her he'd make sure the power was on by the time she arrived. Not sure what she'd done with the keys after all this time, the lawyer said not to worry, he'd have another set made. When she got on the road this morning, she'd called to let his office know she'd be arriving around lunchtime. Her stomach growled as she pulled into one of the visitor spots in front of the law office. There were barrels out front overflowing with flowers and what looked like kale, Swiss chard, and other dark leafy greens. The old wood floors creaked underfoot as she walked through the front door into the office. While she waited for the lawyer, she looked around at the old wood furniture and muted colors. The office looked like it hadn't changed in 50 years. As she was people watching through the plate glass window, Tara jumped. Was that a goat? Wearing a tutu? She peered out the window again in time to see the goat stop at one planter to eat what she now knew was kale. A low chuckle made her jump. I see you've met Bertha. The man was dressed in casual slacks and a knit shirt. He was tall with kind eyes. Bertha. The goat. She belongs to Mary over at Spilled Milk. It's the local grocery store. He held out a hand. Jameson Harris. We spoke on the phone. Tara Bedford. How did you know it was me? She shook his hand, the tension draining out of her as his calm demeanor put her at ease. I know everyone else coming in today. She looked out the window one last time to see Bertha, ambling over to the park. Right. Small towns. Welcome to Blueberry Hill. Can I get you something to drink? She followed him down a carpeted hallway to his office. The drugstore has an old soda fountain and grill. They make the best orangeade and limeade around. I'd love a limeade. She vaguely remembered the icy cold drinks from when she visited her aunt. Please have a seat. He led her to one of the chintz-covered chairs, instead of the chair in front of his desk. I'll let Sue know. Be right back. He left, giving her time to get settled. She took the manila folder containing her notes out of the bag. When he returned, Jameson sat in the chair across from her. There was a file folder on the wood coffee table. Let's see. He picked up the folder, flipping through it. The power is on, and here we go. He handed her a set of keys. You said you didn't want the place cleaned before you arrived, but I have to say it's probably covered in a foot of dust by now. Tara dropped the keys in her bag. Cleaning the cottage will give me something to do after driving for what felt like forever, but was actually only 4 days. He told her about his grandfather, how he'd been the lawyer for her aunt for years and years. Talked about how he'd gone to law school, then came straight back to work with his grandfather, couldn't imagine living anywhere else. In turn, Tara told him she was from Miami, had 3 kids, and was looking forward to a change of scenery. Here you go. 2 limeades. Sue brought the cups in, handing one to Tara, then to Jameson. Do you need anything else? That will be all. Jameson took a long drink. You can leave the door open. Tara sipped the tart drink. That hits the spot. Best limeade in town. They talked for a while longer. Jameson told her there was a doctor in town who made house calls, and was affiliated with the hospital in Boone. There was a dentist and an eye doctor, both on Rabbit Hill Road, the cross street she'd noticed at the stoplight. Most of the old cottages on the lake sold years ago, torn down to make way for huge vacation homes. Some owners like to come and watch the leaves change color in the fall. They usually spend a few weeks during summer on vacation. Other owners built large homes to use as rental properties. Your cottage is in a prime location. You can see the waterfall across the lake. Tara looked down at her notes. You said it was on 8 acres. He nodded. Your aunt bought the empty lots on either side of her a long time ago. You could sell the lots or keep them as is. If you would have talked about selling yesterday, I think I would have jumped at the chance. Tara looked out the window at the mountains in the distance. But now. He finished his limeade, tossing the empty cup into the trash. She turned back to face him. I'm not saying I won't want to sell later. But for now, I'd like to get a feel for the place. Jameson leaned back in the chair. The cottage has good bones, and the view will make you forget time, it's so peaceful on the lake. He grinned. I have a feeling you're going to like it here in our little town. Tara hoped he was right. Allie would have a great time wandering in and out of the shops. Once she'd cleaned the cottage and had settled in for a week or two, Tara would invite all the kids for Memorial Weekend. Jameson stood. Tell Mary over at Spilled Milk I sent you. She'll give you a few essentials on the house. Think of it as a welcome to town thing. Thanks. I think I'll try that cafe, lettuce eat that you recommended, then pick up a few groceries. Tara put the papers in her bag. Today is Tuesday, so the special is spinach salad with bacon and strawberry cheesecake for dessert. I recommend both. He walked her down the hall to the door. "Thank you for everything." Jameson nodded. "If you need anything, call me or ask anyone in town." She walked to the cute cafe with the lettuce theme. There were paper placemats with facts about lettuce printed on them, and framed watercolors of various types of lettuce on the walls. Since it was a pretty day, Tara sat outside in the sun. The goat was nowhere to be seen. The food was delicious. She took a copy of the menu with the weekly specials listed, so she'd know what days to come back. The server told her the specials changed with the seasons. It was a short drive to Spilled Milk. There was a hardware store next door that seemed to carry a bit of everything. When she went into the grocery store, Tara was pleasantly surprised at the selection. A woman called out from somewhere deep in the store. "I'm in the back, just call out if you need anything." There was plenty of natural light coming from the plate glass window. They painted the name of the store on the glass in blue. There was a carton of milk on its side next to the name, the puddle of spilled milk dripping down the glass. There were small carts in blue that matched the lettering of the store name, all lined up at the front door. Tara leisurely walked up and down the aisles, deciding she'd pick up enough groceries to last a week so she could focus on cleaning the cottage from top to bottom. "Looks like you're planning an epic cleaning spree." A woman with bright red hair stood in the aisle. "I'm Mary, I own the place. Your shorts are really cute." "Thanks, I made them." Tara put an enormous bottle of cleaner in the cart. The cart had 2 baskets, so she put groceries in the top of the cart and cleaning supplies in the bottom. "I saw your goat in the park." Mary laughed. "Bertha likes to wander around Main Street, but she doesn't go too far. Thinks she's a dog." She grinned. "She'll come when you call her." The tutu made me laugh. All Tara had left on her list were vegetables and the purple cleaner she liked. It was Bertha's idea. She pulled the tutu out of a box of stuff I was donating. Now she wears it almost every day. Mary walked with her to the produce display. When Tara had picked out everything she wanted, she turned to Mary. "I saw you had the blue Fabuloso cleaner. Do you have the purple?" "I'm out. The lavender is the best scent." Mary looked up from ringing up Tara's groceries. "Milt should have it. He owns the hardware store next door." "Thanks. I love that stuff. The house smells so good for several days afterwards." "It does. I should order more and skip the blue. The blue one smells synthetic and doesn't last as long." While she finished bagging the groceries, Tara told her she was new to town. "I heard Frida's niece was coming back." Mary put the last bag in the cart. "The fruit and vegetables are on me. A welcome to town gift. If you need anything else, let me know." Tara loaded up the SUV before going into the hardware store. It was an old-fashioned store with glass bottles of soda on ice near the register. They sold a mix of items, even bait and tackle. Not that she'd planned on going fishing anytime soon. Worms or cute little baitfish on hooks? No way. To be on the safe side, Tara bought all 4 bottles of the purple cleaner. From the way Mary and Milt reacted, Tara was a little worried at what she might find at the cottage. Living in a small town had its advantages. Her electricity was on as promised. The cable and internet too, and she didn't have to make a single call. Jameson assured her not to worry, she'd get a bill in the mail. They'd simply transferred Frida's accounts to her, as the old accounts were still in the system. The cottage was on a well, so Tara wouldn't have to worry about a water bill. That was a pleasant change from Miami. The cottage was grandfathered in, allowed to use the water from the lake for her property, while the new homes were on a community well and not allowed to use the lake water to water their plants or grass. The lawyer explained Frida left behind a small trust along with the cottage. It was enough for someone to cut the grass and shovel the snow. Since they shut the house up, no one had been in to clean. At least Jameson had sent someone to check out the plumbing and electrical, make sure it was all functioning, and to check the roof and heating system. Windows rolled down as she drove. Tara smelled the trees and water before she saw the lake. As she drove closer, she caught glimpses of sunlight sparkling on dark water. Following directions from the lawyer, he'd said the Maps app would only get her to the first turnoff. She turned right on Sugar Creek Lane, following it to the end. There it was. For a moment, Tara saw the house as it was when she was a child. Then she blinked, and beheld the sad-looking worn cottage in front of her. Unloved was the word that came to mind. The property was comprised of woods and meadows. There was a large lawn, and what she thought might have been gardens a long time ago. A memory of flowers and fresh vegetables flitted through her mind. The view made her stop and stare. Oh, it was breathtaking, and it was all hers. Fluffy white clouds floated across a deep blue sky. The scent of honeysuckle filled the air, mixing with the smell of the lake, and in the distance she could hear the waterfall. Tara was happy the dock was still standing. At the end of the dock were 2 chairs, the perfect spot to watch the sunset. Hands on her hips, she surveyed her home. If the outside was any indication of what she might find on the inside, Tara had her work cut out for her. Chapter 6. So much for a productive day. Allie spent the rest of the morning and early afternoon doing nothing more taxing than taking a shower. Dressed in a pair of leggings and a t-shirt, she packed up the few items Jason had left at her place. The 2 tote bags she used were freebies she'd gotten at a prior job. Not wanting him to see them until she was ready, Allie stuffed them in the coat closet. He'd called an hour ago, acting like everything was normal, asking her to have dinner with him. Instead of screaming at him over the phone the moment she heard his voice, Allie asked him to meet at her place. Unsure of what she was in the mood to eat, she told him they could decide when he arrived, maybe walk to one of the places in the neighborhood. The question was whether to dress up or stay as she was. On one hand, dressing up and looking her best would be the last image he had of her, but on the other hand, it made her look like she cared what he thought. Nope. Allie decided not only was she staying in her leggings and t-shirt, she wasn't going to bother to apply a single stitch of makeup either. Thanks to the recent sunny days, she had the beginnings of a nice tan. Everyone had perceived flaws. She thought she knew her own physical flaws as well as her best feature, her thick, shiny hair. Friends, co-workers, and even strangers frequently complimented her on her hair, so that would be her one concession to vanity, to leave her hair down. The knock at the door came as she was finishing up putting the dishes in the dishwasher. Allie took her time rinsing off the last plate and cup, then put them in the dishwasher. Then and only then did she dry her hands and walk slowly across the carpet to answer the door. Jason spluttered, his face red. "What took you so long? I've been waiting for 10 minutes. Didn't you hear me knocking? The water was running. Guess I didn't hear you. Come on in." Talk about a guilty conscience. She tried not to smirk at the enormous bouquet of flowers in red, white, and pink that he handed her as if presenting her with a priceless gift. When he leaned in to kiss her, Allie turned and leaned in to inhale the scent of the flowers. "I'll just put these in some water." Clearly off balance, Jason followed her into the kitchen. "I thought we were going out to dinner." He looked her up and down. "Is that what you're wearing? You look like you're ready to go for a run, or sit on the couch and binge-watch TV." Allie sauntered over to the hall closet, pulled out both tote bags and dropped them on the floor by the door. "What's this?" Jason rubbed his palms up and down his tan pants, leaving dark streaks. "What do you think it is?" She perched on the arm of the sofa. "Where were you this morning?" Fear flashed across his face before he recovered. "At work. I know you're unemployed and might have lost track of the days, but in case you've forgotten, it's a weekday. I saw you." He blinked, his throat moving up and down. "What?" "At the diner. Guess the parts came in for your wife's car." "Oh right. They did. I met Shelley to get my car back from her." He shifted from foot to foot. It's been a long day. I'm tired and hungry. Are we going out to eat or not? Allie crossed her arms. You kissed her. Jason licked his lips, a habit that annoyed Allie to no end. It was his tell. The liar. You're mistaken. It was a goodbye peck, totally platonic. She let out a sigh, hoping the old adage of bad things coming in threes was wrong. I'm done. She pointed to the tote bags. Take your stuff and get out of my life. Thank goodness she'd never given him a key to her place. Something had always held her back, a sixth sense of some sort. Too bad it didn't warn her about him. Or maybe it did, and she'd ignored it. Wouldn't be the first time. But it would be the last. You've been using me. Taking advantage of my loyalty and trust. She stalked to the door, purposely standing in his personal space, knowing how much he hated when people did that. You're a liar. You aren't getting divorced. Allie rolled her eyes. Does she even know you've been seeing me all this time? He had the nerve to sneer at her. I know you want the money I'm going to get when I sell my app. I bet you got fired on purpose, so I'd have to support you. Oh please. She snorted. You haven't even finished the app, probably never will, like everything else you start but never complete. Allie reached past him and opened the door. Rather like the whole, I'm getting divorced, just have to sign the papers, am I right? He had to move, or let the door hit him in the back. He moved. I don't care about your money. I'm done. She'd finally accepted he wasn't going to divorce his wife. Whatever they had going on, she didn't want any part of it. Get out. Allie stood strong, hands on her hips. He grabbed the bags. You'll regret this. Who else would want an unemployed loser? You're 29 and can't hold a job. If you weren't so hot, I would have dumped you a long time ago. Whatever. It's clear you're waiting around, hoping Shelley will take you back. She closed the door partway. Go find someone else to pass time with until you and your wife decide what you want. I don't care. Allie slammed the door. It was so much more gratifying to hear the slam of a door than to punch a button on her phone. The white cottage with the faded red roof had good bones. The memories were slowly coming back. It was a Sears kit house called the Winona. Tara wondered how many were still standing. Her foot went through a rotten board on the porch, almost sending her sprawling. She caught herself before she fell flat on her face, instead landing on her side. When she rolled over to get up, she caught sight of the tongue-in-groove ceiling on the porch. Her aunt had painted it light blue, the color faded in spots. Coughing from the cloud of dust she'd stirred up, she unlocked the craftsman-style front door and stepped inside her new home. Dust motes floated in the dim light. Footprints in the dust must have been from where the service people had walked across the old wood floors. The front door opened into the living room. Tara walked through the arched opening, through the dining room, and into the kitchen where she checked to make sure the refrigerator was working. The appliances made her cringe. They were ancient and would need to be replaced. She opened all the windows on her way to the SUV to bring in the groceries. The house had originally been laid out with 6 rooms, a bathroom, and a full walk-up attic. On the right side of the house were the 3 bedrooms and bathroom, on the left the kitchen and dining room. One of the solid wood doors opened to a set of stairs leading to the attic. Coughing as she went up the stairs, it surprised Tara that the space was only a quarter full. Her aunt must have cleaned it out at some point. She pulled dust cloths off the furniture, pleased to see a few pieces that might work downstairs. The space would make a fabulous bedroom or a craft room once it was finished. The dust cloths covering the furniture went into the washer. She could repurpose them after they'd been washed and dried. By the time she brought in the rest of her belongings, cleaned the back bedroom and the bathroom, set up the air mattress and made the bed, Tara was exhausted and hungry. A glass of wine, and the other half of the spinach and bacon salad would do for dinner. Tara found an old tarnished silver tray behind the sofa that she could use to carry everything down to the dock. One chair served as a table for her dinner. Tara added 2 tables to the long list of things she needed for the house. She raised her glass to the water. "I don't know how you knew, but thank you, Aunt Frida." Her aunt's remains were sprinkled in the lake, the place her aunt said always spoke to her when she needed it most. There was a letter from her aunt, tucked in between the pages of a Gothic romance she'd found randomly placed on the bookcase. In the letter, her aunt said she'd made all the arrangements for the funeral, right down to the request to be cremated, her ashes forever remaining a part of the lake. Aunt Frida had cancer. The doctor had guesstimated 6 months, so she had plenty of time to put her wishes into motion. Tara reread the letter, telling her how much her aunt loved her and missed Tara's mom. That the cottage had been a place of refuge, bringing her peace when she needed it most. Perhaps it would be a place where Tara could reflect on her own life, figuring out what would come next. After she carried the tray with the empty dishes back to the cottage, Tara grabbed her phone and went back to the dock to watch the sunset. It was peaceful. From where she sat, she could see a few houses in the distance and the waterfall at the far end of the lake. People could swim in the lake or fish, but no jet skis or water skiing. The house to the right of her was a creation of wood and glass, a modern house that seamlessly melded into the landscape. It didn't seem like anyone was staying there, so maybe it was one of the houses that the owners only showed up at a few times a year. The house on the left was a rental. Thanks to the trees, Tara could only see their dock from her house. From where she was sitting, she could look back and see the enormous house. Beach towels fluttered from the back porch railings, and she could see people moving around inside as every light in the house blazing. There weren't any curtains. She added another item to the list on her phone. Make curtains. The thought of people looking in the windows made her shudder. Tara valued her privacy, wanted to close the curtains at night. In the winter they would help keep the house warm. The drop cloths from the furniture would work. They were neutral and wide enough, though she'd need some sort of trim. When she went into town next time, she'd look for a fabric store to buy blackout fabric to back the curtains she'd planned to make for the bedrooms. The phone buzzed in her hand. "Patty. How was the trip?" "It was fabulous." Her friend sounded relaxed as she told her about everything they'd seen and done, but how she'd mostly relaxed on the beach in the Bahamas. They talked about the cottage, and how it felt like Tara was excavating the sands of the Sahara with all the dust and grime. "I miss your laugh." Tara missed her friend more than she thought she would. "I wish we were closer, but I have news." Patty paused, waiting for Tara to ask. "Tell me." "Matt has to go to California for some conference in November. He wants to spend Thanksgiving with his sister since they rarely see each other." The sound of a lighter flicking made Tara frown. Patty had quit smoking 5 years ago, but she'd recently started again. At first Tara thought it was the stress, but now she wondered if there was something else going on. "I told him to enjoy seeing his sister. The boys are going skiing with friends, so I'm free." She paused. "So I'm coming to stay with you." Tara wanted to jump out of the chair. "I can't wait to see you." She snorted. "At least by then I'll have the cottage updated and ready." They talked for a while longer. Patty filled her in on the boys, telling her about them going away to college in the fall. They wanted to live on campus instead of an apartment, which made it easier to buy what they needed. "I know they won't starve since there are plenty of dining options on campus, but I'm afraid they'll end up wearing dirty clothes." Tara laughed. "They'll figure out how to do their own laundry." "They want me to sign up for the cleaning and laundry service." Patty snorted through the phone. "I told them it would be good for them to clean and do their own laundry." She sighed. "Of course Matt disagrees. He wants them focused on their studies." Talking to her friend always lifted Tara's spirits. She sat in the chair on the dock until the sunset faded to an inky black sky. Christina couldn't believe it. After all the effort and time she'd put in, Enrique broke up with her in public where she couldn't make a scene. She sat in a corner of the cafe, forcing herself to finish her meal. When he'd invited her to lunch, she thought he was going to ask her to move in with him. He never woke up before noon, so when he did, it was for something special. She cleared her throat. Oh, it was special, all right. The cafe, with its brightly colored awnings and metal outdoor tables, was her favorite place to eat. That jerk knew it, and now it was ruined forevermore. Every time she passed by the place, she'd remember how he'd lowered his voice, telling her she was too needy and moody. That she was too jealous of the women that came to the club. It didn't matter that she'd seen the social media posts with Enrique tagged, his arm around a model or two, looking much too cozy. He'd waited until the server brought their lunch before delivering the shattering blow, knowing she wouldn't dare make a scene at her favorite place. Christina pushed the empty plate away. No way was she letting her favorite Cuban sandwich go to waste. By the time dessert arrived, he'd told her how he was too focused on his career to make time for a relationship. But if she wanted to date him with no strings attached, he was up for that. What an ass. He wanted to date her, and all the beautiful women who passed him their numbers every night at the club. Excuse me. She flagged down her server. Could I please get an order of the arroz con leche? It was her favorite comfort food when she was down. The server leaned down, a kind smile on his face. Your man said whatever you wanted. He's paying. He winked. How about an entire dulce de leche cheesecake to go? The guy, who was about her age, grinned. And a pitcher of mojitos? Christina wiped her eyes, a small smile on her face. Sounds perfect. Thank you. While she waited, she texted her dad to say she was stopping by with drinks and dessert. It was Mandy who responded on her dad's phone. Great. I've been craving something sweet. When the server came back with her to-go bag, he handed her a piece of paper. Don't cry one more tear over him, beautiful. If you want someone to get over him with, I'm your guy. We'd have lots of fun. He was very good looking, but she couldn't. Not anymore. I'm really flattered, but I think I need some me time. He flashed her a smile, tapping the piece of paper with a finger. If you change your mind, just call. Christina drove to her dad's, replaying the breakup over and over in her head. He and Mandy were out by the pool. Her dad was sitting in the shade reading the newspaper while Mandy sunned herself. Her stomach looked like she'd eaten a basketball. But from the back, Christina couldn't even tell she was pregnant. Is that from Café Libre? Christina held up the bag. Cheesecake and mojitos. The server made 2 without the alcohol for you. You are an angel. Mandy jumped up, the bright yellow bikini showing off her tan. Want to go for a swim after dessert? Christina looked down at her coral sundress. I didn't bring a suit. She helped Mandy unpack the dessert while her dad went inside to grab plates, cups, and utensils. You can borrow one of mine. I have a whole drawer of bikinis. Thanks. It should be weird that she and her soon-to-be stepmother wore the same size bikini, shouldn't it? They sat in the shade, eating dessert and drinking. When they'd finished, Christina took the dishes inside and put them in the dishwasher before changing into one of Mandy's swimsuits. On her way through the kitchen, she caught sight of airline tickets and a cruise brochure on the kitchen island. Curious, she picked up the brochure. They were going on a cruise of the Greek islands, even taking the baby with them. It must be for their honeymoon after Mandy had the baby. She had wanted to wait to get married, so she'd look great in her dress. Mandy was due at the end of June, the tickets dated the 10th of September, and it was all first class. From the first-class airline tickets to the suite on the small cruise ship. Maybe she could go with them and be the nanny. Later that afternoon, Christina changed back into her sundress and went to say goodbye to her dad and soon-to-be stepmom. Her dad was in the living room. Mandy is taking a nap. Sit down a minute, sweetie. She sat on the white sofa across from her dad. We love seeing you, but we're going to have a baby around soon and you can't just drop by. Her shoulders slumped. I'm sorry. I did text first. Mandy is too nice to say no. We're getting married the end of August, and then I'm taking her to Greece for our honeymoon. Her dad smiled, showing off noticeably whiter teeth. When we get back, we'll be busy with the baby, with starting a life together. It's a second chance for me. Can you understand? The blood drained from her face, making her shiver. It was icy cold in the house. What are you saying, Dad? He stood, signaling their conversation was over. I think it's best if I call you when we're ready for company. He gave her a hug. I know how busy you are with your side hustles and that boyfriend of yours. She stepped back, not sure she recognized the man she'd called Dad her entire life. Bye, Dad. Christina left, driving home on autopilot. He wanted to start over, and what? Pretend he didn't already have kids or something? Growing up, she'd always been closer to her dad. But now, Christina thought maybe she understood a little of what her mom must be going through. The crushing pain of being unwanted and pushed aside. She and her mom had always had a difficult relationship. Her dad was the one who let her do whatever she wanted. The thought crossed her mind that instead of the friend her dad had been all these years, what she'd really needed was a parent. Later that night, Christina took a deep breath and called her mom. Did I wake you? Not at all. I took a long hot shower and was just getting ready for bed. The sound of her mom's voice made her want to cry, to have her soothe the hurts, but she took a deep breath, not ready to talk about how she was feeling about her dad just yet. You already found a bed? No, it's an air mattress. I found a beautiful sleigh bed up in the attic. It's dirty, but with a little oil soap and water it should look new. Once I clean this place up, I'll go into town and buy a mattress. They talked a little about the cottage. Her mom had her work cut out for her. Christina was glad she wasn't there, she hated cleaning. Did you know Mandy has Dad all interested in genealogy? Christina cleared her throat. They're doing one of those DNA tests you mail in to the company. She could hear her mom in the kitchen, getting a glass of water. She always took a glass of water to bed, in case she woke up thirsty in the night. I think your sister did one of those a while back. Remember that history professor she dated? He gave her one of those tests for her birthday. Her mom laughed, the sound like a towel warm from the dryer around Christina's shoulders. I knew things wouldn't last long after that. Your sister has no interest in the past. Chapter 7. Tara dragged the tables she'd uncovered in one of the bedrooms down to the dock. They were heavy enough they shouldn't blow away. This way she could eat her breakfast out on the dock. Both tables matched the chairs, though they were still navy, not faded to a grayish blue like the chairs. Once she finished cleaning and painting the furniture on the screened-in porch and the patio furniture, she planned to eat most of her meals outside. When it turned cold, she'd buy a heater to extend the time she could spend out on the porch. The heater, along with several cozy throws, would be perfect for wrapping up and watching the snow fall. Tara hadn't seen snow since she was a teenager. Her ex-husband hated pancakes, said it was like eating a plate full of sugar for breakfast. Each to their own. Tara took another bite. The fluffy pancakes were delicious with the fresh strawberries she'd purchased in town. Mary from Spilled Milk told Tara about the farmer's market in the park square every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. While she hadn't planned to go into town until next week, Tara decided she'd go tomorrow to check out the market and buy more berries. Two young boys in a small boat waved as they motored past her, fishing poles bobbing in the wind. Content to sit and look at the water, Tara watched the boys pick a spot in the lake and stop. They quickly put their poles in the water, baseball hats on their heads. She watched them for a bit, then noticed people swimming in a pool at a house across the lake, and decided if she didn't get up and go inside, she'd likely sit here all day, soaking up the sun, letting the sound of the water against the dock soothe her spirit. Tara groaned when the dishwasher wouldn't start. She eyed the full machine with a frown, but it wasn't worth getting annoyed over. The dishwasher had to be at least 30 years old. The pile of dirty dishes went into the sink. While they were soaking in soapy water, she grabbed her phone and went to find the wireless speaker she'd packed. Brunch music played in the background while Tara made quick work of the dishes. There was something almost meditative about hand-washing dishes. If she never had visitors, she might be inclined not to replace the dishwasher, but thinking about her children visiting made the decision easy. New appliances went on the list that was growing by the hour. Where to clean first? Top down. Tara used an entire box of dust cloths to dust the furniture and clean the floor of the attic. Then she damp mopped, pushing the furniture across the wood floors to get to every corner. The windows opened with only a minor amount of protest. On closer inspection, it looked like her aunt must have replaced the windows before she passed. They sparkled when she finished. Sunlight flooded the house, casting fantastical shapes across the wood floors. Besides a sleigh bed, Tara found a dresser and nightstand in the attic. There was a box of old china, mostly mismatched, but who cared? There were 10 place settings along with tarnished sterling silverware. She added silver polish to her list after she carried the box of dishes and silverware downstairs. There was an old cast iron skillet and a couple of sauce pots in the cabinets, along with various mismatched glasses. Another load of dust cloths and rags went into the washer. Tara eyed the machine. Please keep working. She knew she needed to replace the washer and dryer, but hoped they'd get her through until she had time to buy new ones. Thirsty from her morning labors, Tara poured a glass of water. After being on city water for so many years, the well water tasted clean and pure. She drained the glass and poured another from the pitcher she'd put in the refrigerator. There was nothing as refreshing as a glass of icy cold water on a hot day. The phone rang as she finished opening the last window upstairs. She'd let the entire house air out from the musty, closed-up smells while she sat on the front porch in one of the rocking chairs. By the end of the day, the house would smell fresh and clean. Tara answered the phone, delighted to hear her daughter's voice. "Hi, Mom. You know, I was just thinking about the time I came to visit and we made curtains for your apartment. I'm sitting on the sofa looking at them right now." Her daughter sounded tired. "How's the cottage?" She put her feet up on the rail. "It needs a lot of work." Tara looked at the chipped and peeling rocking chairs. White originally, the gray wood showed through where the paint had chipped off. "The rocking chairs on the porch are comfortable, but they need to be painted again. The dock is in great shape. I've decided to paint the Adirondack chairs. They're sort of grayish blue instead of the deep blue they once were." She rocked back and forth, filling her daughter in on the cottage and how much work it needed. When Allie's voice broke for the second time, Tara had to ask, "Want to tell me about it?" A sob came through the phone, making Tara's heart ache for her eldest daughter. "Want some company?" In between crying and blowing her nose, Allie told her what had happened. "Oh, sweetie. I'm sorry. You know, I never thought Jason was good enough for you. And you're right, life is short. You should absolutely have a job you enjoy." Tara looked around at the mess. Between the overgrown yard and the house full of junk, she had her work cut out for her. "I'd love your company. But I'm warning you, this place is a disaster. Depending on when you get here, it might still be a mess." Relief filled her daughter's voice. "I'll let you know as soon as I can leave." After talking to her mom, Allie moved fast. Her landlord had family moving to the area, so he let her out of the lease. It wasn't like she had a job to give 2 weeks' notice, and since she'd ended things with Jason, there wasn't anything or anyone to keep her in Milwaukee. North Carolina would be a tremendous change from Milwaukee. But maybe a big change was exactly what she needed to find her place in the world. Several old work purses went into the donation box. Whatever kind of job she found going forward, there was no way she was wearing suits, heels, or carrying an oversized structured purse or tote bag. Something to do with plants and flowers was what she'd find, even if it meant working in the garden department of a big box retail store. Filled with glee at the thought of no more office clothes, Allie tossed clothes and shoes into the row of donation boxes she'd set up against the wall, hoping they'd help someone looking for work. By the time she'd finished the bedroom and living room, Allie needed a break. She'd ordered pizza and when it arrived, sat in the old white plastic chair on the balcony. The landlord said he'd be happy to take the furniture, and offered her more than a fair price since he wouldn't have to move anything. His cousin didn't have much stuff, so the guy would appreciate it. Allie's mom never drank beer except with pizza, said an icy cold beer went perfectly with pepperoni pizza. As she took a sip, Allie couldn't agree more. Music played from inside the apartment as she leaned back in the chair, feet on the rails of the balcony. The ringing of the phone made her jump. Normally she put it on silent, but must have forgotten last night in all the excitement. "Hey sis. How are you?" Allie hadn't talked to Christina in several days. "Things have been moving along, catch me up on your life." Her sister filled her in on their dad and Mandy. One more month and they'd have a new brother. Allie finished the slice of pizza. "So I'm going to Blueberry Hill. I need a change of scenery." "You won't feel like a little kid again, moving in with mom after living on your own for so long." Christina sounded skeptical. "I like to come and go. I'd feel weird doing that at mom's house." Allie laughed. "I'm an adult. Mom's fine with me living my own life. She's glad to have the company." She paused. This is the first time mom's ever lived alone. She went from college to living with dad to getting married. If anything, I'll be the one cramping her style. Her sister cleared her throat. "I guess you're right. When are you leaving?" Allie closed up the pizza box, happy that breakfast was sorted for the morning. "As soon as I get up tomorrow. I'm so excited." There was something in her sister's voice. She'd been trying to figure it out while they talked. Christina had always been private, so Allie hated to pry, but... "What's wrong? You sound different." Christina sighed. "Enrique and I are over. He doesn't want a serious relationship." She sniffed. "I want to get married and have kids. Seeing Mandy pregnant has given me baby fever." "I'm sorry, I know you thought he might be the one. What are you going to do?" Though she'd never tell her sensitive sister, Allie was glad it was over between them. He'd always seemed like a player to her, always looking for the prettiest woman in the club. Allie hoped her sister would find someone kind. Someone who would put her first. "I'll find someone else, it's just that dating is so exhausting nowadays." Her sister forced cheer into her voice. "Let me know when you get to the mountains. Mom invited us all for Memorial Weekend, but Evan and I couldn't make it, so we're both coming Labor Day weekend. I can't wait to see you." "Me too, sis." Allie hung up, happy she'd get to spend time with her siblings in the fall. It would give her something to look forward to. As she looked out over the city, Allie made a vow. To always be true to herself, to find a job she loved, and to never change herself into what a man expected her to be. If the guy didn't like her for who she was, he could move on. Nothing like company coming to kick productivity into high gear. Tara had spent the past week in a cleaning frenzy. Murphy oil soap worked wonders. She'd filled one bucket with soap and hot water, and another with plain water to clean the cabinets and the original oak floors. Under all that dirt, the cabinets were beautiful, made from old wood and carefully crafted. At first she'd thought about painting them or tearing them out and putting in new ones, but after seeing them all cleaned up and gleaming, Tara decided to leave them, though she'd update the hardware. After watching numerous videos online, Tara realized that no, she could not handle any of the remodeling on her own. Thank goodness she had her nest egg. She'd need part of it to make improvements. The rest would support her until she found some kind of employment. In the few weeks she'd been in Blueberry Hill, Tara had come to love the small, charming town. In the short time she'd been here, the cottage had become a home. Sitting outside and looking at the lake filled her with peace, a feeling she hadn't felt in a very long time. Tara finished cleaning the inside of the cottage by the time Allie arrived. Her daughter jumped out of the car and hugged her. "It's so good to see you, Mom." "You too, sweetheart." Her daughter looked worn out, like she hadn't slept well in weeks. Allie looked around as she followed Tara inside. "Wow, you've been busy." Tara wiped her forehead with a paper towel. "I think I bought out the cleaning aisles in 4 stores. I still have the front porch, the screened-in porch, and the patio to finish." She grinned at her daughter as she showed her around the cottage. "How are you with a can of spray paint?" Allie leaned against the counter in the kitchen. "Point me to what you want painted, and I'm your woman." Tara looked out the sliding glass doors that led out to the patio. "I thought we'd spray paint the old wicker furniture and the rocking chairs on the front porch." Allie refilled her water glass. "The water tastes really good here." "It's well water." Tara's cut-off denim shorts were dirty, the gray t-shirt stuck to her back from her labors. She was looking forward to a soak in the old clawfoot tub this evening. "What color were you thinking about for the furniture?" Allie pursed her lips. "What about white or red to match the roof?" Her daughter looked even thinner than she normally did. If she said anything, Allie would turn prickly, so Tara kept her thoughts to herself, instead deciding she'd make her daughter's favorite foods all week. After a week or so, she hoped the dark circles under Allie's eyes would vanish. "Or what about blue, like the porch ceiling?" Allie pulled a hair tie out of the pocket of her shorts, and quickly pulled her shoulder-length hair into a bun. "I like the blue. We could make cushions in red, white, and blue, maybe a floral to complement the house. We can buy outdoor fabric for the cushions, so it won't matter if they get wet." "That's perfect. I passed a fabric outlet on the highway. Maybe 45 minutes from here." Tara was grateful the air conditioning was working as warm as it was today. "We'll make a day of it. Shopping and lunch." Tara led the way out to the patio. "Come see. I finished the Adirondack chairs on the dock. They look brand new." Allie followed, barefoot. "Where did you get the wrought iron? Was it here when you got here?" Tara ran a hand over the round table. "It was. I found the set in the weeds. Be careful walking in them, especially as much as you like to go barefoot. There might be snakes. I'll have to get someone out here to clean up the yard." They walked past the old iron furniture to sit in the chairs on the dock. "I bought that spray paint that's good for metal in a glossy black." Allie let out a sigh as she slumped in the chair. "Black is classic. We should do bright cushions for the wrought iron furniture." "You weren't kidding, the view is breathtaking." "I like to bring my breakfast out here, sit in the chairs and watch the lake." "There's an otter. One of the neighbors said it lives in the river. The river connects to the waterfall you can see in the distance. You'll see her one morning if you're out here sitting still." As Tara looked over to see Allie leaning her head back with her eyes closed, Tara's heart ached for her daughter. She looked tired. Worn out. Much like Tara had looked after finding out about Harry. Even though she'd been the one to end things with Jason, Tara had a feeling Allie was hurting more than she let on. With the sun shining and the sound of the water, they'd fallen asleep sitting in the chairs. Tara stretched as Allie woke. "I guess I was more tired than I thought." Allie stood and yawned. "I feel so much better." "Good. I needed a nap. All that cleaning wore me out." They walked back to the house, catching up as they went. "Let me help you bring your things inside. There are 2 bedrooms for you to choose from. We share a bathroom, though I'm planning to have another added." "I don't mind sharing." Both the back seat and trunk were packed full of Allie's things. "Where's all your furniture?" Allie shrugged. "The landlord ended up buying everything from me. He had family moving in and they didn't have much stuff." She grinned. "I had to fit my plants in the car." Tara stacked 2 boxes on top of each other to carry them inside. The bedrooms are sparse right now, but this way you can decorate the room however you want. Allie decided on the front bedroom. I like the view with all the trees. I can't wait to see how it will look in the fall when the leaves change color. Why don't we use the middle bedroom as a workspace? We can purchase a pull-out sofa for when your sister or brother visit. Tara set the boxes on the floor. There was an old white iron bed, 2 white nightstands, and an old pine armoire. When Allie said she was coming, Tara purchased a mattress. Her daughter brought pillows, bedding, and towels with her. Allie dumped an armful of clothes on the bed. Christina won't care if she sleeps on the sofa, but what about Evan and Emily? I don't think he'll like the sofa bed in the workspace. They talked as they made trips back and forth from the car. I'll give Evan and Emily my room. I don't mind sleeping on the sofa as long as your sister doesn't still snore. Tara wiped her hands on her shorts. Later on, I thought I'd turn the attic into a large bedroom suite or some kind of workroom. It spans the entire house. She smiled at her daughter. But first, I have to find a job. You and me both. While Allie unpacked and settled in, Tara went outside to pick strawberries. She'd noticed a patch of the small wild berries when she was walking around the property the other day. For dessert tonight, she'd mash them with a bit of sugar and pour them over the vanilla ice cream she'd picked up in town. Now, what to make for dinner? Something easy, maybe quiche? Tara pulled out the pie crust and checked the refrigerator to make sure she had everything she needed. I'm going for a run. After sitting so long in the car, I need to move. Allie changed into a pair of jogging shorts and a bright yellow t-shirt. Have fun. I thought we'd have quiche for dinner and strawberries over ice cream for dessert. Sounds perfect. Can we eat out on the back porch? Allie tied her shoes and tucked her phone into her armband. Absolutely. When Allie left, Tara turned up the music, dancing around the kitchen as she made dinner. It was good to have her daughter home, to have someone else in the house with her so she didn't feel so lonely. After Allie returned and showered, she set the table. Instead of candles, they put 2 camping lanterns on the porch. Tara found them in the garage of her old house when she was packing up to move. As the sky turned orange, purple, and pink, they talked about the cottage and the grounds. There was an overgrown orchard and several plots that must have been gardens at some point. You cooked, so I'll clean up. Allie gathered up the dishes, taking them inside as Tara leaned back in the chair, listening to the frogs. When she came back out, she had a bowl of ice cream for each of them. I might have licked the bowl. Those strawberries are delicious. We'll have to plant a strawberry patch. I want an enormous garden. Tara took a bite, letting the flavor explode on her tongue. I'd love to have a garden and lots of flowers. Allie stared out at the water as the evening deepened into night. By the time they went inside, both of them were yawning. Tara locked the doors. There aren't any curtains yet. I've been calling this place the glass cottage. I guess when Frida lived here, there weren't as many houses as there are today. Tara shivered. The thought of people looking in here at night gives me the creeps. Me too. Allie picked up one of the drop cloths. I brought my sewing machine. Between the 2 of us, we can make curtains for the house with these. She nodded as she looked through a pile on the kitchen counter. Here it is. Tara held up a spool of ribbon. I thought we could edge the curtains in this ribbon. It's black grosgrain. That's a great idea. I'm going to change in the bathroom. I saw you have a towel over the window. Tomorrow we're starting on the curtains. Tara said goodnight to her daughter. As she was getting ready for bed, she hoped Allie would make a fresh start here. The cottage would be good for both of them, a new beginning. Chapter 8. While Allie went to the store to pick up a few things, Tara sat outside on the dock and painted her toes coral. They'd been taking turns cooking, and tonight was Allie's turn. When Tara admitted she'd always been leery of cooking on a grill, Allie picked up her purse and keys and said it was high time she learned. Looked like they'd have a grill today. Tara was looking forward to hamburgers on the grill with homemade baked beans and potato salad. Between the two of them, they'd spent the last week making curtains from the drop cloths and edging them in the black ribbon Tara found in a drawer. The curtains were simple and complemented the easygoing vibe of the house. After they'd finished the curtains, they'd spent a day at the fabric outlet picking out fabric for the porch and patio cushions. Tara had made templates from the chairs, so they'd have something to go by. There had been a dizzying array of fabrics to choose from. They ended up going with a red and blue floral for the front porch, a black and white floral for the wrought iron, and a blue and white gingham for the pillows for the sofa. A book from the library helped them with making the slipcovers for the sofa and chairs, which they'd covered in white denim. That way they could change the accent pillows each season and keep the house looking fresh. When they'd bleached the outdoor planters to clean them before filling them with flowers and herbs, they ruined their shorts, so they picked out bright summery fabrics for a new pair. She told her daughter she'd show her how to make her favorite pattern. Between getting the house in order and getting used to living with each other, the next few weeks flew by. Allie liked to get up early and go for a run, while Tara preferred to practice yoga on the patio, or sometimes she'd simply sit in a chair on the dock with a cup of coffee enjoying the sunrise. Other days Tara didn't sleep well, so by the time she fell asleep and woke it was late morning. On the days she couldn't sleep, Tara was thankful Allie was quiet when she got up early to go for her run. Patty used to say if men went through menopause, the world would have ended a long time ago. Between the hot flashes and crankiness, they'd have blown the planet to bits. Her best friend had hot flashes that she said felt like her skin was superheated from the inside out. Luckily, Tara hadn't experienced hot flashes, instead waking up a couple of mornings a week at 4:30 on the dot, tossing and turning for hours before finally falling back asleep. She remembered visiting her grandmother when she was a teenager, and wondering why she got up around 4 or 5 almost every morning. Her grandmother would set the table, throw in a load of laundry, and do whatever else she wanted until she tired again. Then she'd go back to bed and sleep until 9 or 10. As her grandmother used to say, it's hell getting old. By the time the end of June rolled around, Tara and Allie had been in the cottage long enough to know what they wanted to change. She planned to ask Jameson and Mary for recommendations on who to hire to do the work. Between all the skincare and haircare products they had between them, they most definitely wanted separate bathrooms. They also wanted an island in the kitchen, so they'd have plenty of room to cook together. One of the local high school kids came by once a week to cut the grass and pull weeds. Her daughter was delighted when the boy discovered 2 small greenhouses under a mound of kudzu vines. He'd recently left for a summer study program, so Tara needed someone to help her put a landscaping and garden plan in motion. She wanted an extensive garden full of vegetables and a herb garden. The property was a little over 8 acres, plenty of room for whatever they could dream up. There was an orchard filled with fruit trees. They'd already collected plums, peaches, and pears. It looked like there were apple trees as well, though none of them knew what varieties. It would be a surprise come fall. There were pecan trees and several figs. The figs would be ready in the next couple of weeks. She and Allie planned to make fig jam. Tara would give Christina and Evan several jars when they came to visit. She'd either mail some to Patty or save them for when she visited over Thanksgiving. Allie claimed one greenhouse as her own. Both small buildings had been made using old salvaged windows. They were utterly charming with the mismatched windows and old brick floors. There was even an old hand pump for water from a spring between the 2 buildings. It had been a workout getting the pump going. Her daughter wanted to grow flowers and plant bulbs in the fall. The other greenhouse would be for Tara. She wasn't sure if she'd use it for herbs or if she'd turn it into some kind of home office. Turning the space into an office or she shed meant she'd first have to figure out what she wanted to do, and she hadn't gotten that far yet. Mary at Spilled Milk had purchased several pairs of shorts from her. Tara sewed up 3 prints in a variety of sizes. Mary would sell them, keep track of what sizes sold the best, and they'd see how it went. The grocery was really more of a general store with groceries, household items, and clothes. If the shorts sold well, Tara would sew up a few simple sundresses and see how they did. Tara was walking across the porch when a crack sounded. Her foot went through a rotten board, and she went down on her knees, notebook skittering across the uneven boards, and the pencil she'd been using to make notes went rolling across the porch and disappeared between the boards. It was gone for good. There was no way Tara was crawling under the house to look for that pencil. She shuddered, thinking of what kind of creepy slithering things might call the crawlspace home. It was no use. She was good and stuck. The scent of rotten wood and damp earth rose as she struggled to pull her foot from the hole without scraping her skin any more than she already had. Just as Tara had decided to stay put and wait for Allie to return, she heard a car. Only it wasn't Allie. A man clambered out of a shiny black pickup truck, taking in the situation with a glance as he strode over to her. "Looks like you could use a hand." The angle of the sun obscured his face as he stood on the first step. All she could make out was he was tall, had a nice deep voice and dark hair. The smell of freshly cut wood filled the air as he stood next to her, peering into the hole. "I'm so glad you happened by." Tara pointed to her left, where she'd stepped on the first rotten board a while back. She'd covered it with a piece of plywood so she or Allie wouldn't fall. "Looks like there's more than one rotten board on this porch." He squatted down to meet her gaze. "May I?" He gestured to her foot for permission to touch her. "Please?" He went still. "Tara." She looked at the man in front of her. For a minute, she didn't have a clue. Then the years fell away and there he was, the boy he used to be. Will Dixon?" He grinned. Tara blinked at him. "I can't believe it's you." When he took hold of her bare foot, she felt the calluses on his hands. 30-some years, and I swear you're just as pretty as you were in high school." Before she registered the slight pinch, he had her foot free and was helping her to her feet. "That's some compliment." She took hold of his arm. "Whatever you're selling, I'm sold." His dark blue eyes crinkled at the corners. The laugh lines a testament to a man who knew how to enjoy life. "Can you stand?" "I think so." She let go of his arm, gently tested the weight on her foot and smiled. "Yep. I'm good." Tara looked down at her foot. "Only a few minor scratches." "Thank you. Jameson thought you might need some help." "I'm so glad you came by when you did." He grinned. "Me too. I've got a couple of boards in the back of the truck. I'll cover the hole until I can come back and replace those rotten boards tomorrow. Can I interest you in a glass of iced tea?" "I'd like that." Tara went inside to pour the tea. Will Dixon. Talk about a blast from the past. The sound of hammering brought her back to the present. Besides the iced tea, Tara sliced up a couple of peaches and put them in dark blue ceramic bowls. They were in season, so juicy and sweet they tasted like candy. By the time she pushed the screen door open with her hip, Will had finished covering the new hole she'd made in the porch. He wiped his forehead. "All finished." He drained half the glass of tea. "Jameson said you were looking to have some work done?" Tara refilled his glass from the pitcher she'd brought outside. "The porch needs quite a bit of work, as you can see. I'll check the rest of the flooring and the columns while I'm here." He wore a pair of faded jeans and a gray t-shirt. The jeans made her hot just looking at them. How could he stand them in this heat? "That would be great. I'd like a porch swing too. Why don't we walk through the house and I can show you what else I had in mind. Then we can sit out back and you can tell me what you think. There's a pleasant breeze off the water today." Will picked up the pitcher of tea. "Lead the way." She led him through the house, pointing out what she wanted done. Will stopped in the dining room on the way to the kitchen, to look at the two wood storage cubbies which made up the window seat. These old Sears houses sure were built to last. Her daughter was almost finished making cushions to put on top of the storage cubbies. She declared it a perfect reading spot. The woodwork is beautiful. Once I cleaned the floors and cabinets, I decided they could stay as is, unless they aren't sound structurally. I'll check them over for you. You wanted to update the hardware on the cabinets? She nodded, tucking her hair behind her ear. And maybe add a few pull-outs so I can see what's in the back of the cabinets. I hate when you find a box of pasta that's 5 years old because it was shoved in the back. Will grinned, and when he did, she noticed a faint scar on his chin. Sounds like you have experience with expired pasta? Tara threw up her hands. You have no idea. As he laughed, she showed him where she thought a laundry room might fit off the kitchen in what was currently some type of coat closet. I'd like to update the existing bathroom. And I'd really like to add a second bathroom. He'd pulled a spiral flip-top notepad from his pocket, making notes as they went. Occasionally, he'd ask a thoughtful question or make a suggestion she hadn't thought of, like putting a large window in the bathroom so when she soaked in the clawfoot tub she could look out at the trees and the water. You know, there's a class every year at the vocational high school. They supervise the kids as they work on projects, learning by doing. They work with certified electricians and plumbers and the like, to check the work. It takes longer, but it would save you a lot of money. I'm all for learning by doing. I'd definitely be interested. He told her he'd talk to the guy in charge, a friend of his, and they'd make it happen. Doing it as a project for the kids, Tara could move forward with all the projects she wanted, including the attic, instead of having to pick her top two. It didn't matter how long it took, there was plenty of time. They walked through the kitchen, out to the patio. This old iron furniture was made to last forever. Tara sat in a chair at the round table across from him. So for the kitchen. New counters and appliances. He nodded. The floors still look good. She told him how she'd cleaned them up, how she'd used a mop to scrub the walls and ceilings. Tara finished the bowl of peaches. I'm thrilled I'll be able to have the attic finished. I was thinking a large bedroom suite. That way I'd have the bedrooms down here for when my kids come to visit. You could use the greenhouse for your workspace. It's in great shape. What are you doing with the other one? My daughter wants it. I think she wants to cover the entire property in flowers. The house was approximately 1,100 square feet, so it wasn't like she was adding much square footage with the extra bathroom. The house had good bones and lines, so Tara didn't want to make any dramatic changes to the look of the house. Will looked around. Is your husband here with you? Her smile vanished as she told him the story. So that's the condensed version. Harry and I are over. Evan and Emily live in Seattle, and Christina, my youngest, still lives in Miami. Allie moved here from Milwaukee. She's staying with me while she figures out what to do next with her life. She moved here after she lost her job and broke up with her boyfriend. It's been so nice to have her here with me. I wish all my kids were here. Tara carried the empty bowls inside and put them in the sink. She brought out a second pitcher of tea when she went back outside. It was odd to see a man sitting on her patio. How about you? Married? Kids? Will leaned back in the chair as he told her the story. It's been 7 years since Emma passed from leukemia. He refilled their glasses. I'm sorry. Do you have children? Tara hoped he did, since his parents were no longer living. He'd said people in his family died young. Will shook his head. She couldn't. I'm sorry. They relaxed in the sun. In the background they could hear kids laughing and splashing in the lake. For the first time in a long time, Tara was content to sit in companionable silence, not feeling as if she had to fill the quiet. You broke my heart. Will watched her face. The glass skittered across the metal table as Tara jumped. I don't think so. The way I remember it, you broke my heart. She frowned. Then again, it was so long ago, who can say for sure? She tried to remember, but couldn't conjure up what had happened. All she remembered was riding around in his old truck on back roads with music playing as the wind blew through her hair. High school was a very long time ago. Will brushed a hand through his hair. You're right. The past is the past. He held up his glass. To a fresh start? She clinked her glass to his. The sun hit the glasses, sparkling and turning the tea amber, the ice cubes suspended in time. I'd like that. The sound of a car coming up the drive made Tara turn. She put a hand up to shade her eyes. Allie's back from the store. Come meet my daughter. They met Allie in the drive, her vehicle stuffed full of bags. Did you buy out the store? Her daughter laughed. The farmer's market was in the square. I may have gotten a little carried away. I thought we could make peach jam and homemade ice cream. You make the best ice cream. That would be fun. Tara smiled at her daughter. The dark circles had faded from under her eyes, she was tan, and looked happier. Allie, this is Will. We knew each other back in high school. She turned to Will. Will, this is Allie. He nodded to her. Nice to meet you. Give you a hand with those? Allie grinned. We could use a strong man around here. Will took an armful of groceries, carried them into the house, careful to wipe his feet on the mat before he went inside. High school? Allie mouthed. A smile on her face, Tara whispered, I'll fill you in later. Her daughter hadn't been kidding. They'd have to make jam and cun the peaches to use up everything she'd purchased. When the kids were young, Tara used to make jam or canned fruit to put in their oatmeal or pour over ice cream in the winter. The canned fruit wasn't nearly as good as fresh, but when it was cold, it brought a bit of summer to the dark and the cold. When you lived in Florida year-round, 50 was freezing. Will ran a hand over one of the kitchen cabinets. How about we talk more when I put together an estimate for you? By then I should know if the kids can take on the project. Any idea on how you want the bathrooms to look? I saved pictures to my phone. Tara pulled her phone out of her pocket. Since she'd moved, she kept it with her in case one of her kids called. Text them to me? Will grinned. Then I'll have your number. He recited the number. Tara avoided looking at her daughter, knowing she was making faces that would make her bust out laughing. They followed Will out to his truck. Are you two planning to attend the 4th of July parade next week? Tara looked at Allie, who shook her head no. We didn't know there was a parade. He opened the door to his truck. Main Street will be closed to traffic. Vendors set up in the park selling produce, crafts, all kinds of food and homemade ice cream. He grinned at them. There's even a watermelon seed spitting contest. He looked from Tara to Allie. I'd love to take you both. We'd be delighted. Tara said. Great. Will hopped in his truck, one arm out the window. I'll pick you up so you don't have to try and find a parking spot. He waved out the window. Put it on your calendar. 9 sharp, so we get a good spot. I'll bring the chairs. As he drove away, Allie waggled her brows at Tara. That is one fine-looking man. Tara rolled her eyes at her matchmaking daughter. I'm not ready for a relationship. After 35 years with the same man, I need time to myself to figure out who I am. Will and I might have history, but people change. I'll have to get to know him all over again. She smiled as the pickup truck disappeared from view. But it would be nice to have a friend, especially one who's handy around the house. Her daughter just shook her head and smiled. Chapter 9. Christina was surprised to get a call from Mandy, inviting her over to see the new baby. Especially after her dad had basically told her, "Don't call us, we'll call you," before he walked her to the door. As of today, the baby was a month old. Mandy said he came early, that she must have mixed up the dates. Christina couldn't wait to see her little half-brother. There was a store on the way to Mandy's that carried all kinds of baby stuff. Everything from clothes to strollers to pictures for the nursery. Christina picked out a couple of onesies, and the most adorable bright yellow sun umbrella to hang over his outdoor crib. She'd wrapped the gifts in the car, using a wrapping paper printed with little yellow ducks. The nanny answered the door, a bit of spit up on the shoulder of her shirt. "You must be Christina. Come on in out of the rain. Mandy and Edward are in the nursery." "Thanks." Christina shook off her umbrella and left it in the entryway so it wouldn't drip water all over the floors. She followed the nanny up to the nursery, resisting the urge to tiptoe across the carpet. Mandy blinked awake as they walked into the brightly colored room. "I'm so glad you could stop by." She yawned as she stood. Christina handed her the baby gifts, inhaling the sweet baby scent filling the room. "I'm so excited to meet him. Thanks for inviting me over. Is my dad still at work?" She peered over the crib to look at the baby. Why did babies always smell so good? Well, until they spit up or pooped all over you. Little Edward was sleeping, but he looked different. They were all fair-skinned in her family. She'd often been jealous of her olive-skinned friends who tanned so easily, and the baby definitely had that beautiful skin tone, along with a full head of hair. He didn't look early to her, but what did she know? Maybe Mandy or someone in their family had Italian or Middle Eastern ancestors. Allie might know since she'd taken one of those DNA tests. Normally she'd ask her dad, but he'd been distant since he told Christina to give him space with his new family. "He's beautiful." Mandy stood beside her, a soft smile on her face. "He is, isn't he?" She nodded to the nanny. "We're going to the kitchen." Her soon-to-be stepmom sighed. "I need a break from this little guy." Mandy picked up the gifts and led the way downstairs. With a last wistful look at the baby, Christina followed her down to the enormous living room, wondering how on earth they were going to baby-proof this place. When they were settled on the coral sofas, Mandy opened the gifts, exclaiming over the outfits and the sun umbrella. The housekeeper brought sparkling water out to them. "You've been so nice to me." Mandy stretched out on the sofa, facing Christina. Not many people would have been so nice given the circumstances. Especially with us being the same age. Not sure what to say, Christina waited, wondering where this was going. Mandy hesitated. "Because you've been so sweet and nice to me, I wanted to tell you myself." She took a breath. "I told your dad I don't want to marry him." Christina sat up so fast she almost knocked the goblet of water over. "What happened? I thought you two were really happy." Mandy rolled her eyes. "He expects me to do everything. All the emotional labor in this relationship falls on me." She threw up her hands. "Thank goodness Ellie cooks and cleans. Did you know your father can never find his keys? He thinks I should know where he put the remote, or that I should help him decide what to wear. And he keeps telling me what to do, like I'm a child. I know this is my first baby, but I can't imagine he did all the work when your mom had you. It's incredibly annoying." Mandy huffed. "I finally gave in and told him we can stay together for now, but he has to move out and find his own place." She sat up and sipped her water, admiring her manicure. "Daddy agrees. He'll keep your dad on at the firm, but he can't live here with me. He's driving me up the wall." "I'm sorry." Christina stood, knowing Mandy wanted her to go. "Thank you for telling me, and for letting me see Edward. He's such a beautiful boy. I'll give my dad a call." She was grateful Mandy let her meet her half-brother, and yet sad that she wouldn't be a part of his life. While Mandy didn't say it was totally over with her dad, she might as well have. As soon as she was back in the car, Christina called her brother and sister to tell them the news. Her dad and Mandy were on the rocks. If she had to bet, she'd give it a few months. When she called her dad, it went straight to voicemail. In the message, Christina didn't let on that she knew he'd moved out, instead congratulating him on the new baby and that she hoped they could get together soon. I don't think I've ever been to a 4th of July parade. Allie sat in the chair next to Tara, looking like a kid again. Tara finished applying sunscreen to her arms and handed the bottle to her daughter. Small towns have great parades. When I was younger and visited my aunt, we went to the Christmas parade. It was snowing, we drank hot chocolate, and with the smell of the trees and snow in the air, it was a scene straight out of a Hallmark movie. Will had saved them seats in the front. He'd picked out the spots, then picked them up that morning. There were several food trucks doing a good breakfast and coffee business. The trucks set up in the parking lot of the grocery and hardware store, so they'd be out of the way of the parade. Everything in town was closed for the parade, though several shops would reopen when it was over. Those that had people in the parade would stay closed for the day. It was nice having the entire town turn out to watch the parade, a welcome change from the constant demand for stores in Miami to stay open all the time. As she was thinking about how different it was here from Miami, Will returned bearing coffee. Sugar and milk with a splash of coffee for the ladies as requested. He laughed as he handed a cup to her, and then to Allie. I can't believe the two of you ruin your coffee like that. Tara tapped her cup to Allie's. We like our coffee sweet. Like our men. Allie cackled as Will's ears turned pink. People talked with each other as children ran through the crowd, laughing and shrieking. The people in the back row brought umbrellas to shade them. Not wanting to block the view from the people behind her, Tara simply applied plenty of sunscreen and put on a floppy beach hat. While she loved being on the lake, there were times she'd really missed the ocean. The crashing waves, the smell of sunscreen, the salt-scented air, and the cries of the gulls, she missed all of it, but not Harry. She'd been unhappy for so long she'd forgotten what it felt like to be happy. To be in the moment, not worrying about how she looked or what to wear. If Patty had asked her before everything happened, Tara would have said she was happy. Content with her life. But she'd simply been going through the motions. Day by day she felt a little better, until one day soon Tara hoped she wouldn't wake up thinking about the hurt and betrayal, the dissolution of her marriage, and how she'd been sleepwalking through life for so many years. Will introduced them to the local doctor and eye doctor, pulling Tara from her memories and back into the moment. They met the owner of Sweet Magnolia. The florist offered a weekly special, either a bouquet or a plant to his newsletter subscribers. Allie had come home several times with both. A woman with the most beautiful hair Tara had ever seen made her way over to Will. So nice to see you here. Will stood. Thanks for getting me that book on crows. He looked over at Tara. Francesca owns the Lonely Pen. Tara smiled at her. This is my daughter, Allie. We love your bookshop. Though I think we have more pretty notebooks than we'll ever fill up. Can you ever really have too many notebooks? Allie laughed. Francesca smiled at them both, her long auburn hair in a complicated braid down her back. Wait until you see the pens I have coming in next week. They have colored crystals in the top half, and come in all kinds of colors. Everyone needs pretty pens. Allie grinned. They said goodbye, promising to check out the weekly book club, watching as the bookstore owner stopped to talk to several people. The parade brought back memories as the high school band marched down the street. There were red, white, and blue floats, several old cars in pretty pastel blues, greens, and yellows, and the women's club had a float with 4 women playing bridge. The Girl Scouts and other clubs like 4-H and the local gardening club were all represented. When the parade was over, everyone gathered in the park for a picnic. The vendors set up tables and chairs, some in the sun, others in the shade for everyone to relax. Some people brought their own picnic lunches, while others purchased lunch from the various food trucks and vendors. Tara, Mary called out, waving. She wove her way through the crowd, making her way over to Tara. Want to join us? Tara motioned to the empty spots at their table. I've been meaning to call you. I sold out of your shorts and sundresses again. Mom, that's great. Allie grinned around a bite of fried chicken. Can you make more? There's a festival in Boone next month, and we always get overflow tourists coming to wander through town. Mary was wearing a pair of the navy blue shorts Tara made. She'd noticed a few women walking around in her shorts and dresses, but hadn't realized so many had sold. It wasn't enough to live on, but it was a start. Tara looked across the table at her daughter. Allie looked more relaxed lately. Tara thought it was because her daughter had finally ended her relationship with Jason and had left the city. There was something about getting back to nature that soothed the spirit. She turned to Allie. What do you say? Want to help me make shorts and sundresses? I'd love to. Allie got up from the table, turning around in a circle. Mom made these too. Aren't they cute? The shorts were bright pink with white flamingos on them. Her daughter paired them with a white t-shirt and white sandals. With the tan she'd gotten from sitting outside every day, Allie glowed. I'm going to get homemade ice cream for dessert. Who wants some? Mary wiped her mouth. Better hurry, they always sell out fast. I'd love strawberry. Tara looked at Will. How about you? He patted his stomach. I can always make room for ice cream. How about chocolate? Tara couldn't agree more. Me too. On her way to the ice cream stand, Tara watched as Allie stopped to speak to several people. They'd gotten to know quite a few people in town over the past 2 months. As people watched, a couple around her age walked by holding hands. Tara swallowed, watching the man lean down to listen to what his wife had to say. He either held her hand or touched the small of her back as they made their way to a vendor's stall. She watched them, a catch in her throat, until they disappeared into the crowd. Later that afternoon, full of lunch and ice cream, Tara and Will wandered in and out of the shops that had opened, enjoying the sunny day. Sean, the owner of Sweet Magnolia, met up with Allie after lunch. He was taking her to see a farm a few towns over to meet a couple who had dedicated space on their farm to grow flowers. Down the street, a bright green and white awning fluttered in the breeze. The shop was at the end of the street on the corner, the mountains wreathed in clouds in the distance. The bell above the door tinkled as they went inside. This is beautiful. Look at the craftsmanship. Tara ran her fingers over the surface of the wood table. Oh no. What? Will came up beside her. It's already sold. Tara showed him the tag. This is exactly what I've been looking for, to replace the kitchen table. One leg had fallen off the old rickety table 2 weeks ago, and Tara hadn't found anything she loved until today. Will's ears turned red. A sign she'd remembered meant he was embarrassed about something. What? He touched the round white table. It's one of my pieces. Iris sells them for me. She ran her hand down the back of one of the white chairs. I should have known they were yours. The table and chairs are lovely, something to pass down to my children. A small laugh escaped. Or I should say, to Allie. There's no way she'd let her brother or sister have them. They meandered through the store until they came to a display with rocking chairs, tables, and 2 porch swings. She knew right away she was looking at more of Will's craftsmanship. Yours? He nodded, telling her about the wood he'd used as Tara tried to make up her mind. Finally, she decided on the porch swing, 4 rocking chairs, and 6 side tables so everyone would have a place for a drink and a book. She'd already sold the old rocking chairs that had been on the front porch, and Allie had taken the old wicker furniture from the porch and placed it on the patio she'd made from bricks she found around the property. The small patio in front of the greenhouse looked like it had been there forever. I'll deliver the pieces myself. He smiled at her. The small company that was making the cushions and pillows for the porch swings has gone out of business. He made a show of looking around. If only I knew someone who could make cushions and pillows. Will's eyes sparkled. What do you say? Want to add porch cushions and pillows to your clothing business? Tara blinked. She knew how to make the boxed cushions, but had never thought about trying to sell them. Why not? I'd love to. They talked about how many orders she might expect each season, and how many fabric choices she might offer. Tara thought Allie would want to help. They'd split the earnings. When Will named the price he'd pay her, Tara arched a brow, wondering if he was paying her more because they were friends. When he assured her he wasn't, she accepted. When people come to the mountains, they want something to remember the experience. We ship the swings all over the country. A lot of folks that vacation around here have more money than they know what to do with. He laughed. They think if they don't pay an arm and a leg, then they aren't getting quality. He leaned in close to her, grinning. Being the gentleman that I am, of course I oblige them. Tara looked up at him, laughing. I want a discount on my furniture. On the way to the register, Tara caught sight of a display that made her stop in her tracks. The vendor had homemade wood bowls for sale. Tara thought they'd be perfect for leaving on the counter and filling with apples or other produce. As they made their way to the front to pay, Will cleared his throat. I don't know your situation, but I heard you talking about selling clothes at the sip and shop. And now you'll be working on the porch swing cushions and pillows. He hesitated, then continued. Mrs. Olson, she taught life classes or what used to be called home economics classes. Tara was thoughtful as they left the store, making their way back to the park. She retired and moved to Florida to be close to her kids. Larry is in charge of continuing education around here. He's looking for a replacement. You interested? Life skills. That's a good name for home economics. He nodded. A bunch of kids saw some actress knitting and making her own curtains, so they pestered Larry until he agreed. It's a bunch of stuff. How to manage money, do laundry, cook, sew, garden, canning fruit and vegetables. Tara cleaned her sunglasses off on her shirt. Will carried the bowls she'd purchased in the store. I have a college degree, but I never used it. I got married right after graduation. She swallowed. I'm not sure I have the qualifications to teach. You've been doing this stuff for years. Anyway, this isn't a big city, we're a small town. You don't need a degree for everything. I bet you know a lot more than you give yourself credit for. He grinned as he opened the truck door for her. From what you've told me, I'd say you're eminently qualified. Chapter 10. Careful not to let the screen door slam behind her, Allie caught it with her hip as she called out. I'm back. The painting was awkward but not heavy. She propped it up against the wall in the living room, stepping back to look at it, wishing she could step inside the piece. Her mom hugged her. Did you buy that from one of the vendors? Not exactly. She couldn't stop looking at the scene. The painting was big, around 3 feet by 4 feet. A woman stood barefoot in the garden, a basket of vegetables hanging off one arm. She was wearing a sundress, her hair long and loose down her back. Allie had fallen in love with the piece as soon as she saw it. You'll never guess who I met. She went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. Her mom looked at the painting, a smile on her face. It was good to see her looking happy again. Tell me. Let's sit outside. I bought a watermelon. We can have a slice while I tell you the story. I'll get the napkins. Allie carried their drinks and the watermelon out to the patio. Today, the water was like a mirror reflecting the sky and the clouds after the thunderstorm this morning. When her mom brought the paper plates and napkins out, she couldn't wait any longer. You know those old houses on that street with the funny name? Allie took a bite of watermelon. It was so sweet and juicy, one of her favorite fruits. Her mom tilted her head, thinking. Hogneck Road? Yes, that's it. Allie wondered if a long time ago there used to be a hog farm in place of the homes, and that's how the road got its name. It's an awful name for such a pretty street. No kidding. Allie couldn't agree more. It made her picture hogs with long necks trotting up and down the street. Anyway, I was looking at all those old houses and a woman stepped out on the porch. Allie wiped her mouth. Remember that gorgeous white house with the big porch and columns? Her mom nodded. The one with all those hydrangeas out front? That's the one. She took a sip of water. Phew, it was hot today. She said she knew your Aunt Frida. Allie paused, remembering what the woman had said. She said they were friends and used to paint and play bridge. Allie grinned. Did you know they used to make moonshine and sell it? Her mom shook her head, grinning. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. What was her name? Mrs. Collier. She's lived in the same house all her life. Allie handed her mom the photograph Mrs. Cahill had given her. This is her and your aunt. Look how young they were. Her mom traced the photo with a finger. Aunt Frida must have been in her early 20s. They look like they were up to no good. She looked at Allie. You look like her. Allie leaned over to look at the photo again. I didn't notice. When she looked more closely at the image, she had to agree. I think we have the same mouth. She put her phone on top of the photo so it wouldn't blow away. She invited me inside. The house is just as beautiful inside. A little old-fashioned, but wow, all the antiques. Allie sneezed. She waited a minute, then sneezed again. There's a room with floor-to-ceiling windows that look out over the garden. They used to paint there when it was too cold outside. Allie sighed. Mrs. Collier has the most amazing garden. After we walked through the garden, she brought me upstairs. Her mom leaned forward, listening. And? The room was full of paintings. They covered every inch of wall space, and there were more stacked up against the walls. Allie still couldn't believe all the art. She told me to pick one. Allie looked out at the mountains in the distance. They looked purple today. It was hard to decide, but I finally decided on the woman in the garden. It was a friend of theirs. The woman passed away years ago. When she told me that, I said I couldn't take it, but she insisted. Allie finished the last bite of watermelon and wiped her mouth. She invited me to come back and paint with her. Allie looked at her mom. I don't know how to paint. That doesn't matter. Have fun. Her mom patted her hand. You're talented. I know you can paint. Her throat closed up. Allie jumped up and hugged her mom, who yelped with surprise. I love you, Mom. Thanks for always supporting me and being there for me. Allie wiped her eyes. I'm really happy here. She took a breath. I don't want to be in the way, so if you're tired of me being here, just say the word. Her mom wiped her eyes. I love you too. You are welcome as long as you want to stay. I like having you here. Her mom tapped her chin. Where should we hang that fabulous painting? Allie thought about it for a moment. In the living room so both of us can enjoy it. Her mom sat at the table in the kitchen while Allie made salad and soup for dinner. She told her mom all about visiting the flower farm, how the couple who owned the place set aside a small portion of land to grow flowers on their farm and sold them to local florists. They said the demand was there, but they didn't want to stretch themselves too thin, so they weren't going to continue with the flowers. So what do you think? Would you mind if I tried my hand at growing flowers to sell? I thought I'd spend the rest of the week cleaning up the greenhouse. Her mom finished the bowl of French onion soup. Your soup was delicious. She wiped her mouth with a cloth napkin. I think the flowers are a great idea. As Allie laid out her plans, her mom cleared the table and did the dishes. They'd decided whoever cooked the other one would clean up, and they'd take turns going to the grocery. To wake up every morning and see fields full of flowers made Allie's heart sing. Next time she went to town for groceries, she'd stop by and talk to Mary over at Spilled Milk, see if she would be interested in any of the flowers. The owner of Sweet Magnolia had already told her he'd buy from her. There would need to be enough flowers for her and her mom as well. Grateful to her mom for raising her to save money, Allie was glad she'd been careful enough that she could take the time to see if the idea would work. When she offered to pay rent, her mom had brushed her off, saying she was happy she was there, to save it for whatever she wanted to do with her life. When she'd lived alone, Allie rarely cooked, but now it was fun trying new recipes, even if some of them had been utter disasters. Tara stood with her hands on her hips, a huge smile on her face. The chairs look amazing. It was hot today, the sky a brilliant blue, the water a deep indigo. The mountains in the distance made her feel grounded. With sweat trickling down her back, Tara was glad she'd dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. Her daughter looked as hot and sweaty as she felt. The floral cushions really pop. Allie wiped her face with a towel. I'm going to make skillet pizza for lunch. Her daughter grinned. You stay out here and admire our work. I will. Tara sat on the chaise lounge chair and breathed deeply, the scent of the lake, the trees, and someone grilling filling her nose. They'd repainted the wrought iron furniture for the patio, the Adirondack chairs on the deck, and the rest of the wicker. In addition, they'd finished all the curtains for the house, along with bright summery throw pillows. But not those little square pillows people ended up tossing to the side when they sat down. No, these were big, almost standard bed pillow size. Perfect for naps on the sofa, or out on the porch swing or patio. Her daughter had the idea to set up part of the screened-in porch out back as a napping porch. They'd set up an old daybed that was in the attic with a sheet, quilt, and several big pillows. Allie had called first dibs, said she was sleeping out on the porch tonight. With the breeze off the water, it would almost be chilly. Besides the bed, they'd found an old metal table and a couple of metal spring chairs. They'd painted them red and white. After years of neglect, the house was now sparkling clean from top to bottom. There had been so much stuff to deal with. Tara was thankful her aunt had passed in the first year after she'd started hoarding. As much as they had to clean out, Tara couldn't imagine how bad it would have been after 20 years. Extra linens, furniture, and small kitchen appliances were donated. A great deal of stuff went to the dump. Between the two of them, they'd made so many trips to the dump and donation center that the man and woman who ran them knew them both by name. Allie told me you were out here. Tara sat up, shading her eyes. Will. How nice to see you. He took off his sunglasses while he talked to her, something she appreciated. Harry used to leave his on, and something about not being able to see his eyes when he talked always bothered her. Now she knew it was because deep down, she doubted the truth of what he said. Remember that distressed white round kitchen table you liked? How could I forget? It was beautiful. Will grinned, showing off perfectly straight white teeth. You're in luck. The client's husband got a job in New York, so she backed out. Tara jumped up. Is it here? Tell me it's mine. He laughed. You're more excited than a kid on Christmas morning. Sometimes you see a piece and know it's meant to be yours. She practically ran inside to the kitchen. It's beautiful. Tara turned to her daughter. Doesn't it look perfect? I told Will you'd go nuts over it. Allie turned to him. The table is fabulous. I figured 6 chairs would be plenty. Will ran a hand across the back of the simple white chair. 6 is perfect. Tara loved the furniture. It looked like it belonged in the kitchen, as if it had been there forever. We're having skillet pizza for lunch. Join us? It's almost ready. Allie peeked in the oven. We have plenty. In that case, I'd love to. Will smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corner. How about I make myself useful and set the table? Allie clapped a hand to her chest. Mom. A man who offers to set the table? Marry him now. Heat crept up her face as Tara looked between Will and Allie. He is rather useful. She stroked her chin, purposely looking him up and down until he burst out laughing. She went to the cabinet and opened it. The dishes are here. I'll grab the napkins and silverware. Deal. Will looked at the table, then outside. How about we eat out on the patio? Yes, Tara and Allie said at the same time. As she moved around the kitchen, Tara couldn't help but notice how different things were with Will. Everything was easy, comfortable. But was it because they were just friends? She and Harry never really argued, but they'd never been this comfortable around each other either. He was always playing golf or off meeting clients. At dinners, there were other people around, so she had never really spent time doing simple things or just hanging out with Harry. He rarely even used their swimming pool, preferring to play golf and advance his career. Tara wasn't ready for a relationship. They'd have to take things nice and slow so she could really get to know him again. If Will ended up fitting in her life, great. If not, that was fine too. Never again would she change herself to fit into a man's life. Chapter 11. Evan pulled into the driveway, sat in the car, engine idling, and looked at the house, proud he'd been able to provide for his wife. Right now she was waiting inside for her olives and chocolate ice cream, a snack before dinner. How she could stand to put olives on ice cream baffled him. Pregnancy did strange things to his wife, from cravings to mood swings, to an obsession with how her body was changing. He idly ran a hand over the leather seat as he looked at the windows, watching her shadow move past the curtains. Emily always looked beautiful to him, even more so now that she was carrying their child. Women gained weight during pregnancy, so why did they act like it was a surprise? If he sat in the car much longer, the ice cream would melt, and she'd have a meltdown. He pulled the car into the garage and trudged inside, dropping his keys in the wood bowl on the table next to the door. "I'm home." Evan put the ice cream in the freezer and left the olives out on the counter, knowing she'd want them. He loosened his tie on the way upstairs to change clothes. Exhausted from the day, he took a long shower, letting the hot water work the kinks out of his shoulders. By the time he'd dressed and gone back downstairs, Emily was sitting on the sofa eating her ice cream and olives. "I don't know how you can eat that. The inventor of ice cream is probably turning over in his tomb." Evan leaned down and kissed her. "I get olives and cheese, or even olives on pizza, but on ice cream? It's delicious." Emily looked pale today. "I know it sounds disgusting, but it's what I had to have. Nothing else sounds good right now." "Pregnancy is bizarre." Evan shook his head. "I'm saying this out of love, not criticism. You look tired. Why don't you take a nap, and I'll grill chicken for dinner." She ate the last bite of ice cream, scraping the bowl with the spoon. "The thought of chicken makes my stomach hurt. It tastes squishy and rubbery to me." His wife rubbed her hands up and down the fuzzy pants she'd taken to wearing. It was in the low 70s this week, but she'd been chilly ever since she'd gotten pregnant. Evan wouldn't need a pregnancy test to tell him next time. He'd just pay attention to when she started wearing fleece pants in the summer. Evan made a motion in the air. "No chicken." Check. There had to be something she would eat. "What are you in the mood for? Say the word and I'll cook whatever you're craving." Worn out from the constant speculation at the office as to who would be next to find themselves without a job, Evan needed to cook. Cooking would take his mind off work, even if it was just for a little while. She stretched out on the sofa, pulling a blanket up to her chin. "How about pizza? With pineapple on top?" Evan refrained from gagging. "I'll order it now." He brushed the hair from her forehead and kissed her again. "Take a nap. I'll wake you when your disgusting pizza gets here." He ordered a medium for her, and for him, a sausage and pepperoni pizza. The thought of pineapple on pizza made him want to run screaming into the night. While he waited for the pizza, Evan went upstairs to look at the room that would be the nursery. Right now it was an empty blank canvas. After what happened last time, Emily wanted to wait until she'd passed the 3-month mark before even thinking about decorating the baby's room. He answered work emails and finished a presentation for his boss that was due in a few days. When the pizza arrived, Evan took a plate to Emily, only to find her up and about, the color back in her cheeks. "Thanks for letting me sleep. I've been so tired lately." She sniffed the air. "I'm so hungry I could eat the entire pizza." She stopped at the island in the kitchen, blinking at him. "You set the table." "I knew you were tired." Emily went up on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around him. He pulled her close, holding her tight. "There's more ice cream and olives for dessert." "You are a saint." When they'd finished dinner, Evan cleaned up and poured himself a glass of wine. Emily was curled up on the sofa, reading a book. She went to a weekly book club, though Evan thought it was merely an excuse for them to drink and talk about their husbands. She closed the book with a snap. "How was work? Any word about the next round of layoffs?" Emily sipped the ginger ale he'd brought her, her full attention focused on him. At the mention of work, the tension was back in his shoulders. "I wasn't impacted during this round." He paused, worried if he voiced his concerns they might come true. "What is it?" She pulled him down next to her on the sofa. "Right now it's nothing more than rumor. I heard Stan is up for a promotion. If he gets it, he said I'll get the promotion to vice president." "That's great. You've been working so hard, you deserve it." Evan winced. "I'm going to be working even longer days." "What? Why?" "I thought the days would get shorter as you moved up the ladder, not longer." "They will eventually. But right now, upper management needs to see me as a team player. As someone who works hard to benefit the company. I can't look like I'm slacking off during a reorganization." "You already work long days, and then you come home and stay up half the night working." Emily shook her head. "Once the restructuring is finished and you get promoted, will you work less?" Not wanting to lie to her, Evan shook his head. "I hope so, but I won't know until I find out where I'm going to land in the organization. Don't worry, by the time the baby comes in March, this will all be over." She snorted. "It better be. I'm not interested in being a single mom." His wife threw the blanket off. "My mom and my stepdad are traveling all the time, so I can't count on them. Mom said they have 4 cruises planned, but she'd try to be in town when I have the baby." She arched a brow at him. "I want our family to live close to us, so our baby will grow up with extended family in the same city." Evan took her hand. "You know that's a luxury most people don't have." She narrowed her eyes. "I want our baby to grow up with at least one grandparent nearby, and ideally I'd like our child to grow up close to his or her aunt and uncles." A look crossed her face, one that Evan knew meant trouble. "I want to move." "What?" She couldn't have shocked him more if she'd told him pigs could fly. "Move where? I thought you loved this house, the neighborhood, and our friends?" "You listen to me, Evan Singleton. You're the one who wanted the big statement house, not me." She poked him in the shoulder. "I know my mom won't be around much, but your mom will. She loves kids, and she'll be a wonderful grandmother." He swallowed. "Let me get this straight. You want to move to some hick town in the mountains of North Carolina? All the way across the country?" How she managed to look down her nose at him when he was 6 inches taller than her always amazed him. "I do." "There aren't any job prospects for me there," he spluttered. "Really? How do you know? Have you looked?" He took 3 deep breaths. "I'm going to get promoted to vice president. It's what I've always wanted." Emily snorted. "So what? If we never see you, who cares what your title is or how much money you make?" She frowned at him. "When is it enough?" Evan decided right then and there that he didn't like his wife when she was pregnant. Sure, he loved her, but right now he didn't like her very much. "When is what enough?" She huffed out a breath. "The money. We have plenty of money. Our retirement account is funded. Why do you need more?" Evan threw his hands up. "If you have to ask me that, you don't understand me at all. It's important for me to get ahead, to make a good living, to leave money for our children when we're gone. Children need love, a parent who will attend their games and school events, not a dad who works all the time and is too tired to spend time with them on the weekends. He had to leave the room before they got into a shouting match. Children need financial security, as you well know. I may have grown up at the bottom of the middle class, but at least my parents were around. They never missed a school play or dance recital. Or a birthday. Evan paused at the stairs to the basement where he'd set up a home gym. A few hours on the treadmill and with the weights would clear his head. Temper getting the best of him, Evan turned and lobbed a parting shot. Your mom isn't around much now, is she? She's always off on another trip with her new husband. I bet we don't even see her after you have the baby. He rolled his eyes. If she even shows up for the birth, I'll be amazed. Just because we have family nearby doesn't mean we'll see them. Look at your mom. She's never around. The book hit the wall beside his head as Emily stomped up the stairs, muttering under her breath. Chapter 12. Why did dating have to be so difficult? Christina forced herself to go on several dates after seeing Enrique tagged in posts with various models and B-list actresses. Even though she tried, the entire process was utterly demoralizing. The first guy spent the entire date telling her about some app he was sure would make him a billionaire. The funny thing, he claimed an emergency call when she could see his phone screen was blank, and then stuck her with the check. The next guy believed money was evil, that people should live and share everything in a commune-type setting, and that no one should have to work. In other words, he was unemployed and flat broke, and wanted the government or a woman to support him. And the third date, it wasn't awful. The guy was pleasant, but they just didn't click. Christina tried to picture them dating a year from now, and failed miserably. Against her better judgment, she'd listened to her friends and signed up for several dating services. How on earth did women deal with all the creeps? Anyone who stayed active on a dating site either had a strong desire to marry and weed through the losers, or was so used to the awfulness that she didn't realize how toxic the sites had become. In the first week, Christina received 20 totally inappropriate indecent proposals, 75 unsolicited dick pics. What was with men? Did they actually think women wanted to see their dangly bits? It's not like the male anatomy was that attractive. She didn't get it. And of course there were the men who only wanted to hook up, and then called her ugly names when she declined. There were the married men who were only looking to have a bit of fun on the side, and there were the men who pestered her to send nude pictures. Yuck. And double yuck. Online dating was so not for her. Christina deleted her profiles and decided to go the old-fashioned route. What she really needed was a matchmaker. Maybe her mom's friend Patty could help. Excuse me, ma'am? Tara pulled out her earbuds and turned to face the kid. Sorry, what? He wiped his forehead with the hem of his t-shirt. The island and the countertops are in, if you want to come see them. She hopped up from the chair on the patio to follow him inside. With all the activity inside the house, the month of July had flown by and vanished into the mist of time. Tara and Allie had taken to spending their days outside while the renovations were in full swing. A group of kids from the vocational high school were taking a summer class and working alongside the various tradespeople. They sure had a lot of energy. As she walked into the kitchen, Allie turned to her. Look at those counters. Tara couldn't believe the difference. In place of the old dated kitchen was a beautiful farmhouse kitchen with chrome fixtures, quartz countertops, a large island with a second sink, and robin's egg blue appliances. They'd found a company who specialized in retro-looking appliances in a plethora of colors. It's even prettier than I imagined. After going back and forth, Tara had decided to paint the existing cabinets white, and they'd left the wide plank floors as is. It was amazing what they'd accomplished in the past month. The new laundry room was finished as well. It was a bright, cheery space, overlooking what would soon be a garden. They'd gone with a huge floral wallpaper on one wall, and painted the rest of the walls bright coral. There were shelves for detergent, and a laundry line they could stretch across the room as needed. The laundry sink was deep with a window above it. The door was glass with the word laundry stenciled across it in an old-fashioned script. There had been 3 teams of workers, one for the kitchen, one for the laundry room, and one for the new bathroom. The bathroom was done in black and white with patterned tiles on the floor. Her daughter had picked everything out herself. One more month until we have peace and quiet again. Allie flopped down into one of the patio chairs. The other bathroom remodel, and then the attic space. Tara tilted her head up to the sun. I'm so glad it will be done by the time Evan and Christina arrive. Allie rubbed her shoulder. I'm going to sit here for an hour, then I'm going to check on the goats. That was a clever idea to bring them out to eat all the kudzu. Tara loved having them around. They're awfully cute. They'd be even cuter wearing sweaters in the snow. That was a look Tara recognized. Guess she'd better prepare for Allie to come home with goats one day. Christina enjoyed having lunch with Patty. Her mom's friend was so funny, and she didn't treat her like a kid but talked to her as an adult. While she didn't know anyone that Christina might be interested in dating, she'd given her excellent advice. Things her mom had told her, but somehow the words coming from her mom hadn't had the same impact. Patty told her she needed to find someone who loved her as much as he loved himself. That guys who were rude to waitstaff and others wouldn't make good boyfriends. And to find out their relationship with their parents and siblings. The way a man treated his mom would tell her a great deal about how he would treat her. As they were leaving the restaurant, Christina turned to Patty. Could I catch a ride with you? I got a flat tire on the way over, and my car won't be ready to pick up for another hour. They said I needed new tires, so I guess it's good I got a nail in the tire, or who knows when I would have figured it out. Patty smiled at her. I'd love to, but I don't have a car. Christina blinked at her. The bright yellow Hummer was parked in the lot. She could see it from where they stood. She pointed. Isn't that your car? I remember when you bought it. You came and took Mom for a drive. We called it the banana car. Patty looked at the car and shook her head. It's really bright. No, that isn't my car. Patty Race walked across the sidewalk, forcing Christina to jog to keep up with her. What on earth was going on? I'm going to sit down on that bench. We can call for a ride. As her mom's best friend sat on the bench made from recycled Tervis tumblers, Christina felt cold all over. She shivered as she walked away from the bench so Patty wouldn't overhear, and called Ben, one of Patty's sons. Ben. It's Christina. She shoved down the worry. I was having lunch with your mom. That is, I asked her for a ride to pick up my car, but she said she doesn't have a car. Christina swallowed. I can see the yellow Hummer in the parking lot. That is her car, right? Ben laughed. It is, she probably forgot. Christina frowned at the phone. Don't worry about it. There's been a few incidents like that, but Dad said it's because she's going through the change and is forgetful. It will pass, it's nothing to worry about. There was a pause and he said, give her a few minutes. She'll remember. As she hung up the phone, Christina looked up to see Patty striding over to her, keys in hand. Let's go. I'll drop you at the car place, and then I'm off to get my hair colored. Instead of saying anything about what had just happened, Christina plastered a smile on her face and climbed into the vehicle. Tonight, she'd call her mom to ask her about Patty. She shivered, hoping her mom wasn't going through the same thing. The vacant look in Patty's eyes when she'd asked her for a ride made Christina want to turn back time to when she was a little kid whose biggest worry was if Santa would bring her what she wanted for Christmas. Chapter 13. The next day, Tara dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. She slathered on sunscreen, grabbed her hat and sunglasses, and went outside to wait. There was no way she'd hear Will over the construction noise, So Tara sat on the front porch in one of the rocking chairs, content to feel the breeze blow across her skin. It struck her how the mountains changed colors depending on the time of day. She couldn't wait to see the leaves burst into color, and then to see snow. Living in Miami, she missed the changing of the seasons. When the weather rarely changed, it was harder to mark the passage of time. It would be nice when she and Allie didn't have to worry about waking up at a certain time every day. When she was married, Tara always made sure she was up and had breakfast ready for Harry before he left for work. Now, it didn't matter what time she woke. The shorts and sundresses she made to sell, and the porch swing cushions for Will could be made any time during the day or night. She loved the freedom of creating her own schedule. Once she taught the home economics classes, she'd have to adhere to a schedule, but even then she wasn't going to teach morning classes. They'd all be in the afternoon and evening to accommodate those who had day jobs, but were interested in learning how to put up food from their gardens or how to sew. Will pulled up in his truck, a cloud of dust filling the air. They really needed a good rain this week. As he strode towards her, Tara thought of how he'd changed. The rough edges, worn smooth like glass, tumbled in the ocean, until it became something new, sea glass buried in the sand, waiting for someone to come along and find it. "You're ready." He nodded to her. She gathered up her hat and sunglasses. "I'm not baiting the hook or taking any fish we catch off the hook." He grinned. "I'll do that. I'll grill whatever we catch for dinner tonight too." "Works for me." Satisfied, she led the way to the dock next door. They spent the morning fishing, enjoying the sun and each other's company. A neighbor had offered to let Tara take his boat out whenever she wanted, and in exchange, she told him he was welcome to the blueberries, blackberries, and the apples growing on the property. For all the time she'd spent in Miami, Tara knew nothing about boats. She'd been out on them, but had never had to do anything other than enjoy herself or worry about how they worked, so she was glad Will knew what he was doing. Will took them out to the center of the lake. Out here, she could hear the waterfall crashing into the water, and decided, while it was beautiful to look at, she wouldn't want to live right next to it, like the two big houses on either side of the falls. The noise would be deafening. "This is the special spot?" "It is. You'll have to trust my internal fish radar." Tara wasn't sure why this spot of water was any different from the rest of the lake, but she refrained from saying anything, content to let him go where he said they were certain to catch fish. She shaded her eyes and looked out across the water at her home. "I think Aunt Frida would like what I've done with her house." Will handed her a fishing rod. "She would. The changes you made kept the character of the house while updating it. It's coming along nicely." He cast the rod in the opposite direction from her line. They sat quietly, content to feel the breeze on their skin, the water gently rocking them back and forth. There weren't many people outside today. They must have gone into town or sightseeing around the area. As Tara relaxed, she could hear the water hitting the sides of the small boat. Between that and the waterfall booming across the water, it lulled her into a dreamlike state. The smell of the lake mingled with the freshly cut wood smell from the renovations at the house that clung to them both. He cleared his throat, pulling her out of that in-between place she went sometimes. Daydreaming or looking inward, whatever it was called. "I'm sorry for the circumstances that brought you here, but I'm really glad you're back. At first, I wasn't sure I'd make it. It would have been so easy to give up and float through life. When I arrived, it was like I could feel Aunt Frida in the house and out on the dock. I know there's no way she could have foreseen that I'd need this place, but I like to believe that somehow she knew. Maybe she did. Folks around here always thought she had a bit of the sight. She knew the phone was going to ring before it did, knew who was pulling into the driveway, and she had a knack for winning on those scratch-off tickets." Tara felt a tug on her pole, but when she pulled it up, the bait was gone. She handed the rod to Will. "You put the minnow on the hook, and I'll toss the little guy in the water." He grinned at her. "I'm guessing I'll have to clean the fish too." "You better believe it." She shuddered. Consider this fishing adventure my thanks." "Thanks for what?" He handed her the rod. "For fixing stuff around the place. Old houses always have something that needs fixing." Will took off his baseball cap and let the wind blow through his hair. She was glad he had a full, thick head of hair. So many men hit 50, and suddenly it seemed like they were bald or had thin hair or went completely gray. "I enjoy fixing things." He put the hat back on, pulling the brim low. It's been nice to feel useful again. A few hours later, Tara had caught 2 fish to his 5. Plenty for dinner for the 3 of them. They were on their way back when Tara heard a splash. There was another splash, and then a fish hit her on the arm before flopping around in the boat. With a shriek, Tara jumped up. The boat rocked violently side to side, and the next thing she knew, it had tipped, dumping them and their gear into the lake. Somehow Will managed to grab the cooler and their rods, only losing his hat, whereas she lost her hat, sunglasses and sandals. The water was icy out in the middle of the lake. It made her gasp as she shrieked. "I think the fish did that on purpose to save his friends." Will treaded water next to her. "He's out of luck." I grabbed the cooler. "We're cooking his mates for supper." 2 sunburnt men in a boat motored over to them and helped them out of the water. Tara stayed in the larger boat out in the sun, hoping her clothes would dry quickly. The sandals had been old, but she'd loved the hat and sunglasses. Oh well, she'd find something else she liked to replace what she lost to the lake. She wondered what else the lake might hold. Things people had lost, fallen into the mud down deep in the depths of the water. They tied the boat up at the dock, thanked the men, and walked back to her house. Tara loved the feel of grass underneath her feet. "I'll shower in my bathroom, you take the new one. There are towels in the linen closet." Tara pulled her damp shirt away from her skin. "I thought we'd be dry by now." She grinned. "I think the fish are out for revenge, so I'll pass on going fishing again." He chuckled as he pulled his shirt over his head. He turned into one fine-looking man. "Do you need a change of clothes?" Tara wasn't sure she had anything to offer him, but it seemed like the right thing to at least ask. "I've got clothes in the truck. Last year I slipped and fell in a mud puddle. Had to go to dinner in muddy clothes." He shrugged. "Let's just say there wasn't a second date." "I'd guess not. Toss your clothes in the washer and I'll wash them with mine." Will was about to answer when he stopped and pointed. "Did I just see goats walking across your yard?" She grinned at him. "You did indeed. They're eating the kudzu around the property and the greenhouse. Once they're finished, we'll get started on the flower and vegetable garden." She stopped at the door to her bathroom. "If you need anything, let me know." Tara stripped off the soggy clothes in the bathroom. The smell of the lake filled the steamy shower as she soaped her body and washed her hair. She had fun today with Will. It was interesting how their past and present selves melded together, making them familiar yet new to each other. As Tara was toweling off, there was a knock at the door. "Mom? Come on in." Allie closed the door behind her. "I saw you and Will fall in the lake. What on earth happened?" The scene replayed itself in her head as Tara told her the story. "I didn't know what hit my arm, only that it was wet and slimy." Tara rubbed her arms, remembering the feel of the fish against her skin. "It was my fault. I jumped up, and the next thing you know we were in the water." "The poor fish. You probably scared him more than he scared you." Allie laughed. "He was probably chasing a bug and instead caught a human." Tara finished towel drying her hair. "I'm just glad my hair doesn't smell like the lake. I love the smell of the water but not in my hair." She was happy to have her daughter home, glad to see her finding her place in the world. She inspired Tara to let go of the past. "As much as I'd like to stay and eat dinner with you too." She waggled her brows. "Mrs. Collier invited me to have dinner with her, and paint afterwards. I'll be home late." Allie paused at the door. "Have fun. Will is really nice." Did you see he fixed the door to my greenhouse? Tara nodded. I meant to tell you earlier. It's nice to have a man around who fixes things without being asked. Seriously. Allie put a hand to her heart. That alone is reason enough to marry the man. Her daughter was grinning as she closed the door behind her. Tara finished dressing, deciding on a light sweater and jeans. It would be chilly tonight. When she went outside, Will had the grill going. I thought I'd open a bottle of white wine. Care for a glass? He turned to her. I'd love one. I'll get the wine and roast some asparagus to go with the fish. I told Allie I'd help her put in an asparagus patch so you can harvest your own in a few years. Will looked hopeful. Will you make some of that hollandaise sauce like you made last time? Of course. I'll be right back with the wine. A while later, they sat on the patio, eating dinner and watching the sunset. Will carried the dishes inside and returned with the half-empty bottle of wine. I like having you around. Tara sipped the crisp white wine. Will reached out and touched her cheek. I like being around. He hesitated, then said, I'm not in any rush. I'm not going anywhere. When you're ready, let me know and we'll make these get-togethers dates. I appreciate you being patient with me. After my wife died, people told me I needed to get out there and date again. But grief is a funny thing. It's different for each of us and runs on its own timeline. Dating sounds funny at our age. Tara watched the houses on the lake, the lights in the windows, shadows of people moving around inside. She listened to the nocturnal sounds around them, so different from the hustle and bustle of Miami. I never thought I'd be dating at this age. I thought Harry and I would be traveling the world, yet here I am. She wasn't grieving the loss of the man, but rather the loss of a life she'd spent so many years building. He shook his head. I know what you mean. Will picked up their glasses and the empty bottle. I'm glad we reconnected. I like the person you've become. She followed him inside. I do too. As twilight turned to night, lightning bugs lit up the backyard. An owl hooted in the distance as she bid him good night. Chapter 14. Evan woke to the sound of retching. Emily. He stumbled from the bed to the bathroom to find his wife on the floor by the toilet. I'm okay. She looked up at him with bloodshot eyes, her face as pale as the toilet she clutched. Tell me what you need. He yawned. Ginger ale. Evan padded down the stairs to the kitchen in his boxers to pour his wife a glass of ginger ale, 2 ice cubes, no more no less, and a straw. He'd learned that lesson last week after she'd yelled at him about the ice. One of his colleagues told Evan not to worry. Once the first trimester was passed, their wives returned to their normal personalities. Then he laughed and said, well, for a couple of months, and then they change again. He clapped Evan on the shoulder, a gleam in his eye, and told him to wait until he was in the delivery room and his wife was screaming at him. The guy looked a little green as he remembered the delivery, making Evan shudder. He grabbed a handful of saltine crackers and took them and the ginger ale upstairs. Emily was back in bed, propped up by pillows, her face splotchy. There were purple circles under her eyes. I brought some crackers too. Thank you, I'm sorry I yelled at you. It's like I turn into someone else. I know I'm being awful, but it's like I'm on the outside looking in, and I can't stop the words from jumping out of my mouth. Evan sat on the bed beside her. It's okay. I know you're worried. He took her icy hands in his. The doctor said everything looks good. A tear ran down her face. What if I lose the baby again? He pulled her close, twisting a lock of hair around his finger as he felt the moisture seep through his shirt. You won't. The doctor said it happens sometimes with the first. This time we'll be fine, we're almost there. 1 more month and you'll be in the 2nd trimester. The baby will kick up a storm, and all the doubt and worry will be behind us. Well, until the baby came, but there was no way Evan was mentioning worrying about the kid drowning or something awful happening. And what if the baby grew up to be a terrible teen? Or an awful person? Emily sniffed and blew her nose. I'm just emotional today. At book club last night, several women told me their stories. I didn't realize how many of them had miscarriages, some multiple miscarriages before carrying a baby to term. She sighed and scooted him out of the way so she could climb out of bed. I'm feeling a little better after the crackers and ginger ale. A nice hot shower will do wonders. He waited to make sure she wasn't going to get sick again. He had to be strong for her, not voice his own fears about losing the baby. Once Emily was in the shower, Evan went downstairs to his home office. It might be Saturday, but he had a full day of work ahead of him. The last rounds of layoffs were coming up, and to make matters worse, Stan had been avoiding him lately. There had been lots of closed-door meetings without Evan. Evan had always treated support staff well, believing you never knew who you might end up working for in the future. It had paid off. Mitch, Stan's assistant, told Evan that Stan had interviewed with a rival firm trying to ensure his promotion and pay raise. It seemed every time Evan tried to meet with his boss over the past few weeks, he was either on his way to another meeting or asked if they could reschedule. Evan needed this promotion and the money that went along with it. Eager to get away from the noise of the renovations at the house, Tara and Allie happily left to attend the Blueberry Festival in town. Will had been on a big job in Charlotte, building a library for a client, but would be back this evening to take her to the fair. Tara was looking forward to riding all the rides, seeing the lights, and hearing the dings and bells from the games. It would be like being a kid all over again. Mrs. Collier. Allie smiled at her new friend. I'm so glad you could join us. I haven't been to the festival in ages. Make sure you take lots of pictures. You'll find great inspiration for your next paintings here at the festival. Allie held up her phone. I brought it with me. Her mom helped Mrs. Collier over the curb onto the grass of the park outside of town. Is the town named after the blueberries that grow wild in the mountains? The park in the square wasn't big enough for the festival and fair. There were all kinds of arts and crafts vendors, food vendors, and lots of music, so they held it at a nearby park. Yes. Wild blueberries were first found on the hill outside of town by one of the first families to settle here, sometime back in the early 1930s. Though what they called a hill we call a mountain. The man was from Canada, and was looking for a more temperate climate for his wife. He named the town Blueberry Hill. Mrs. Collier looked to the mountains and pointed. Right there in the middle of that dip is where he built their home. It burned down in a fire some 50 years ago. His wife loved the wild blueberries. They're smaller than regular blueberries with a sweeter, more intense flavor than what you find in the stores. Allie loved the small berries, would eat them by the handful when she was outside. We have a bunch of bushes around our house at the lake. Mrs. Collier nodded. They make a good jam. Her mom motioned them over to a vendor who made rag rugs out of old socks. These would be great to put by the doors. They're washable, and look at all the colors. Allie helped her mom pick out rugs in shades of blue. They'd keep dirt from being tracked inside. Though they might as well leave them in the car until the remodeling was complete, or they'd be washing them every other day. If someone would have told Allie she'd be happy in a small mountain town and living at home again, she would have told them they were out of their minds, but here she was, happier than she'd been in a long time. Being here, she didn't feel like she had to be a certain version of herself, one Allie with her friends, another with her dates. Here she could just be plain old Allie, flaws and all. They meandered through the tents, stopping to ooh and ow over the various wares, everything from pottery to handmade soaps to giant sculptures for the garden. Maybe next year, after she got her flower farm started, she'd buy a giant metal giraffe to put in the field. The crows would love it. They each went their separate ways to the various food vendors to peruse the lunch offerings. Her mom wanted fried chicken and biscuits from the local church booth, while Mrs. Collier wanted to try the fried Oreos and local ice cream. Allie guessed when you were Mrs. Collier's age, you could eat whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted. A smile spread across her face. Age didn't matter. Allie was her own person, she could eat whatever she wanted to. Who cared what other people thought? With that thought, she wandered through the area where the food vendors set up, trying to decide what to have for lunch. The smell of pizza beckoned her to a small booth with a long line. As she waited her turn, Allie listened to two guys behind her talking. Was it kids? The other guy with the dirty blonde hair shook his head. That's what my brother thought until we saw the tracks. Allie turned sideways to better hear what they were saying. It was a bear. The guy with the ratty shorts and long brown hair rocked back on his heels. Whoa. Why would a bear break into your brewery? The blonde guy shrugged. Guess he wanted a drink. Allie burst out laughing. She turned to face the two guys. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Did a bear really get drunk at your brewery? The blonde guy grinned. Yep. He nodded to her. I'm Dane. He gestured to his friend. This is Rich. Don't mind him, he's been sampling the beer and wine and hasn't eaten yet. I'm Allie. I saw the tasting tent. I'm on my way over there after I get my pizza. The thought of a drunk bear made her laugh again. I hope you're putting in cameras so you can catch him on film if he comes back. Rich swayed back and forth on his feet. Dude. That bear will most definitely bring all his bear friends and have a party. Allie said goodbye to them when it was her turn to order. She decided on a slice of pepperoni and a slice of white pizza with spinach. On her way to find Mrs. Collier and her mom, she stopped in the tasting tent and grabbed glasses of mead for all of them. She was having cotton candy for dessert. The only question was, original honey or maple syrup cotton candy. Why just one? She'd buy a bag of each. Chapter 15. What was it about a small-town festival that was so much fun? Tara and Will rode the Ferris wheel that night. Then he played a few games as she cheered him on, delighted when he won her a gigantic blueberry pillow. They ate their weight in festival food as they wandered from vendor to vendor. The homemade cinnamon buns were her favorite. There were musicians playing, baby pig races, and a moonshine tasting. Who knew apple moonshine would taste so good? The lights, the sound of the crowds and rides and walking hand in hand with Will made Tara want to believe that she could hold on to her newfound independence and her sense of self, but still let someone in her heart. Time would tell. There was no rush. She liked how they fit each other, how comfortable they were, and when they disagreed, which they did, as they had differing views on a variety of topics, they still found common ground. They argued more than she had with Harry, but she felt like she knew Will better than she'd ever known her ex-husband. On the way back to the vehicle, Tara stopped and bought Allie a bag of maple syrup cotton candy, one of regular cotton candy in pink, a bag of honey-flavored fluff, and a blueberry-flavored cotton candy. Her daughter adored the spun sugar, and would be delighted she'd remembered. When she got home, it surprised Tara to see Allie was already there. Hey you. Tara joined her on the front porch, glad she'd put on a sweatshirt. It was chilly at night, especially with the breeze off the water, making Tara glad she'd purchased an outdoor heater for the patio. I can't wait to watch the leaves change color. Allie sipped from a mug of hot chocolate. I can't wait until it snows and we don't have to go anywhere. Tara handed her the paper bag full of cotton candy. I was thinking the same thing about the trees today, how nice it will be to see all the colors. We'll have to grow corn, squash, and pumpkins next year. And acorn squash. I love it with butter and brown sugar. Her daughter tipped the mug up to get the last bits of marshmallow out. And to cut our own Christmas tree. Allie set the empty mug aside, opened the bag and burst out laughing. What? Don't you like cotton candy anymore? Are you kidding? I love cotton candy. She looked in the paper bag. I'm laughing because I bought some too. She pulled out the bag of blueberry cotton candy. Blueberry? How did I miss the blueberry cotton candy? She ripped open the plastic and popped a chunk into her mouth. Oh, this is so good. Her daughter had dragged an old Afghan out with her to wrap around her as she sat in the rocking chair. Aunt Frida had friends that crocheted. They'd found several blankets in a drawer. Tara went in the house to fix them hot cocoa with marshmallows and to grab a quilt to wrap around her. When she returned, Allie had eaten half the bag. Her fingers, lips and tongue were blue. How her daughter could eat cotton candy and drink a glass of red wine was beyond Tara. The thought of mixing the two together made her throat close up. Wouldn't it be nice if Allie found someone here in Blueberry Hill? She was putting down roots, making a life here, so Tara hoped she'd stay permanently, that she'd finally stick to something and find her place in life. Allie was in the kitchen enjoying a cup of coffee when her mom stumbled in, yawning. I made coffee, and one of the guys working on the attic brought us bagels and cream cheese. You mean he brought you bagels and cream cheese? Her mom poured coffee into a cheery red polka dot mug. It doesn't matter, I'm not ready to date yet. Allie finished her bagel and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Jason made me doubt my own opinions. It's taken me a while to get over that. She looked out the windows at the lake, wondering if she'd ever tire of the view. I don't want to lose myself again. Her mom hugged her. I understand how you feel. Now that you know, I don't think it will happen again. She spotted the canvas Allie had propped up against the fireplace. When did you do this? It was a field of flowers, painted solely from her imagination. Something Allie hoped to bring to life outside in the field next to the greenhouses. I finished it the day you fell in the lake. It's beautiful. Where are you going to hang it? Allie shook her head, ponytail bouncing. I hadn't planned to hang it anywhere. It isn't very good. Her mom shot her an incredulous look. It is. How about in the living room? But Allie didn't agree. Let's hang it in the laundry room. Maybe when I get a little better, we can hang one in the living room. Her mom was dressed in a pair of yoga pants and a t-shirt that said, "What would Jane do?" She looked younger since she'd left Allie's dad. Her dad had called her once to see how she was doing. When he'd heard she'd moved to Blueberry Hill, he'd stopped calling. After texting and calling several times, she gave up. If he wanted to get in touch, he would. Her mom clapped her hands. I'd love to hang original art in the laundry room too, it would feel so decadent. A mischievous grin on her face, she said, we could hang one in each of the bathrooms as well. The painting glowed in the sunlight. I'm proud of you. Allie had heard her mom say those 4 words countless times over the years, but somehow this time it mattered. Me? Why? Her mom rummaged around in the drawer until she came up with a hammer and a picture hook. Come on, let's hang your painting. In the laundry room, her mom said, you're starting over. You ended a toxic relationship, moved to a place where you don't know anyone. She hammered the nail into the picture hook. Besides me. I meant moving to a place where you don't have any friends. I really like Mrs. Collier. Dane, the guy who owns the brewery, and his brother and sister might be friends, we'll see. I find I'm pickier about who I want as friends, no one toxic or negative. I'd rather have one really good friend than a bunch of acquaintances. Allie passed the painting to her mom. I'm proud of you too. We're a work in progress, aren't we? Her mom stepped back to admire the painting. It takes courage to start over. I moved here because the cottage was a place to land. Now that I'm here, I love our town. Allie swallowed a few times. She'd never thought of herself as courageous. It was a good feeling. Come see the greenhouses. On the way to see what she'd accomplished, Allie told her mom about the research she'd done on organic flowers. How there was a market, not only in town but in the surrounding towns. Wow. What a difference. Her mom's reaction pleased Allie. The goats did an outstanding job on the kudzu. I hacked a bit away. It was cathartic to do it, but talk about hard work. Thank goodness for goats. The guy said we'll have to have them back a few more times, but eventually we'll get rid of it all. They stepped inside her greenhouse. While her mom had said she wanted the other one, once Allie told her the plan she'd come up with, she was pretty sure her mom would give her the other one as well. The brick floor is really nice. Tara wandered around touching the potting bench and pots. Andy said we had good cover crops of ryegrass and clover. They'll plow them under and get the fields and beds ready for spring. He created a spot for a kitchen garden off the patio. She showed her mom the raised beds. It will be nice to step outside and pick what we want. I thought so. For now I'm planting lettuce, leafy greens, cucumbers, cauliflower and broccoli. Allie pointed to the field to the right of her greenhouses. I'm going to fill that field with sunflowers. Andy said they were an easy flower to start with. It would be nice to plant bulbs around the house. I think so too, and all the way up the drive. Her mom laughed. That's a lot of bulbs. It's not like I'm dating, so I have lots of time on my hands. They spent the rest of the day lazing in the sun and jumping in the icy lake when they got too hot. The two of them fell asleep in the chairs, content with the day. Chapter 16. A few days later, Tara was upstairs admiring the newly renovated attic space when Allie came bounding up the stairs. She'd given her daughter the other greenhouse for her flower business, deciding instead to use the attic space for her new business. While it would have made an amazing bedroom suite, it suited her purposes better this way. Here you go. Allie handed her $12. What's this? Her daughter was practically hopping up and down. It made her heart happy to see Allie so excited about something. We agreed on $1 an acre per year. Here's 2 years of payments for 6 acres, as the other 2 are wooded, though I'm going to plant flowers around the house for our enjoyment. Tara held the money out. Okay, but you know you don't have to pay me. It's the principle of it. Allie looked around the attic space. They did an outstanding job in here. What an amazing work area. Are you going to take the deal for the clothing line? Allie moved around the room, stopping at the bookshelf to admire how Tara had repurposed old cake stands, a dish drying rack, and several other pieces to hold smaller pieces of fabric, thread, bobbins, scissors, and other items. I think so. It's going to be so much fun to design fabric and clothes. I'm waiting for Jameson to get back to me on the offer they made. She smiled, seeing a smudge of dirt on her daughter's neck. You loved digging in the dirt as a kid. I remember when you went through your mud cake phase, and we all had to pretend to eat cake all summer. Allie giggled. Evan took a big bite, before he figured out I made the cake out of mud. I think the flowers decorating the cake threw him off. Remember your grandmother's jam? You could make jam from the fruit trees. See if Mary would carry a few jars to try it out. I thought about that. Let's go through Grandma's old recipes and try some out, see what we think. She had a great pepper jelly recipe. Her daughter gazed out the window, and Tara waited, knowing she had something else to tell her. Finally, Allie turned and sat in one of the overstuffed chairs. Tara grabbed 2 bottles of soda from the small fridge and joined her. Whatever it is, just tell me. You know the house next door, the big wood and glass one? When she nodded, her daughter took a deep breath. The couple who own the house are moving overseas for the next 2 years. They want someone to stay in the pool house and bring in the mail. I'd send them a package once a month with their mail, keep an eye on the place, make sure the people come to cut the grass, clean the pool, and that the housekeepers come twice a month. They'll clean the pool house as well, so I won't have to clean. In exchange for the house sitting, I can live in the pool house for free, all utilities included, and use the pool. That's wonderful, honey. It's not that I don't want to live here. Allie gripped the arms of the chair. Tara leaned forward, elbows on her knees. I think it's a fabulous idea. You're a grown woman, you need your own space. This was only going to be temporary anyway. Her daughter looked torn between being happy and sad. But will you be okay living alone? So that's what this was about. If you would have asked me back in April, I might have hesitated. But now, it's been so wonderful having you here, but don't worry, I'll be fine on my own. She smiled. And I won't worry about waking you up when I get up early. Allie relaxed. And I won't worry about waking you up when you don't sleep well, since I'm always up before you. I'll be right next door if you need anything. Can we still have lunch together? Of course. You're welcome anytime. When are you planning to move? Allie threw their empty soda bottles in the trash. The day before Evan and Christina get here, so plenty of room for them to sprawl out. Her daughter was glowing from within. Sometimes a change of scenery did wonders. I'll be over for breakfast every morning. No way am I missing pancakes or quiche or whatever you're planning to make. Tara leaned over and smoothed Allie's hair behind her ear. I'm delighted you'll be right next door. Her eyes twinkled. Isn't their pool heated? Her daughter grinned. All year round. We can swim when it snows. After Allie went downstairs to pack, Tara stretched out on the sofa. In a few days, all of her children would be here together. Evan and Emily could take Allie's room, and Christina could sleep in the middle bedroom, or out on the sleeping porch as she'd asked about it several times. The house still smelled like freshly cut wood, paint, and varnish. The crew finished yesterday, and a few of the boys had come back after dinner to move the furniture up to the attic. Tara had stayed up late and spent the day getting organized. Her own business. Never having held a job, it was a heady feeling. Mary had called a few days ago with the big news. A woman had come into the store and loved the shorts and sundresses. So much so that she was interested in having the designs mass-produced and carried in her boutiques, which were in Charleston, Buckhead, Palm Beach, and Martha's Vineyard. The woman loved the name of the business, the Blueberry Cottage. She thought her customers would swoon over the flattering fit of the shorts and dresses. Tara had read over the offer, then promptly sent it to Jameson to review. If it happened, she would move from a fledgling business to designing for a big company. She would design 2 more dresses and a couple of tote bags. And she'd design the fabrics as well. Who would have guessed her sewing skills would pay off? The attic space had large windows at either end. One end overlooked the lake, the other the mountains and trees. She'd put the desk in front of the windows, overlooking the lake. The 2 cozy chairs went by the other windows. She had a large cutting table in the center of the room that also served as an ironing station. The top was wood with cotton batting, then ironing board fabric, and then topped with sturdy canvas. She'd gone with a print of flying pigs that made her laugh. When she needed to cut fabric, she could slide the big ironing board off the table and prop it against the table or the wall. One long wall had floor-to-ceiling shelves. She'd found plastic boards online to wrap her fabrics around. It looked like a high-end sewing shop, with all the fabrics organized by color on the shelves. There were pretty hobnail cake stands and other vintage items she'd found in the house that held thread, bobbins, needles, and other items. All of her hand-drawn patterns were rolled up or stored in a large binder. The sewing machine sat on a white table away from the walls, in the middle of the room, in line with the cutting table. The trusty machine was still going strong after all these years. Tara ran a hand over the table as she walked around the room, remembering making Halloween outfits for the kids when they were small. There was another white table on the other side of the ironing station. Right now it held her serger with room for another machine. Did she want an embroidery machine, or maybe another sewing machine? She'd see as the business progressed. There was a bookcase over by the cozy chairs that held sketch pads, pencils, and her tablet. Tara liked to sketch out ideas and then finish the designs on her tablet. The pull-out sofa was against the other wall with a table on one side and a mini fridge on the other. She adored the space. She'd asked Allie to paint her something to put on the wall, and was excited to see what she came up with. It had been so nice to have Allie here with her, but it would be good for her to have her own space. Tara worried if her daughter took too long to date again, that she might be too afraid to open her heart and end up alone. She loved deeply, and when hurt it took her a long time to trust again. Chapter 17. It had been a long day of travel. Evan shifted in the seat of the rental car as they drove up yet another mountain. He'd refrained from pointing out that there wasn't much around as they drove from the airport to his mom's house. "Look, there's the lake." Emily was pointing out the window, a smile on her face, color in her cheeks. "It's much larger than I thought it would be." Evan caught glimpses of sunlight on dark water as they wound through the mountains. It was so quiet here. How could his mom like living here after living in Miami? "I can't wait to see what Tara has done with the cottage." Emily sang along with the radio as Evan drove. It was like he had his wife back. 2 weeks ago they'd passed the first trimester and it was like a light switch. She didn't get sick anymore, wasn't so moody, and seemed over moving out of state. There were times Evan would wake to find Emily had been up for hours. She said she felt amazing, couldn't remember when she had ever had so much energy. 2 days before their trip, he'd gone with Emily to the doctor for her checkup. When the technician asked if they wanted to know what they were having, Emily looked at him, then said yes. A little girl. Evan had been exhilarated and terrified all at the same time. The entire house would need to be baby-proofed. He'd wanted to cancel the trip, but after the doctor talked to him, he agreed to go. It wasn't until Emily hit 7 months that she shouldn't travel far from home. They'd called her mom, but she was in Belgium, so they'd left a message. The next day she'd called, excited to be a grandmother. But when Emily hung up, Evan could see the call upset her. When he'd asked her about it, she said she couldn't rely on her mom to be there for the birth. Her mom was so happy with Emily's stepdad that she didn't have the heart to ask her mom to cancel their trip. Her mom said she'd gotten the dates mixed up, but Evan thought she didn't want to come back. No, her mom loved traveling, something she'd never done with Emily's dad. He'd passed away from cancer several years ago, before they could take any trips. Emily's family never had much money growing up, and her mom had always wanted to see the world. When she remarried to an older and wealthier man, Emily's mom got her wish. Her mom and stepdad were always going somewhere. On the call, Emily said her mom told her they were thinking about taking one of those around-the-world cruises. If so, she'd miss the first year of the baby's life. Since they were spending a long weekend with Evan's mom, they'd decided to tell her and his siblings in person. As much as Evan hated to take the 2 days off around Labor Day weekend, he knew Emily needed the trip. He'd assured Stan that he'd be available via phone and email at all times. On his way out the door on Thursday, Mitch pulled him aside and said he'd email Evan if he heard anything. They were down to the last round of layoffs, and everyone was on edge. "Since we don't leave until Tuesday, we have 3 full days at your mom's after today. Promise me you'll try to relax." Emily leaned across the seat and kissed him on the cheek. "You needed a few days away. I'm so glad you're not going to work and we can just enjoy ourselves." "Me too." He squeezed her hand. Evan swallowed. He'd let her believe he wouldn't be working while they were on this brief vacation. She didn't seem to understand what was at stake, how his entire career was dangling over the edge of a ravine, held by a fraying rope. Instead, Evan thought he could work when Emily spent time with his mom and sisters. They'd want to go shopping and swimming, so he'd have time to work without her knowing. He'd left his laptop at home, knowing his tablet and phone would suffice. And if she asked, he'd say he was watching a movie or reading a book on the tablet. It was a little white lie to keep the peace. They turned onto a narrow road, pine trees on either side, and after what seemed like a mile came to a small cottage, the lake sparkling behind it. The screen door slammed, and there was his mom looking happy and much younger than Evan remembered. "I'm so happy you're here." She hugged him, then turned to Emily. His mom cocked her head. You're glowing. You'll have to tell me your skincare secrets. She hugged Emily. I've missed you so much. His wife smiled, her eyes full of tears. I've missed you too. Come on inside. Allie went for a swim, and Christina will be here in an hour or two. Evan grabbed their bags as Emily chatted with his mom. They both looked happy, and for a moment Evan wished he could find a way for them to live close to each other, but his mom said she loved it here, and there weren't any big companies nearby where Evan could make the money he was making now. It took forever to get to her mom's place. Up and down, around and around. Why were there so many mountains? When the driver finally turned off onto the road that should lead to her mom's, Christina caught sight of the lake her mom and sister were always going on and on about. It was pretty, but it wasn't the ocean. She wrinkled her nose. It smelled different here instead of salt and sunscreen and spicy food. It smelled like wet dog and decaying leaves. The road curved again and there was the cottage. It was so tiny compared to her childhood home. Christina had no idea her mom was going through such a rough time. The driver helped her with her bags and assured her that he'd be here on Tuesday morning to pick her up and take her to the airport. She thanked him as she grabbed her bag and ran up the porch steps. Before she could knock, the door flew open. You're here. Allie pulled her into a hug, smothering her. Hey sis. Wow, you and Mom sure are out in the middle of nowhere. Allie rolled her eyes. It's not the big city, but give it a chance. Blueberry Hill will grow on you. Come on in, Evan's already here. The little house was cute. She could see her mom and sister's touch in the curtains and cushions they'd made. The house was laid out to maximize the views of the lake. As she looked at the water, Christina blinked. Oh, there was a waterfall at the far end of the lake. That was pretty. You're here. How was the ride? Her mom kissed her on the cheek. I'm so happy you could make it. You have to tell us everything going on with you. Emily came in from the patio through the sliding glass doors, greeting her with a hug. It's great to see you. Emily tossed her an apple. I know you love Honeycrisp apples. Your mom has an orchard full of them. Christina took the apple, delighted to see her sister-in-law. It's good to see you too. You look amazing. She took a bite, savoring the crisp crunch. I can't believe you can just pick these. They're so expensive at home. Her mom smiled, looking happy to have them all together again. Help yourself. Next month the Crimson Crisp apples will be ready. They're supposed to be even better than the Honeycrisp. Christina pursed her lips. You just want me to come back. I do. Her mom picked up Christina's bag. I was going to put you in the middle bedroom, but then I remembered you like to sleep in when you don't have to work, so you're upstairs. It will be quiet, and we won't bother you when we get up early. The guys just finished the attic. Wait until you see the space. It's my workroom, but there's a really comfortable pull-out sofa. Thanks, Mom. I like to stay up late and get up late, though when I find a new job, I'll probably be on a regular schedule and will have to get up early during the week. She followed her mom upstairs. It's beautiful up here. The space was clean and modern with windows at each end. Her mom had already pulled the bed out and made it up so it would be ready if she wanted a nap. She discreetly wiped her eyes. It was so nice to feel wanted and to have her mom asking about her life. Christina turned to her mom. Are you excited about the new design job? Her mom's eyes shone. Beyond excited. And a little scared. Christina took the bag from her mom and dropped it on the floor next to her bed. Don't be. You have such a great eye for color. I get so many compliments on the shorts you made me. Let me know when they're in the shop so I can tell people. Her mom showed her the small refrigerator. Catch me up on your life, sweetheart. Christina told her mom about looking for a job, how she hadn't found anything yet, but hoped she would soon. and how she wasn't dating anyone. It was hard to find someone that she could see as a father to the kids she wanted. That she worried she was getting older, and didn't want to be an old mom. All her mom's reassurances did little to ease Christina's worries. "I'm sorry there's not a bathroom up here. I added a second bathroom downstairs, so you can use either one on the main floor." Evan and Emily are in Allie's room. Where's she sleeping? The middle bedroom. Her mom looked happy and sad at the same time. She's moved next door, house sitting for the people who own the big house on the right. It's for 2 years. Instead of looking sad, her mom grinned. They have an enormous pool that's heated year-round. We can't wait to swim when it's snowing. The lake is getting too cold to swim in, so it's nice to have the pool. Let's go downstairs and I'll fix you a snack. They stopped in the kitchen to grab a drink and snack before joining everyone out on the patio. I've never seen snow. Christina thought it might be nice for a day, but not for a whole season. She liked the heat and the sun. You'll have to come back and stay longer so you can see the snow. Her sister looked happy too. Maybe there was something to this place. Christina greeted everyone, making sure to hug her brother. He looked worn out. So much so, she didn't want to ask him about work. As they all caught up with each other, Christina relaxed, thankful not to be traveling. She was about to ask Emily what was going on, when Evan spoke up. He took Emily's hand in his. They were both beaming, and suddenly she knew. "We have news." Emily smiled so big her eyes practically disappeared in her face. "We're pregnant." Everyone started talking at once, congratulating them. "Wait. You're how far along?" Christina frowned. "Just about 4 months. And you're just telling us now?" "Quiet," Allie hissed. But Emily shook her head. "We wanted to wait. To be safe." She patted Evan's hand. "I had a miscarriage last year when I was 2 months along." Evan took her hands in his. "We were devastated, so we wanted to make sure everything was okay before we said anything." Emily smiled. "I'm due the end of February." Her mom hugged her sister-in-law. Christina was happy for them, and sorry she'd acted the way she had. It must have been hard for them to lose a baby. Torn between jealousy, longing, and happiness, she made the conscious decision to be happy for Emily. One day it would be her turn. "I'm really glad we're all here together." Christina looked at her family, the first time they were in one place without her dad. She thought it might make her sad, but it didn't, not any longer. Chapter 18. Christina yawned as she walked barefoot into the kitchen. "Morning." She eyed the counter, her mouth falling open. "What are you doing?" "Making eggs." She blinked at her mom, wondering if she was losing it. "Allie. Evan. Emily. Come quick, you have to see what Mom's doing." Her mother rolled her eyes and turned up the music, some old rock power ballad that made Christina cringe. While her mom listened to current music, she loved old 80s music, which drove Christina up the wall. Allie came in from outside, dusting her hands off on her shorts. "Hey sis. What are you yelling about? Look at all the eggs." Her sister looked at the plates of eggs lined up on the counter and shrugged. Christina scowled at her sister. "Mom. Seriously. What's up with the eggs?" Her mom had plates of eggs, all cooked a different way, lined up in a row all down the island. "I'm trying to decide how I like my eggs." Evan ran a hand through his hair as he stumbled into the kitchen. "You like them scrambled?" He sniffed. "What's for breakfast?" "Besides eggs." "Do I?" Her mom frowned at the plate of scrambled eggs. "I don't really know. Your dad loved scrambled eggs, so that's what I ate." As Christina and her siblings watched, looks of amusement on their faces, her mom took a bite of the scrambled eggs. Then she moved to the plate of fried eggs and tasted those. Next was a poached egg and so on, until she'd tasted each type of egg she'd cooked. "Well, Christina wondered if her mom was having trouble coping since the divorce. I like them over easy medium with crunchy edges. Her sister grabbed a fork from the drawer and went down the line, tasting each type of egg. I agree, but I still like them scrambled the best. Evan liked them poached while Emily said the smell made her feel nauseous, so she went outside until they were done and they cleaned the eggs up. Aren't you going to try them? Allie pointed to the eggs. Christina rolled her eyes. They were all ridiculous. Nope. I like mine scrambled. Always have, always will. Tara was packing aprons in the tote bag for all of them when there was a knock at the door. Will. How nice to see you. He was dressed in a pair of jeans and blue chambray button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up. I told Evan I'd show him around town while you ladies go to your class. He winked at her. What are you making, mouse houses or something? It was so nice of him to think of Evan being left here alone while they all went to the pottery class. Trivets. She ran a hand through her hair. The class is at the community center. We thought it would be fun. Tara was about to knock on the bedroom door when it opened and Evan and Emily came out. Will nodded to Evan. Want to take a look around town? The brewery is having a tasting today. Thought we could grab a bite and a taste. The relief that spread across her son's face made Tara laugh. Yes. Whatever you have in mind, yes. Her son looked like he'd gotten a good night's sleep. Over the past year since the announcement of the restructuring at his company, he'd been working so many hours. Tara hoped it would pay off for him. Emily kissed him, happiness radiating from every pore of her skin. Don't worry, we weren't going to drag you along. Go and have fun. I'm looking forward to spending time with your mom and sisters. It's been way too long. Evan picked his phone up off the table. If you need me, call. Tara followed them out to the truck, her hand on the open window. Thank you for thinking of him. Will covered her hand with his. He seemed a bit outnumbered when I stopped by yesterday. We men have to stick together. Tara and Emily waved goodbye as the truck pulled away. Her daughter-in-law turned to her. Are you two dating? No. She watched the truck until it disappeared. But I'm starting to come around. Emily rubbed her stomach, making Tara wonder if she was feeling okay. After last time, they all hovered over her a bit more than usual. He seems really nice. I'm happy for you. Emily looked thoughtful as a smile spread across her face. If Will can get Evan to see what a delightful town this is, I'll totally be on his side when he proposes. Tara held up her hands. It's too early in the day to be talking about proposals. Come on, let's get Allie and Christina moving so we can make pottery. Thanks for coming by. For a minute, I thought I might be making pottery with the women. Evan had gotten up early, so he could get a few hours of work in before Emily woke up. He'd told her he'd leave work at home while they were on vacation, but he couldn't resist looking at his phone. And then one thing led to another, and the next thing he knew he was lost in work. Will drove a big truck that here in the mountains made perfect sense, but always made Evan chuckle when he saw them on the highway in Seattle, the guys driving them usually dressed in suits. This truck looked like it was a working vehicle. Allie told him Will made furniture. Evan thought of the sense of accomplishment he'd feel seeing a piece of completed furniture at the end of the day, instead of moving paper around all day. Every once in a while, he wondered what he actually contributed to make the world a better place. Thought we'd take a drive around the lake, then through town, and end up at the brewery for lunch. Besides beer, they also make their own artisanal whiskey and moonshine. Artisanal moonshine? Who knew? I'll have to take a bottle back to my boss. He loves all that small batch stuff. Evan had to admit it smelled good out here around the lake. The scent of the rocks and trees, a hint of fall in the air. Clear blue skies met green trees and gray mountain peaks. It was a breathtaking view. They were a quarter of the way around the lake when Will slowed down, pointing to a house up ahead. "It's for sale. I heard your wife saying how much she likes it here." He looked over at Evan and pointed further up the road. "That one is going up for sale in the next month or so. Houses don't go on the market very often, and when they do, they sell fast." The house they'd stopped in front of was beautiful. All wood, stone, and glass. It was 3 stories and overlooked the lake. There wasn't a dock, but that could easily be fixed. "Do you want to go inside?" Will waited. Evan shook his head. "No. I'm up for a big promotion at work, vice president. It's all I've ever wanted." A heavy sigh escaped. "When I get the promotion and bonus, then I can think about buying a second home as a vacation home. Emily would enjoy being close to my mom. Her mom remarried a couple of years ago and they travel all the time, so she doesn't see her much anymore." He ran a hand through his hair. "I'd be surprised if she's around when Emily has the baby." Will's brows shot up. "I thought all mamas wanted to be around when their kids had babies, especially first babies." She said she'd see the baby when Emily came home, after the commotion died down. Plus, she's worried about catching something at the hospital that might delay her next cruise. Will took one last look at the house and put the truck in gear. "I know Tara is excited. I'm sure she'd come up when it's close to the time if you asked." I think that was the first thing Emily asked after we told her the news. Evan shifted in the seat to look at the man his mother had been spending time with. She told him how she dated Will back in high school. "Are you and my mom dating?" Will turned onto the road that would take them to town. "No, but I'm hoping to change her mind." He looked over at Evan. "I care for Tara a great deal, but she said she needs time. I respect that." Evan nodded. "She seems happier than I've seen her in a long time." When Allie had called to warn Evan that their mom was spending time with Will, Evan had been prepared to dislike him, even after Allie said they weren't dating. The trip had given him an excuse to get a closer look at the man. He had to admit Will was a good guy. His mom was happier, more at ease since she'd moved. There had been many times over the years when Evan felt the tension in the air as his mom tried to please his dad. Even he knew his dad could be demanding and self-absorbed. While all the other dads went to their kids' games, his dad never did. He always said he was too busy putting food on the table. When Evan graduated high school, his dad was away courting investors for the firm. Work came first, and his dad was proud of the fact. Had he become like his dad, putting work first and Emily second? Not wanting to dwell on the thought, Evan put it away to examine another time, and instead focused on getting to know Will. They had lunch at the brewery, thick hearty sandwiches along with a selection of various beers. They were small amounts, a few sips each. The waiter told them about the juvenile bear who'd broken in and gotten drunk off the cinnamon and honey whiskey. Evan excused himself to hit the men's room, detoured to their waiter and paid for lunch so Will couldn't beat him to it. He also bought a case of the dark ale Will liked to thank him for spending the day with him. It had been much better than staying at the house alone and working. He couldn't remember the last day he'd done something fun. Before they left, they tasted 3 of the moonshine flavors. The woman serving them told them North Carolina had been the first state to enact prohibition. Even after prohibition ended, North Carolina was a dry state until 1935. The bootleggers gave birth to NASCAR. The small batches brewed with heirloom corn grown right here in Blueberry Hill. Evan bought a bottle of the Shine infused with vanilla for his boss, and one infused with apple for Mitch, to thank him for keeping Evan in the loop of what was going on with the layoffs. The last bottle, infused with blackberries, he bought for himself. There was also a nectarine and honey whiskey that was delicious, so he added a bottle of it to give to his mom when she came for the baby's birth. She'd told him if Emily's mom couldn't make it, she'd be delighted to be there. Will had chuckled when he saw the purchases loaded in the back of the truck. A smile spread across his face when Evan told him the case of ale was for him. After Will dropped him off, Evan stretched out on the bed on the porch. His sister called it the sleeping porch. Full from lunch and the booze, Evan drifted off. As he fell asleep, he thought if his company were located here in Blueberry Hill, it would be the perfect place to raise their little girl. Chapter 19. They all spent the long weekend relaxing, swimming in the pool next door and catching up with one another. Allie picked up the trivets they'd made on Monday morning. The community center was open for a half day so people could pick up their projects. She'd stopped by Mrs. Collier's, giving her one of the trivets she'd made to thank her for the painting lessons. The purple glaze she'd used brought out the detail of the magnolia blossom she'd carved on the front. While she was there, Allie had invited her to join them for a cookout tonight, but Mrs. Collier was getting together with her bridge partners, and they were all going to Asheville to see a concert and staying overnight. On the way home, she stopped in at Spilled Milk. "I thought I better get here early before you closed. Are you cooking out today?" Mary was setting up a fall display in the front window. She dusted off her hands and poured a glass of apple cider for each of them. "We are. The kids are coming in for the day, so we'll cook out this afternoon so they can head back tonight. You know how it is, they have to work on Tuesday." She handed Allie a glass of golden liquid. "Taste this. It's from one of the nearby orchards." Allie took a sip of the cold cider. "Oh, that's good. We'll have to try making some from our apples." She set the watermelon on the counter, careful not to let it roll off. "Could I get 2 jugs of the cider too?" As Mary rang her up, they talked about the trivets they'd made, how much fun it had been to get together. There was a stained glass class they planned to take in November. Allie had already decided to make a sign for her greenhouse. "I hear you're house-sitting for that couple from Connecticut. I bet your mama misses having you in the house." Allie counted out cash for the purchases, knowing it saved Mary paying the credit card fees. "I am. They'll be gone for 2 years. It's funny, I enjoyed living alone. Then when I moved in with Mom, I really liked having someone else in the house, even if we were both busy doing our own thing most of the time." She put her wallet back in her crossbody bag so she wouldn't leave it behind. 3 times in the past few weeks, Allie had been so distracted thinking about her new business that she'd forgotten her wallet or phone. Thank goodness for small towns where everybody knew everybody, so she didn't have to worry about someone stealing it. When she picked up the jugs of cider to carry them out to the car, Mary carried the watermelon out for her. "Living alone again has taken some getting used to. I'm glad I'm right next door." She grinned as she put the cider on the floor in the back seat so it wouldn't tip over. "I go over to Mom's for breakfast every morning. She makes the best pancakes." Mary shut the car door. "Have fun cooking out. Tell your mama I said hello." "Will do. Enjoy your cookout. Thanks for being open this morning." She'd never tire of the long drive to the house. Seeing the lake and the mountains made her feel like she was a part of something bigger than herself. After Allie put the groceries away, she called her sister to help carry the cider, the watermelon, and the trivets over to her mom's. "The pool is really nice." Her sister looked around. "I can't believe you get this cute cottage and the pool, all rent and utility free." "I keep an eye on things and take care of the mail, but you're right, it's a great gig. I even get free cleaning. The housekeeper cleans the pool house after the main house." Allie side-eyed her sister. "There are 2 bedrooms. You know, in case you want a change of scenery." She made a face to let her sister know she was teasing. "After all, I think you've dated every eligible guy in Miami." Christina rolled her eyes. "It's hard to find someone to spend the rest of your life with. Talk about pressure. I appreciate the offer, but I'd miss the beach." Allie pointed to the paper bag with handles. "You take the trivets. Wait until you see how pretty they came out." Christina peeked in the bag. "They're all wrapped up." Allie laughed. "You'll have to wait to see them with everyone else." She put the cider in the fridge and left the watermelon out on the counter. They walked next door, the sounds of families enjoying the holiday carried on the breeze. Allie called out, "Mom! Emily! Come see the Trivets." Christina plopped down in a chair, stretching out. Her sister loved the sun. She was tan, her legs impossibly long in the cut-off denim shorts she'd thrown on this morning. Her mom and Emily came out to the patio, wearing shorts her mom had made with white t-shirts. Allie handed out the wrapped packages. "Open them. I can't wait to see everyone's Trivets." They opened the carefully wrapped Trivets, exclaiming over them to each other. Christina had carved ocean waves into her trivet and glazed it a turquoise color. "I'm going to put it in my kitchen," she said, wrapping the piece back up. "It's almost too pretty to use." Emily ran her fingers over her green trivet. She'd carved the lake and mountains into her trivet and glazed it a forest green. "Wrap it up, we'll use mine today." Allie's mom slid her trivet to the center of the table. She'd carved a sun into the clay and glazed it a golden yellow. "We can use mine too." Allie carved a poppy flower into hers and glazed it red. She looked to her sister and sister-in-law. "I can't believe you're going back tomorrow. It's been so nice to spend time together over the long weekend." "I love it here." Emily beamed at them, glowing. Christina looked unconvinced. "The lake is nice, but I'd miss the smell of the ocean and the sound of the waves." "What time is Will coming over?" Allie asked her mom. "He'll be here around 4:30. Allie thought they'd have plenty of time. "Let's go for a swim, the water is perfect." Everyone changed into their swimsuits, well, everyone except Evan. He said he had to take care of something for work. She didn't miss the look of annoyance on Emily's face. They spent a few hours swimming and lazing in the sun. Christina and her mom fell asleep in the chaise lounge chairs. Allie and Emily stretched out in matching chairs on the other side of the pool. "Is everything okay with you and my brother?" Emily turned on her side and sighed. "He's been working like he's at a startup. He promised me he wouldn't work this weekend, but I caught him yesterday on his tablet, and again today." She sat up and rubbed sunscreen on her skin. "He's sure getting promoted will make him happy. But the thing is, every time he gets promoted he's happy for a few months, and then he's back to looking forward to the next promotion. It never ends." She handed Allie the bottle of sunscreen. "I don't want him to end up like his dad. Evan said he wasn't around much when you all were kids. I want our daughter to have both parents at her school events, and for him to be home for dinner most nights." Allie rubbed sunscreen on her face while she listened to Emily. Kids. Her sister wanted a baby more than anything. Emily was due in March, and Allie? She'd never felt the pull of a baby. Never had baby fever like Christina. When one of her friends handed her their new baby, she cooed over the kid, then happily gave it back. No, she would rather have a dog. "I thought Evan looked exhausted when you got here. I think the trip has helped. Even with working a few hours, he looked rested today." She loved Emily. Her sister-in-law wasn't easily offended, so Allie didn't have to worry about Emily taking her words the wrong way. "I think Evan believes he has to be important at work, so our dad will be proud of him. He can't see how much he's already accomplished." Allie put the bottle under the chair, so it wouldn't get hot in the sun. "Maybe when you have the baby, he'll dial back his hours. When will he find out about the promotion?" "I hope you're right." Emily closed her eyes. "I think he'll know in the next couple of months." Tara was in the kitchen making potato salad when Will arrived. "I'm so glad you could make it." He handed the case of ale off to Evan. "Thanks for picking it up. What do I owe you?" Will shook his head. "My contribution to the cookout." When Evan went outside, Will turned to her, a serious look on his face. "Are you sure I'm not intruding on family time?" The thought hadn't even crossed her mind. "Not at all. I'm happy you're here and so are the kids. I wasn't sure how they'd feel about us being friends since the divorce and all. They've all surprised me, well, except Christina. She has a hard time with change, though lately she's doing better. Tara washed and dried her hands at the sink. She loved the newly remodeled kitchen with its colorful appliances. Evan was asking when you'd get here. He visibly relaxed. I'm glad. They're good kids. Will helped her carry the dishes and silverware out to the patio, where they planned to eat outside. Evan was busy filling the coolers with ice and drinks. Emily went next door to help Allie make the baked beans, and Christina. Tara sighed. Her youngest daughter hadn't even asked if there was anything she could do to help. She was out on the dock, talking on her phone, used to everyone waiting on her. Sometimes I judge myself on how good of a parent I've been based on the decisions I see the kids making, and how they act. Some days I feel pretty good, but there are other days I feel like I failed at parenting. Will gently touched her arm. You're a great mom, never doubt that. I see how much your kids love you. They've grown up into good humans. I would think that's all we can ask of anyone. Her heart filled. He was so kind and thoughtful. Tara wouldn't say anything today, but later, when the kids left to go back to their lives, she'd invite Will over for dinner one night soon, tell him she was ready to move forward. With that thought making her smile, she set out a vase of sunflowers on the table. Evan and Will took charge of the grill while her daughters laid out the rest of the food. It looks like we're expecting an entire high school football team. Christina looked at the spread of food. We'll never eat all this. Yep, we may have gotten a bit carried away. Allie laughed. We can make up plates with the leftovers and run them over to the fire department. Clifton said the guy who usually cooks for them is out sick. That's a great idea. Tara handed Emily a pitcher of sunshine, which was half lemonade and half iced tea, otherwise known as an Arnold Palmer, but since she put mint and honey in hers, Tara had named it Sunshine. They had hamburgers, hot dogs, coleslaw, potato salad, baked beans, watermelon, corn on the cob, key lime pie, and chocolate cake. It was a ton of food. The evening passed as they ate and talked, enjoying each other's company, as voices of families on the lake drifted to them when the wind blew. Evan held up a slice of watermelon, frowning. What is wrong with this watermelon? There aren't any seeds. Christina wrinkled her nose. Nobody wants seeds in their watermelon, everyone likes it seedless. But then you can't spit the seeds. I always used to win when we were kids. Evan looked crestfallen as his sisters laughed at him. Remember when you told Christina a watermelon would grow in her stomach if she swallowed a seed? Allie grinned. I didn't eat watermelon for years. Christina glared at her brother before turning to Emily. He only said that because he wanted all the watermelon for himself. Instead of eating her watermelon as a slice, Emily cut hers into pieces and put pickles on top, much to the disgust of everyone. The odd cravings made Tara remember back to when she was pregnant with her kids. With Evan, she'd eaten so much ice cream, she couldn't even think about ice cream until he turned 3. When she was pregnant with Allie, Tara had craved pizza and raspberries, but not together. And with Christina, she'd craved oranges and toast, and inhaled the scent of sunscreen. Maybe that's why her youngest was so attached to the beach. They watched the sunset over the lake, the sky changing from red to orange to coral and then to pink and purple. In the distance, they could see bonfires and lights coming on in the other houses. Who wants to roast marshmallows? Will had built the fire pit so they could roast marshmallows and sit outside as the weather turned cold. He'd given her a plaid wool blanket so she could sit outside by the fire and look at the lake without freezing. I do. Christina ran inside to get the bag of marshmallows and skewers. When she came back out, she had a grocery bag in hand. I know how much Allie and Emily like s'mores, so I brought the makings for them as well. Tara looked at her daughter-in-law. How are you feeling about s'mores? Emily wrinkled her nose. I think they'll be fine, but I won't know for sure until I smell them. It had been a perfect day. Tara sat next to Will, listening to him talk to her daughters. She liked the way his eyes crinkled at the corners, the laugh lines deep. They'd eaten s'mores and roasted marshmallows, and simply enjoyed each other's company without any drama. He was so easy to be around, and her kids genuinely liked him. A couple of times their hands brushed, making her feel giddy. Guess it was never too late to try again. While she'd only been divorced for 5 months, Tara realized she and Harry had separated from each other years ago, even though they'd still lived in the same house, ghosts passing by each other but rarely interacting. The love she thought she felt for him the last few years of their marriage had been nothing more than an illusion, a habit, complacency rather than happiness. She had worked hard to let go of old feelings and thoughts, to embrace an alternative way of looking at life. Moving to a new state had helped her change. Thank you, Aunt Frida. Now Tara wanted nothing more than to see her children happy and settled in their lives. I love it here. Blueberry Hill would be a great place to raise a family. Emily had tried a s'more, but it made her feel sick, so instead she'd been roasting marshmallows until they were a dark, crispy brown. She'd pull off the skin, eat it and roast the marshmallow again, repeating the process. Unaware of the tension between Emily and Evan, Christina pointed across the lake. There are 2 houses for sale across the lake. Will took Evan to see them when we made our trivets. Evan corrected his sister. We drove by them, we didn't go inside. You did? Emily looked at him, a question on her face. Why didn't you say anything? He huffed out a breath, clearly annoyed. Once I get promoted to vice president, then maybe we can think about a vacation home here. Or a forever home. Emily retorted. Oh dear. Tara caught the look between the two of them, hoping the subject wasn't causing a rift between them. Emily had mentioned several times how much she liked it here, and without thinking, Christina had blurted out that there were houses for sale. A new baby could challenge a marriage. Tara hoped they'd work things out. Emily told them about the shooting at the supermarket, the one by the house where she regularly shopped. It had caused a shift within her. Tara thought between the pregnancy and the change in Emily, Evan was going to have to find a way to compromise. He wasn't single, so he couldn't think only of himself anymore. Tuesday came much too soon and was bittersweet. Tara said goodbye to Christina and Evan and Emily. They had early flights and had to leave after breakfast, but promised to text when they arrived home. Before they left, she gave them a bag full of canned peaches, peach jam, fig jam, and blueberry syrup and jam she and Allie had made. Allie had gone with Mrs. Collier out to one of the blueberry patches to paint, and Will was spending the day working on a new hutch he was building. She had the day to herself, so Tara decided to swim in the pool and read all day. As she was changing into her swimsuit, Will texted asking if she was free for dinner tonight. With a smile stretching across her face, she replied, yes. Tonight, she'd tell him she was ready. Though as much time as they'd been spending together, it was like they'd already been dating. Still, she was excited and decided to sew up the top she'd been designing. It had long sleeves and tied at the waist, perfect for dinner on the town. Chapter 20. Until she stepped off the plane in Miami, Christina hadn't realized how much she'd missed her family. It had been good to see everyone, and after seeing how much happier her mom was, Christina wondered if maybe the version of what happened according to her dad hadn't exactly been the truth. The first week she was back home, Christina worked and passed the time. She walked her clients' dogs on the beach and looked for a job, doing what she didn't know, only that it was time for a change. At the end of the second week, the weather had cooled down slightly and she'd been on 2 interviews. Nothing had worked out, but she was confident she'd find something soon. When her dad reached out asking if she was free for lunch, Christina hoped he and Mandy had worked things out and that he was going to apologize for what he'd said to her before. The outdoor cafe he'd picked was on the beach. The salty air filled her nose, mixing with the smell of suntan lotion and the scent of food cooking. Her dad was already seated at a table facing the ocean. Are Mandy and the baby coming? Her dad frowned. They're at her mother's today. I thought we could talk, just the two of us. A server stopped by their table to take their drink orders, telling them she'd be back for the rest of their order in a few minutes. Christina had been eating salad for a week, so she decided to splurge with a burger and fries. Her dad talked about work, and when she asked, said his legal troubles were almost sorted. By the time the food arrived, she wanted to scream. He hadn't asked Christina anything about her trip or her life. It was all about him. No matter how much money he made, it would never be enough. With some people it never was. Talk about a stark contrast between her parents. While she'd always been closer to her dad growing up, the visit to see her mom made Christina view her parents through the eyes of an adult rather than a child. It had been eye-opening. By the time the server cleared their plates, she had enough of him talking about himself. When he took a sip of his cocktail, she said her piece. You haven't asked me anything about going to see Mom. Or about my interview. Or anything at all about me. It's all been you. You haven't even mentioned Mandy or my new brother. Her dad looked around the cafe, then lowered his voice. Don't make a scene and embarrass me. He signaled the server for another drink. I haven't asked about you because nothing ever changes. You're in limbo. She blinked at him. What do you mean? The server brought their drinks. Her dad asked for the check before turning his attention back to her. Look at Mandy. You're the same age, yet she has a baby and has her life together. I look at you and see someone who is still fooling around, not sure of what she wants to be not when she grows up. Look at yourself. You walk other people's dogs, cobble together these little side jobs instead of looking for a secure job with benefits. What are you going to do when you hit retirement age? I won't be leaving you or your brother and sister any money. I'm going to spend it all. He snorted. And you better not expect any financial help from your mom. She'll never have much money. Stunned, she sat there as he went on. Don't you think it's time to be an adult and stand on your own 2 feet? You can't keep waiting around for a man to take care of you. I expect my grown children to have their own lives and not pester me all the time. Pester you? Christina narrowed her eyes at him. Don't you want a relationship with me? With Evan and Allie? Instead of answering, he looked out at the beach, watching a group of women saunter by. Dad. He turned his head to meet her gaze. What's going on with you and Mandy? I want to see my baby brother. But he shook his head, his lips pressed into a thin line. Mandy is busy, as am I. Anyway, he's only your half-brother. She felt like he'd slapped her. Did you ever love Mom? She picked at the seam of the cloth napkin. Where did that come from? I thought Mom was happy when I was a kid. But after seeing her at the lake, I realized she wasn't. So she's happy now? Her dad sneered. Very much so. Did you love her? The man across the table from her seemed like a stranger. When we first met, she was the prettiest woman on campus. His shoulders slumped. People change. Grow apart. Christina was perplexed. Then why didn't you divorce her a long time ago? Why stay together? He shrugged. I wanted someone to come home to. Someone who would have dinner ready and take care of my life. We had you kids, and I thought it would be better if all of you had my influence on your lives. Your mother was too much of a free spirit back then. He snorted. Look how well that turned out. Evan is the only one who made something of himself. But after Enrique, she knew better. No. She shook her head. That isn't it. You were afraid to be alone. Her dad frowned. I wouldn't say that. You're too young to understand. No, I'm not. Christina was tired, done with her dad and his half-truths. It had taken seeing her mom as a person of her own, not just as a mother, for her to see the truth. Her dad was selfish, only cared about himself. It would take time, but she'd repair her relationship with her mom. I was wrong about you. You're a coward. You only care about what someone can do for you. You don't care about anyone else but yourself. She pushed back from the table. Goodbye, Dad. Then, unable to resist, she called out over her shoulder, Don't call me, I'll call if I want to talk to you. Evan was exhausted. He'd been working 14-hour days for weeks, and Emily was not pleased. He walked into the kitchen to see she'd set the table for him. There was a covered dish in the refrigerator. Lasagna. Guilt filled him. She'd made his favorite meal. The garlic bread sat on a plate ready for the toaster oven. While the food heated, Evan went upstairs to change clothes. The bedroom was dark, Emily asleep on her side of the bed. Instead of turning on the light, Evan used his phone to light the way until he was inside the walk-in closet. He took his clothes and went to the guest bathroom to take a shower. Until they announced the final layoffs, Evan decided he'd put several changes of clothes in the guest room for nights like this. Downstairs, he sat on the sofa eating the lasagna and watched a program about the bees disappearing on TV. I wondered when you'd get home. He caught the fork before he dropped it on the sofa. Sorry, it's been one of those weeks. Thank you for making lasagna. She sat in a chair across from him, yawning. I could ask you how your day was, but I already know. Long and exhausting. Emily crossed her arms, a frown on her face. I don't want to live here anymore. We need a change. Where do you propose we go? She rubbed her hand up and down the fleece pants she loved. I want to move to Blueberry Hill. The town is the perfect place to raise a family, and we'd have your mom and Allie there. Evan was tired of this conversation, tired of discussing it ad nauseum since they'd returned from visiting his mom. I wish we hadn't even gone. He put the empty plate on the table. What exactly do you think I'll do to make a living there? I won't make anywhere near the same amount of money. Most times Evan admired how stubborn Emily could be. Today was not one of those times. We've already paid the house off. It will sell in days. With the proceeds, we can buy a lake house with money left over. We won't need nearly as much money to live on there. She arched a brow. I want our daughter to grow up in a small town. It's safer there than here. Evan ran his hands through his hair. Is this about the murder at the supermarket? He rolled his eyes. That could have happened anywhere. It could have. But it didn't. It happened here. At the grocery store I shop at every week. He took his plate to the kitchen, rinsed it off, and put it in the dishwasher. If you want to move so badly, why don't you find a job there? His wife pursed her lips. Maybe I will. With a snort, Evan walked out of the kitchen, pausing at the stairs. I have to be up early for a meeting. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight so I don't wake you. It would be the first time since they'd been married that they'd slept apart, other than when he was away on a business trip. Evan needed her to understand how foolish she was being, wanting to move to a tiny town. It was fine for his mom, but Evan was in his prime earning years. He had to make as much money as he could, and the best place to do that was here in Seattle, where he would be the next vice president at the company. Once he was promoted, Emily would appreciate the extra income, and she'd come around. When he got his first bonus as VP, he'd buy them a cottage on the lake. Surely that would satisfy her. Chapter 21. A few days after the blow-up with her dad, an odd text popped up on Christina's phone from him. If the kid shows up, tell him to beat it. What kid? But there was no reply. On her way home from the beach, Christina stopped and picked up a few groceries. She was walking past the pool, grocery bags dangling from her arms, when she spotted a teenage boy leaning against her door. Hey! This happens all the time. I'm guessing you want Luis. She pointed at the floor above hers. He's one floor up. The boy shook his head. He looked like he was 14 or 15 with dark shaggy hair and dark blue eyes. She did a double take. It was like looking at Evan when they were kids. I'm looking for Allie Singleton. Allie? She doesn't live here. Please let me be wrong. Sorry, how do you know my sister? He straightened up, a shy smile on his face. I found her on the DNA site. When I emailed her, I might have said my dad was an old friend of hers. He kicked the toe of his dirty sneaker against the stucco wall. I'm Ryan. Christina. Not wanting to have this conversation out in the open, she opened the door. Come on in so I can put the groceries away before the popsicles melt. The kid picked up a ratty backpack and followed her inside the apartment. Why don't you have a seat? Would you like something to drink? Ryan's stomach growled, and by the state of his clothes she wondered if he'd been living on the streets. Do you have any milk? Chocolate. He looked at her through the hair covering half his face. That's my favorite. I've got a few slices of leftover pizza if you're hungry. He nodded. Heated or cold? Ryan shrugged. I like it cold. While she pulled the milk and pizza out of the fridge, Christina fumed, wanting to call her dad, but decided she'd better wait until she had the full story. Here you go. She handed him the plate and a glass of milk. Thanks. As he inhaled the food, she watched him, her shoulders tight. When he'd finished, Christina sat across from him, legs crossed under her. Why don't you tell me why you're looking for Allie and my dad? Ryan looked down at his hands. My mom, there was a shooting. She died. I'm so sorry. He picked at a thread in the hole of his jeans, not meeting her eyes. I don't have any other family. Social services was going to put me in a foster home. He looked up at her. I can't. I've heard the stories. I had a friend for a while. He told me terrible stories about the homes where he stayed. His shoulders slumped as if the weight of the world was pushing them down. When I went through my mom's stuff, I found some pictures. He dug in the backpack until he found an envelope. There was a letter. Ryan handed her the envelope like it might explode at any moment. I couldn't find out anything. There wasn't any name on the pictures. He talked faster and faster. My mom didn't list anyone as the father on my birth certificate. Then I remembered we did a project at school about our ancestors. We sent our DNA to one of those sites. But then my mom. I forgot about it until I found the pictures. So I looked on the site and found Allie. It said we were related. Christina took the envelope and dumped the contents out on the table in front of her. Knowing her sister, she'd read the part about Ryan's dad knowing theirs, sent him the address and ignored the rest. He was lucky she'd even responded. Unless an email was from someone she knew, Allie might not go through what she called junk email for months. There were pictures of a pretty petite woman with dark hair, olive skin, and a wide smile. In the photos, she was with Christina's dad. He was laughing into the camera, his arm around her. She swallowed. Somehow she'd known. He looked so much like Evan. The letter shook in her hand as she read it. It was from Ryan's mom, telling him how sorry she was for keeping his dad's identity from him. She explained to him that they'd been involved for 2 years, and when she found out she was pregnant, his dad ended the relationship. To be fair, he'd sent her a lump sum check along with a letter renouncing all claims on him. As a single mom, she needed the money, so his mom accepted it and never told Ryan about his dad. I grew up thinking my dad died of a heart attack. He looked at the empty glass of milk with a longing she typically associated with her own when eyeing a pint of her favorite ice cream. Help yourself to more milk. While Ryan went to the kitchen and refilled his glass, Christina read the letter again. Her poor mom. Allie was right, their dad was a no-good cheater and a liar. The poor kid. She couldn't imagine losing her mom and being all alone in the world. He sat on the sofa, a half-hopeful and half-worried look on his face. She had lots of questions, but best start with the basics. Where were you living? Seattle. Her head snapped up. I'm sorry to pry. Where did the shooting happen? A tear ran down his face. Ryan swiped it away. At the grocery store where my mom worked. She was one of the victims. What were the odds? It had to be the same grocery that Emily shopped at. Her sister-in-law had been shaken to the core when it happened. 1 hour earlier, and she would have been in the store when the shooting took place. How did you get to Miami? I bought a bus ticket. It took forever. When I got here, I went to the address Allie gave me, but your dad wasn't there. A pretty lady answered the door and told me he'd moved. Ryan finally looked at her. The lady gave me his phone number. His face was red, and he looked like he was trying not to cry. I called him and told him who I was. He met me for lunch, but he said he'd already given my mom money. That he would not be my dad, I was on my own. He said he and my mom agreed he wouldn't be part of my life. The tears ran freely down his face. I told him I didn't have anybody in the world, but he said I should go into foster care, that they'd take care of me. Christina blew her nose. I didn't know the code to my mom's ATM card, so I couldn't get any money. I slept on the beach for a few days. Then I went back to the lady's house. She gave me some money to get a meal, and told me to come here. His face crumpled. My mom's dead. My dad doesn't want me. I'm all alone. Without hesitation, Christina jumped up and hugged him. No, you're not alone, she said, surprised at the ferocity of her voice. You have me. And my sister Allie. And my brother Evan. She paused a moment. The women you met. Her name is Mandy. She just had a baby, he's our half-brother, but she doesn't want the drama with my dad, so we won't be a part of his life. Christina sat back. But you know what? What? His eyes were bloodshot and he looked exhausted. The courage it must have taken for him to travel across the country all by himself, not sure of what he'd find. You're my brother. She held up a hand. I will not say half-brother. As far as I'm concerned, we're family. Her dad said she needed to grow up, when he wouldn't even take responsibility for his own choices. She'd do better than her dad had with his own family, though it wasn't like he'd set the bar very high. You'll stay here. Relief flooded his face. Right now the second bedroom is a closet. She cringed thinking about all the stuff in there. You can help me clear it out. If we don't finish today, you can sleep on the couch tonight. Not wanting to hurt his feelings, Christina eyed his backpack. It doesn't look like you brought much with you. We can go shopping for whatever you need. His face turned red again. I was so scared that social services was coming to get me, that I just tossed a few changes of clothes into my backpack. They're all dirty. No problem. Let's go to the store and get you a few things, and when we get back, you can take a shower and wash your clothes. She paused. Do you know how to do laundry? Yep. He grinned. My mom made me learn when I turned 13. I didn't even ask, how old are you? Ryan tucked his hair behind his ear. I'm almost 15. And before you ask why I'm not in school, I graduated early. He hunched his shoulders. I'm smart. She waited until he looked up at her. Don't ever be embarrassed that you're intelligent. She let out a breath, glad that school wasn't something she'd have to worry about. I don't know what else we need to do, but I'll figure it out. When she saw the panic on his face, she touched his arm. You're safe here. But I need to call my mom and tell her about you. Christina knew it was the right choice, even knowing it would hurt her mom to find out about Ryan. Her mom would help. She'll help us figure out what we need to do from a legal standpoint. I'm sure there are things that belong to your mom that you'll want to keep. He wiped his eyes again. Aaron, that was my mom's boyfriend, he took everything. I'm sure he's cleaned out the bank account by now. He's the one who told me to run. There's nothing there for me. The guy sounded like a jerk, but that wasn't her concern right now. The first thing was to get Ryan clean clothes and a shower. What was it with teenage boys? They stunk to high heaven. The stench intensified when Ryan dumped his backpack out on the floor. Along with the clothes, there was a bag of what she guessed were toiletries and a small tablet. What about college? He stopped sorting through his stuff and looked at her. Mom wanted me to wait a couple of years, so I wouldn't feel weird about being so young when everyone else was older. Doesn't matter now, not like I can afford to go. We can figure all that out later. Come on, let's go shopping. She dug through a drawer in the kitchen until she found what she was looking for. Here. She tossed Ryan the key, smiling when he caught it with one hand. What's this? A key to the apartment. So you can come and go as you please. Then she frowned. But not like staying out and partying all night. And you need to text me so I'll know where you are. Oh wow, she sounded like her mom. Christina closed her eyes for a moment. Was this feeling of fear and panic what her mom felt when they were growing up? She worried he'd get into trouble or an accident. After knowing him for an hour, she worried about him. Imagine how much her mom must have worried. Christina decided then and there to be a better daughter. Ryan finally smiled. I don't party. First, I'm too young. And second, I have better things to do. It's polite to let you know where I am so you won't worry about me. He shrugged. I'm kind of a nerd, but I'm okay with that. Her brother looked at the key, his eyes shining. Thank you. How many people found out they had a brother or sister or family they didn't know about from taking one of those DNA tests? Christina was pretty sure Allie would welcome Ryan, but Evan? He might not be as accepting. And her mom. Somehow Christina knew her mom would want to meet Ryan. It had been really nice out on the lake. He would like it there, and she was ready to go back for another visit and to rebuild the fractured relationship with her mom. Chapter 22. Christina had a job, a proper job, not multiple side hustles combined to get by, but an actual job with health insurance, vacation, and sick days. How did it go? Ryan cleaned the apartment and did all the laundry while she'd been gone this morning. He tried to fit in, not make any ripples in her life. She wanted to tell him that he already belonged, but wasn't sure if it was too soon. I got the job. She kicked off her heels with a groan. Want to eat at that place on the beach to celebrate? That would be great. But first, Christina was exhausted from the questions and paperwork at the company. Shower first. Then you can tell me whatever it is on the way to the cafe. I'm starved. Her brother swallowed, a nervous look on his face. Okay. By the time she showered, Christina felt alive again. Working in a corporate environment was going to be very different from what she'd been used to. They'd hired her as a social media coordinator based on the accounts she'd created for her clients' dogs. There was a guy on the team besides her, and their boss, a woman with so much energy she made Christina tired just talking to her. 2 weeks of freedom was all she had left before she joined the ranks of office workers. No more napping on the beach or by the pool in the afternoon. No more cuddles from the dogs. There was another woman Christina usually traded off with whenever one of them needed a day off or was out of town. She'd agreed to take on Christina's clients, grateful for the extra income. The black bikini she put on showed off her tan. She threw on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt over the swimsuit and tossed sunscreen, a towel, and a book in her tote bag. In the living room, Christina stopped, mouth open, keys in hand. Where did you come from? A dog cowered under the coffee table. When he heard her voice, he wouldn't meet her eyes, but his tail thumped against the floor. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Ryan stood there, a bright blue leash in hand, dressed in swim shorts and a t-shirt. "You got a dog? Without talking to me first?" He went to the dog and crouched down, murmuring to the animal. "There was a bad storm while you were gone. I was out riding my bike when I found him. He looked like he'd been on his own for a while. I took him to the vet." Ryan scrubbed a hand through his hair. "It's expensive to get shots and stuff." He stroked the brown dog of an indeterminate breed. "I used most of my money to pay for the vet, and his food and bowls and stuff." Ryan clipped the leash on the dog's collar. The dog slowly walked over to her and nuzzled her hand. "Aren't you a handsome boy?" Christina loved dogs. After making friends, she stood. "He's your responsibility. My new job starts in 2 weeks, so I won't be around to take him on walks." Ryan's face shone with happiness. "I can keep him?" He hugged her tight. "Thank you. I'll take good care of him. I've always wanted a dog." What was she going to do, say no? As much as Christina loved dogs, her schedule typically veered towards unreliable at best, so she'd never had a dog of her own, contenting herself to dog walking and sitting. It would be nice to have them both around. "Let's stop at the food truck for lunch. We'll take him to the dog-friendly beach." Ryan settled the dog into the car. He already knows sit and stay. They ate shrimp po' boy sandwiches for lunch, with one for the dog. "What's his name?" "You can't call him Dog forever." Ryan looked up from petting the dog, who was asleep by his feet. "A name is kind of a big deal. He needs a good name so the other dogs won't laugh at him." If she thought he was overthinking the whole name thing, Christina chose to keep quiet. "I know." A triumphant grin spread across his face. "His name is Angus because he sorta looks like that guy on TV." He leaned down. "Hey Angus." The dog wagged his tail and licked her brother. "Guess that settles it." Ryan nodded. Angus is a good, powerful name. It will impress the other dogs. After lunch they took Angus to the beach. He jumped in the waves and tried to bite the water, making Ryan laugh. They were a good pair, both getting second chances at a new life. Angus was full of energy, racing around and playing with the other dogs. It made her tired to watch them, so after a swim in the ocean, Christina settled down on her towel to laze in the sun. Late afternoon they packed up their stuff to go home. She was loading the car while Ryan rinsed Angus off so he wouldn't track too much sand in the car. "Christina." She turned to see a guy who used to hang out with Enrique's friends. Unable to remember his name, she smiled. "Hey. Nice to see you again." He was cute, if a bit short for her. "How've you been? I heard you and Enrique split up." "We did." Christina closed the hatch on the car. "I've been good. I'm starting a new job." She tossed her tote bag into the back seat, hoping Angus wouldn't eat it on the way home. "It was nice to see you." He leaned on the car, heedless of the heat. "Want to grab a bite to eat sometime? I'd really like to take you out. I always had a crush on you. You're really nice and normally I'd say yes, and jump into another relationship before I'd healed from this one. But not this time. I need time to figure out who I am and what I want." Not to mention she now had a brother and a dog to look after. Ryan and Angus came up beside her. "So I'm sorry, but no." The guy shrugged, as if it didn't bother him to move on to the next woman. She gave guys credit. It had to be hard to ask someone out. Then again, maybe they simply played the numbers game, figuring the more women they asked, the more likely one was to say yes. He stepped back from her car. "See you around." "Who was that?" Ryan turned in the seat, watching the guy saunter away. "Nobody." Later that night, Ryan took Angus for a walk before bedtime. He let the dog sleep in the bed with him, saying it was like having a big furry pillow. Christina had insisted on a bath for the dog after he'd come home from the vet, and now he smelled like apples. She'd purposely waited until Ryan left to walk Angus before making the calls. First she called her dad, giving him one last chance to claim Ryan as his own. He disappointed her. Next she called her brother, anticipating he might be the most resistant to finding out they had yet another sibling, but to her surprise, Evan was resigned and open to meeting Ryan. After Mandy and the baby, she guessed a teenage brother wasn't too much of a shock. She promised to bring him at Thanksgiving, or after Emily had the baby. While Christina and her mom didn't always see eye to eye, they'd started repairing their relationship, which Christina knew was because she'd quit casting her mom in the role of the bad guy. It was harder than she thought to tell her mom about Ryan. Allie told her how hard it had been for her mom, that she'd put on a cheerful face for all of them. Now that their mom seemed happier and had met Will, who they all liked, Christina thought her mom would deal with this latest disaster a little easier. Mom? Hey, sweetie. Congratulations on the new job. Are you excited? Christina let out a sigh. I'm happy I'll be getting a steady paycheck and paid health insurance, but I'll miss the freedom I had. Not to mention now I have to wear grown-up clothes to work every day. Her mom laughed. You'll be kicking your shoes off as soon as you come in the door. I remember Patty used to take her shoes and bra off as soon as she got home from work. She caught her mom up on her life, started to tell her, then stopped when her voice broke. Her mom used her soft mom voice, the one Christina remembered as a child when she used to crawl into her mom's lap after something bad happened. Whether it was a skinned knee or a friend she'd fallen out with, her mom always made things better. When had they grown so far apart? Christina thought it was when she turned 13 and wanted her first bikini. Her mom said no way, but her dad took her shopping. What is it? I can tell there's something wrong. Whatever it is, just tell me. The sound of ice hitting the glass made Christina picture her mom out on the patio or the front porch with a glass of her sunshine drink of half iced tea and half lemonade. Her mom said it was usually called an Arnold Palmer, but since she added mint or basil or sometimes orange and honey, she named it Sunshine. I have a brother. His name is Ryan. She blurted out the story from how he'd found her, up to him finding Angus. I didn't know how to tell you. Christina blew her nose. I can't believe Dad wants nothing to do with him. Your dad has issues he needs to work through. I'm sorry for Ryan. That poor kid, losing his mom in such a violent way. I can't imagine how he's coping. It's quite a shock to know he's been out there in the world all this time, but after Mandy, I guess I'm not surprised. Tell him we're all here for him. Why don't you bring him here to visit? Her mom hesitated, then added, You know your sister is starting a flower business. I'm sure she could use the help. I can help you and Ryan until you get on your feet if you want a change of scenery. Christina smiled through her tears. Her mom was always trying to make everyone feel wanted. I really liked it there. But I just got this new job, so I need to think about it. And I'll need to talk to Ryan. She cleared her throat. I love you, Mom. I love you too, honey. I'm looking forward to meeting Ryan. By the time Ryan returned from walking Angus, Christina thought she could talk to him without getting teary. She told him that she'd told her mom and siblings, and they all wanted to meet him. The relief on his face made her want to cry. He'd been so worried they'd reject him, just like his father had. He was a good kid, and she wanted him to have a place to belong. There had to be books that would help her to know what to say to him, to help him deal with losing his mom. Ryan needed stability in his life. He was the reason, as much as Christina wanted this job, and as much as she loved the beach, that she was seriously considering her mom's offer. After Christina told her about the incident with Patty being unable to recognize her own vehicle, Tara worried about her friend. She called to ask if she could move up their visit, instead of Patty coming for Thanksgiving. Could she come sooner? Patty barely hesitated. With the boys away at college, Matt and I just rattle around in the house. He can go to Vegas with his buddies, and we can have some girl time. I'll come for a long weekend. Tara could hear her friend inhaling, and worried that she still hadn't quit smoking. I'd love to see you. I've really missed you. Tara worried about her friend flying by herself with whatever was going on with her, but Matt told her not to worry, the forgetfulness wasn't serious. I'll text you when I've booked my flight. Don't worry about picking me up, I'll have a car bring me to the cottage. A week and a half later, Tara made sure she had plenty of cereal in the house. Her friend loved a bowl of cereal in the afternoon, said it was her snack. The more sugary and bad for her it was, the more she liked it. That afternoon, the sound of a car pulling in the drive had Tara running down the stairs. She'd been busy working on the fabric designs for her first collection. There would be 3 fabrics to complement the shorts and dresses she was designing for the high-end boutiques. It's absolutely even more beautiful here than I imagined. Patty hugged her, smelling of cigarettes and the citrus perfume she always wore. It's so good to see you. When does Matt leave for Vegas? In a couple of days. I froze meals for him, but knowing Matt, he'll eat out. Thank goodness for Kathy keeping everything clean, or the house would be a disaster by the time I get back. Tara picked up one of the bags to show Patty to her room. Her friend exclaimed over the cottage and the furnishings. This is your room. Tara opened the door to the serene guest bedroom, then showed her to the new bathroom. And this is your bathroom. It's small compared to what you're used to. The black and white bathroom sparkled. Tara had cleaned the house from top to bottom. She'd always had a housekeeper, but when Harry lost everything and she moved here, Tara did her own cleaning. Now she found it helped her think, and she usually came up with her best ideas while she was cleaning. Patty sat on the bed, smoothing her hands over the quilt. It's lovely. I may never leave. Why don't you unpack and I'll pour the wine? I thought we could relax out on the dock and catch up. There's a cute restaurant in town we can go to for dinner. Patty zipped open her suitcase. Would you mind if we stayed in tonight? I've eaten out a lot recently. Not at all. I made an apple pie from the apples in the orchard, and I can make that spinach feta salad you like. Patty kicked off her heels, rubbing her feet. She'd worn a simple sheath dress to travel. Her friend always looked so well put together. That would be perfect. What's with the shoes? Tara picked up the red heels. They were similar, but obviously different shoes. Patty looked at them and red spread across her chest, up her neck and cheeks. How could I have missed that? I can't believe Matt let me leave wearing 2 different shoes. Tara laughed. Men. He probably didn't even notice. But she wondered again what was going on with her closest friend. Later, when Patty had settled in, she'd find a way to broach the subject. By the time Patty joined her on the dock, Tara had a glass of wine waiting. She was wearing jeans and a sweater while her friend was bundled up in jeans, a sweater, and one of the blankets from the sleeping porch. It's cold. There's no way we can go swimming tonight. Tara pointed to the house through the trees. We're only going next door, and the pool is heated. It will be cold getting in and out, but it'll feel like bathwater once we're in the water. They spent the rest of the afternoon catching up. When they went inside to fix dinner, Patty went out front to smoke while Tara set the table. She opened the refrigerator to get the butter out to soften, stopping with her hand in the midst of reaching for the ceramic dish. Patty's keys were sitting on the top shelf along with her phone. The keys jingled as Tara picked them up, her hand trembling. She put the phone and keys on the counter, unsure if she should say anything after the car incident with Christina. Everything seemed fine during dinner, so Tara kept quiet, not wanting to embarrass her friend. They changed into swimsuits, wrapping beach towels around themselves to walk next door to the pool. By the time they got back, Tara had chalked up the incident to Patty being tired from a day of travel. But as she came out of her room to take a shower, Patty was standing in the hallway shaking, her eyes wide with panic. Tara went to her, grasping her hands and rubbing them. What's wrong? Tell me what I can do. Patty looked at her, a horrified expression on her face as if she were drowning. I wanted a glass of water. I can't find the kitchen. When Tara tried to lead her, Patty pulled away. No, not that way. The kitchen should be here. She opened the door to the bathroom. No matter how much Tara tried to move her from the hallway to the kitchen, it wouldn't work. Let's go in here and sit for a minute. Then we can find the kitchen together. Patty nodded, gratitude filling her face as Tara led her to the bed. They sat next to each other in silence until with a gasp, Patty turned to her. I don't know what's wrong with me. 2 days ago, I couldn't remember how to get home. Tears ran down both their faces as Tara shook her head. We'll figure it out. 20 minutes later, it was like nothing had ever happened. Tara slipped away to call Matt, to tell him about what had happened. He told her there'd been several incidents, but she'd refused to go to the doctor. At first he'd thought it was due to menopause, but with the worsening of the incidents, he now thought it might be something else. Instead of letting her fly home alone, he would meet them at the airport and fly back with her. When she said he was welcome to stay a few days, he declined, saying he had to cancel the Vegas trip and get Patty to see someone, that he should have taken the incidents more seriously. He promised to let Tara know when they found out what was wrong. Chapter 23. The first week of classes went well. It was the end of September, and she was teaching 3 classes that would run until the end of the year with breaks for the holidays. A basic cooking class, sewing basics, and financial literacy. The cooking class would start with simple easy meals and progress, adding more complicated recipes and canning basics. Tara hoped if things went well to offer a class where students could come to her house and have their own garden plot, taking part in the process from seed to harvest and canning or freezing. For the sewing class, she planned to start with pillows, pillowcases, tote bags, and other items. Later, she'd teach basic garment construction. And for the financial literacy class? At first, she'd laughed, given her own situation, but while she'd let Harry manage everything, Tara knew how to track expenses and make a budget, how to save for an emergency fund, and how to cut corners like going to a school to get your hair colored instead of an expensive salon. Her daughter had watched a video on cutting hair, and had been cutting her own hair. Allie said she wouldn't have tried it if she had short hair, but with long hair she didn't think any minor mistakes would be too noticeable. The 3 classes were full with a mix of teenagers, young adults, and older adults. It was a fun bunch, though she was exhausted after this first week. Allie had been busy with her own fledgling business. Her field of sunflowers was doing well. Tara had helped her daughter make jam and apple sauce from the fruit trees on the property. Next year she'd try to sell the goods, but this year they'd kept what they'd canned for themselves and saved some for Evan and Christina. The Crimson Crisp apples were her new favorite. She and Allie had eaten them daily, right off the tree, and then baked them into apple pies. It was nice that Allie came over for breakfast most days, a good way to start the day with a bit of companionship and good coffee. The cool air at night and the sounds of the lake had Tara sleeping out on the sleeping porch several nights a week. Soon it would be too cold unless she ran the heater, but for now it was heavenly. Her daughter had grown a great deal, no longer trying to find her way. She'd found something that was hers. Flowers and plants made her daughter happy. Tara told Allie how proud she was of her, that it filled her heart to see her happy. And that Allie didn't need to make a lot of money, or get married unless that's what she wanted. Life was short. All that really mattered was that Allie was content with her life. No one comes to the end of their life, looks back and wishes they'd worked more hours. Will had left to teach a furniture class in Asheville for a week. It surprised her to realize how much she missed seeing him. Tara had been planning to tell him she was ready to start dating after Labor Day, but then she got busy completing plans for her classes, and Will had a large order that took him out of town a couple of times, so they hadn't discussed it. Ready for a break after switching all the summer decor to fall, Tara went down to the dock, dressed in jeans and a heavy sweater, drink in hand, and settled into the chair to relax. As she looked out over the water, reflecting on how different her life was here in Blueberry Hill, she idly spun the antique ring in the shape of a rose, around and around on her finger. She'd given Allie her aquamarine ring to celebrate Allie starting her own business. It had always been Allie's favorite ring, so Tara wanted her to have it. The antique band with the stones from the children's birth months had room for 2 more stones. When Emily had her daughter, Tara would add another stone. She was halfway through her beverage when the phone rang with a particular ringtone she dreaded. For a moment she considered letting it go to voicemail, but then she'd have to deal with him later. With a sigh she answered. Harry. He made small talk, talking about himself, saying how much he missed her. Never once mentioning Mandy, baby Edward, her kids, or Ryan. He droned on. My new place. Stop. Tara interrupted him. Enough was enough. Harry was so shocked he actually shut up. What you're telling me is that Mandy dumped you and kicked you out? She held up a finger as she went down the list. She found someone new, or actually someone from before you. Her father fired you. And you want nothing to do with your son. Ryan. Tara glared at the phone. Does that about sum it up? He spluttered into the phone. Mandy didn't just leave me, she married the guy. The same guy she was dating before me. They're taking my trip to Greece, he complained. To make things worse, it wasn't even my kid. Edward is the other guy's kid, but he wouldn't commit, so she told me it was mine, hoping he'd come around. She was using me. He blew out a breath, his words slightly slurring. We were good together, Tara. You kept my life running smoothly. He tried to put the charm in his voice, but it no longer worked. Tara was immune. I've moved on. Started a new life, one I love. Tara no longer cared about him enough to expend the energy a fight would take. A part of her would always love the children they'd made and raised together, but she didn't love him anymore, and never would again. I'm not interested in you anymore. You've shown me who you really are. I don't want any part of that man. He yelled into the phone. What do you mean, who I am now? Once a cheater, always a cheater. Instead of trying to go back in time, why don't you work on rebuilding your relationships with our kids? Christina worshipped you, and you threw her love away like trash. Tara was free. While she didn't have her entire life figured out, she knew what kind of man she didn't want in her life. If you would have asked me a couple weeks after you left me, who knows, maybe I would have wanted you back. But now, I don't. When we were together, I thought our lives were perfect. She sipped her drink, enjoying the breeze, unwilling to let her ex-husband ruin her mood. Things needed to be said so they could close this chapter of their lives and move forward. I used to feel sorry for those women sitting alone at tables with a book in front of them, to pass the time. Trying to look like they weren't lonely. When we were out with other couples, I always felt sorry for a widowed woman, or a divorced woman that was all alone. When we were together, all I wanted was for you to retire so we could travel the world. Tara shrugged. Now I can take Allie. Or Christina or Patty. I can go alone. But you know what I've realized, Harry? I don't need you to be complete. I'm a complete person all by myself. I like the person I've become. Instead of waiting for him to try and change her mind, Tara hung up the phone, closed her eyes, and thanked Aunt Frida for giving her a second chance at life and happiness. Allie and her mom had gone to Asheville for the weekend to attend a flower show, so Allie could get an idea of what was popular and would sell next season. They stayed in a cute bed and breakfast near the Biltmore house, and took the time for a tour. Allie couldn't believe people used to live in such opulent homes. They had fun checking out the quaint shops, trying new restaurants, and hitting a few antique stores. Her mom was glad Blueberry Hill was tiny compared to bustling Asheville. There were so many people around. It was prime leaf season nevertheless, it was way too crowded for her mom. And a funny thing? Allie had grown to love the quiet town too, no longer missing the bustling city. She was having too much fun digging in the dirt. Her notebook was full of ideas, and there were tons of pictures stored on her phone, giving Allie plenty of inspiration for her endeavors. That night, she and her mom went to dinner at a restaurant that only served fried chicken and biscuits. It had been so delicious that Allie thought she'd try to replicate the meal back at home. As they were walking back to the B&B, her mom's phone rang. "Will? What happened?" The look on her mom's face as she talked to Will made Allie's entire body tremble. "I'm glad no one was hurt. Thank you for telling me." Her mom glanced at her, and the look in her eyes made Allie want to run for the car and go straight home. "I'll let her know." She turned to Allie as they walked into their room. "You better pour us a glass of wine." "Mom, you're scaring me." "A group of kids renting the house next to yours this weekend started a fire." Allie handed her mom a glass of red wine before sitting on the bed, legs stretched out. "What happened?" "I remember them. They were really loud and obnoxious. They kept asking if they could use the pool." Allie took a sip of wine, the liquid sloshing in the glass. "I told them no, that it wasn't my house. I thought that was the end of it." Her mom kicked off her shoes and climbed on the other bed. The kids were drinking, and one of them had the bright idea to go for a swim in the pool anyway. Uh-oh. Allie recognized that look of disgust. She clenched the wine glass tighter, making waves in the velvety liquid. The kids all blamed each other. Apparently one of them set fire to a towel, and things got out of control. Her mom exhaled. "As dry as it's been, a spark hit the grass and that was that. They burned down the house and the pool house where you were staying. Everything is gone." The wine tipped over. "It's okay, I'll take care of it." Her mom jumped up to get a towel to clean up the wine before it stained. Allie set the empty glass on the nightstand, her hand shaking. "They burned down the house. I have to call the owners and tell them. This is horrible. How could they be so irresponsible? Some kids think they're entitled to do whatever they want. The police will send a copy of the report to the owners. I'm going to call and leave a message, see if there's anything I can do." She looked at her mom, her eyes full of unshed tears. "I'm glad no one was hurt. And I'm really glad the fire didn't spread to your house. But I'm furious too. We can replace your things." Her mom finished blotting the quilt on the bed. She'd gotten the wine out. Allie wiped her eyes. "Looks like I'm homeless. Can I move back in?" "Of course. I love having you here." Her mom hugged her close, smelling of wine leaves and the rose perfume she wore. It was a beautiful fall day. The lake sparkled. The leaves on the trees were a jewel box of colors as Tara and Will walked around the lake, enjoying the smell of fall in the air. Did Allie lose her paintings? Will picked up a limb that had fallen from a tree and moved it off the path. He dressed in dark jeans and a gray sweater that brought out the flecks of gray in his eyes. No, thank goodness. She left everything at Mrs. Collier's, as they're in the middle of what Allie's calling her orchard series. Tara shuddered, thinking about the house burning down. Why didn't parents make kids take responsibility for their actions anymore? She thought she was getting old, like the old lady who yelled at the kids to keep off her lawn. A small laugh escaped. "What's so funny?" "I was just thinking about getting older." He arched a brow. "I'm getting older, you still look like you're in your 20s. Flatterer. A pretty veined rock caught her eye. Tara held it up to the sun, admiring the colors. There was an antique mason jar on her desk that she kept pretty stones she found around the lake. This would make a nice addition to her collection. The property management company is covering the loss of the house and Allie's things. Apparently the families are quite wealthy, coming every year to the lake to vacation, so the management company didn't want to lose the business by making the parents pay. He blinked. No one wants to step up and take responsibility or be held accountable for their actions anymore. I was just thinking the same thing. She linked her arm through his. Thank goodness Allie wasn't in the house. If I would have lost her. You didn't. Luckily, it was just stuff. Things can be replaced. He ran a hand through his hair. I was so worried the fire would spread to your place. The waterfall was loud as they walked closer to the water. Will said there were all kinds of pretty rocks there, that maybe she would find one to add to her collection. He raised his voice. Is your friend doing better? Tara sighed, tucking a piece of hair behind her ear. She was warm in her jeans and red sweater, thankful she hadn't worn a jacket. Patty's husband finally got her to agree to go to the doctor. Hopefully we'll know something soon. A splash had them both looking to the center of the lake, in time to see a golden eagle fly off with a fish. Their numbers were slowly increasing. It was a rare sighting, one that seemed to tell Tara that things would be okay, and if they weren't, she'd be there for her friend however she needed her. Evan and Emily are going through a rough patch. Crime rates have spiked, and she hasn't been the same since the shooting at the grocery store. Will nodded. Evan is very focused on his career. I could see how Emily might be feeling neglected. He grinned and nudged her with his shoulder. I hear pregnant women can be emotional, so maybe that's part of it. Knowing he was teasing, Tara laughed. She's been a roller coaster of emotions lately. As much as I loved seeing them, I almost wish they hadn't come. Why not? Will held a branch out of the way so it wouldn't hit her. They were almost to the waterfall, and had to raise their voices to hear each other. Emily loved it here so much she wants to move here. Tara bit her lip, thinking about the hope on her daughter-in-law's face when Christina told her there were homes for sale on the lake. I'd love to have them here, watch my granddaughter grow up. But I don't think Evan would be happy in such a small town. He thrives in a fast-paced corporate environment. Sometimes what we want isn't what we need. Will took her hand in his to help her over the rocks. They were almost there. As they came around the bend, there was the waterfall. Wow. I know, right? Will handed her a plastic poncho. They put them on so they wouldn't get soaked. The little stones I thought you might like are right at the edge of the water, he yelled. He helped her onto the flat rocks where the water evened out from the falls into a clear pool. Tara could see small fish darting in and out of the rocks and playing in the bubbles. She inhaled the clean smell of the water and the small plants growing around the falls. It's breathtaking. She was glad she'd put on her hunter boots so she wouldn't slip as she squatted down to search for stones. There was a noticeable difference in the temperature right by the water. She was glad the sun was shining to keep her warm. Will sat on a flat rock, legs out in front of him as he watched her, content to let her do her thing. Several stones caught her eye, but none called to her. She was about ready to tell Will they could go, when the sun hit the water directly in front of her, making something sparkle. Sleeves pushed up, Tara gasped as she thrust her arm into the icy water. Where was it? She felt around, then her fingers closed around two stones. When she sat back on her heels and held them up, she smiled. One she put back, the other was going in her jar. It was the size of a large strawberry, gray with black, white, and silver veins running through it. As she held it up to the sun, it sparkled and shimmered. I see you found one. Will helped her back to the path. They walked in silence, until the roar of the waterfall faded enough they could talk without shouting. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Inviting Ryan here? She'd second-guessed herself ever since she'd told Christina to bring him. I think you're a good person. If anyone can help him heal, you can. He stroked her hand with his thumb, their fingers intertwined. Does it still hurt? What Harry did? She squeezed his hand. Not anymore. There comes a time when the betrayals are stacked so high, they simply tumble down and shatter. What's done is done. I won't forgive Harry for not taking responsibility for the children he's fathered. She squared her shoulders. I won't punish Ryan for something he had no control over. It isn't his fault Harry is emotionally stunted. Ryan's welcome here. To lose his mother in the grocery store shooting had to leave deep wounds. He's the kid's half-brother. I'll do whatever I can to ease his pain. Will stopped, his arm around her as they looked out over the lake to the waterfall. He won't want to leave. Blueberry Hill weaves a spell for those who listen. He pulled her close. I like you. I like being around everyone. He tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. I'm happy, Tara. She looked up at him, her heart full. I've been meaning to talk to you about us since Labor Day weekend, but things kept coming up. The world was a better place with him around. I want to be with you. Take life as it comes, no rush. Slow and easy, he agreed. Will leaned down and gently kissed her, letting her know he was content to let their lives unfold together. There was no rush, they had a lifetime ahead of them.